Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 2 of our story. If you like this What If story and want to see part 3, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. Now, let's start. The morning is here. The Mordish usually whenever the all-night alarm beside his bed went off, he would jump in surprise, spurred from a nice dream, before quickly turning off the alarm, groan, and roll out of bed to get started with his day. Not today, however. In fact, the alarm to wake him up was pretty much unnecessary. He had already stayed up all night, staring vacantly at nothing, so he slowly moved his hand to the bedside and turned it off the moment it went off at 6 o'clock in the morning. Adjusting himself to sit back against the pillows, Izuku sighed, his eyes feeling a bit scratchy but sleep not coming to him. He had tried to go to bed last night after returning inside the house, but he couldn't. Not when Manoma's words kept ringing in his mind, like the blonde was whispering the words directly into his ear over and over again, preventing him from sleeping restfully. And of course, thoughts of how much of an idiot he was and sadness kept him from completely falling into slumber, a tightness in his chest that would not release its hold no matter what as he sat, hunched, on his bed. None of them liked him. Not like, where he could hope that they viewed him in a romantic light, or like they considered him a friend. No, from what Manoma said, it was more like they just slept with him, competed with each other, and then laughed about it behind his back. It was so horribly out of character. Izuku clung to the hope that Manoma was lying. That there was no way Pony would do that. And Setsuna would sometimes get carried away with her teasing, but she wouldn't insult about him behind his back. And Yui would be deadpan and unexpressive, but she wouldn't think he was weird. Or Itsuka genuinely liked spending time with him, showing off her bike. She wouldn't do that if she secretly disliked him. But the more he thought about it, the more it made things make sense, and Manoma's words became less cruel and more stating the obvious. Why none of the girls would spend time with him after the dirty business, always stating that they didn't want him to get caught. You would give him a small kiss and leave. Setsuna would make sure he was okay after their rounds of domination and SBMSN and send him off. Pony herself couldn't look him in the eye after their tryst, and it explained why Kinoko and Leo didn't even look his way when he left last night. Manoma's words about Itsuka being tired of him, it made sense, especially when he remembered how angry she got at him for continuously sleeping around. She might be praying for him to somehow leave early. Everything. It just made too much sense, in his self-doubting and saddened mind, making him curl up into a ball on his bed and blink tears out of his eyes. Yui and Setsuna's insistence this wasn't something to make a relationship out of, Pony having sex with him and then running away, and Kinoko and Leiko's dismissal of him last night. Everything added up, and now he had no idea what he was supposed to do. Does he ask them to stop sleeping with him? He shuddered slightly from the thought that would be the nail in the coffin to make them stop talking to him, and he was awfully frightened of that. As hurt as he felt about them not liking him, he felt like crying if the only thing they used him for was taken away and everyone just outright admitted they had enough of him. Does he talk to Itsuka about what he was thinking? No, Manoma said that she hates him. He couldn't do that. She'd probably drop her big sister behavior and laugh him out of the building. So all he could really do was sit here and stew in his feelings. Izuku closed his eyes and pressed his forehead to his knees. It was going to be a very long day. Did anyone see Midoriya go for his run this morning? Itsuka asked as she looked around the kitchen, her brow wrinkled. I haven't seen him at all. Nope. Got no clue. Ibara turned her head back to look outside the window, a pout on her face. The girls were sitting around on the first floor, looking out at the thunderstorm raging outside. Since the downpour was nearly flooding the entire grounds, large currents of water flowing down the sidewalks, Principal Nezu had wisely decided to close the school for the day, letting them take a 3-day weekend. The teachers would still be around in case any of the students needed them, but it was pretty much stated that today would have to be spent indoors. Which was making Itsuka somewhat worried for her other, as of yet unseen roommate. I don't think he'd run in this weather, but she hummed worryingly, glancing around. So no one's seen him. He might have slept in, Yu said, still eating her banana near the counter. Midoriya, sleep in. I don't think so, he's usually one of the first ones up. Itsuka bit the inside of her cheek, but shook her head. If he's in his room, I should check in, just to be safe. Let me, Prez, Setsuna grunted as she jumped up from her spot on the couch and stretched, walking towards the stairs. I was grabbing my laptop anyway, I feel like today's gonna be movie day. Or, catch up on Midnight's assignment day, Itsuka reminded her, causing the green-haired girl to grunt. Bite me, Prez. Heh, Itsuka chuckled, smirking at her back as she went upstairs, and turned back to Ibara, who was still staring out the window at the lightning flashing in the sky. Stepping up to stand beside her, Itsuka peeked at her stony face a bit worriedly. Ibara, you sure you're okay? You've been like this all morning. I'm fine, Itsuka, Ibara sighed, shaking her head. Just reconciliating some things. Oh. Like what? Like the person I thought I had gotten to know is utter garbage. Oh. Upstairs, Setsuna had grabbed her tablet from her bed, then kept climbing the stairs. While she strolled up, she couldn't help but hide her grin. She had sent her ear to investigate on Leiko's floor last night once everyone went to bed, and had been very satisfied with what she had heard. If she was correct, Izuku had done both Leiko and Kinoko, not separately, but together, judging. From both 𝐔𝐬𝐚𝐿 at the same time. They had a TSM. That opened lots of doors for Setsuna, she excitedly thought. If Izuku was open for having some more threesomes, and Yui was down, she'd love to have some fun with the two of them. She wasn't going to pretend that Yui wasn't hot as F, and really needed some girl time. Two of them to dominate at the same time. Setsuna suppressed a shudder at the very thought. Once she got to Izuku's door on the upper floor, checking the time and seeing it was 9 o'clock, she decided it was already way too late for him to be sleeping in and decided to just barge in. Opening the door wide, she said, in a sing-song voice, "Wakey wakey, parsley, time to, holy, you look like hell." The moment she got a good look at him, her wishy-washy thoughts of sec and teasing went down the drain. He was sitting cross-legged on his bed, still staring vacantly at his knees, the rings underneath his eyes dark. He was still wearing his clothes from yesterday, which had a noticeable stain on the front. For a second he resembled Shinsu, only palette suede, and looking more tired than ever. Holy CRP, dude. Setsuna took a few steps closer to look at him in more detail, her eyebrow raised. You look like the dead. Yeah. Izuku muttered, and that caused Setsuna to blink. His voice sounded like he was garbling gravel. Did he pull an all-nighter? You good, dude? She asked, sitting down on the edge of the bed and brushing some of his hair back, not noticing him briefly flinch at the motion. You look sick. Were you up all night? Kinda. Izuku looked away, unable to meet her gaze. Setsuna pouted for a bit miffed at getting ignored like this, but then an idea came to her, and she smirked to herself. Adjusting herself so she could sit behind him on the bed, she extended her arms, detaching them to wrap around his body seductively, feeling up his abs beneath the shirt. Izuku let out a small noise, but she didn't consider it as she leaned against him, pushing her BRSS into his back so she could whisper in his ear. Well, if you need an excuse to go to sleep, she was sure to make the words as SNSL as possible, her breath tickling his ear, and she smiled widely at the shudder that passed through him. I'd be more than happy to tire you out. Come on, Parsley, she smirked, and her hands started tiptoeing down his front towards his breathes. I'm wondering if you have leftover mushroom I can taste. No. Setsuna jumped a bit when Izuku said that much louder than he intended, startling her. Izuku had whipped his gaze back at her, giving her a small glare over his shoulder, but then he immediately realized what he had done, his eyes going wide and remorse overcoming him at once. Oh, God, he just rejected her. That's the only thing she likes about you, you idiot. Fix this at once. I didn't. It's okay, Parsley. Setsuna retracted her hands, giving him a small smile while feeling guilty. I came on to you pretty hard, here. Sorry, I should have realized you were uncomfortable. I shouldn't have done that. I'll let the girls know you're sleeping in. She stood up from the bed, flashing him the peace sign. Just try to get some sleep, okay? You look like you need it. I'm Before he could call out to her, however, she had left the room and closed the door gently, making sure not to make too much noise. He stared after her, guilt and remorse and anger bubbling in his chest, and he let out a small groan as his head hit the pillows behind him, moving his hands to cup his face. Outside, Setsuna had to fight down the unwelcome feeling of guilt. Holy as it, she came onto him way too hard there, and sent him reeling. God damn it. She should have read the room. Setsuna sighed in disappointment, not that she hadn't been able to sleep with Izuku at that moment, but how she obviously made him upset. As she went down the stairs, she began wondering how she would be able to make this right, wondering if she could make him something to eat later, but before she could think of anything, she heard a few whispers on the third floor. She poked her head into the stairwell and saw Kinoko and Leo muttering to themselves, standing at the edge of the hall glancing up at where Izuku's room was. When they saw Setsuna coming down, they ceased their whispering and looked up at her, worry and curiosity on their faces. "How is Midoriya?" Leo asked, sounding concerned. He's okay, just kinda stayed up all night," Setsuna shrugged, glancing back up at the room. "I'm gonna leave him alone for now, he might not be in the mood for anything productive today." "Why do you ask?" "Well." Kinoko hesitated briefly there, looking up the steps before sighing. "We, kinda had sex with him last night, and it was awesome, but once we stopped kissing he was gone. Like, he didn't even say goodnight or anything. Like 1 minute we just kissing and the next he went up in a puff of smoke." "It was very strange," Leo admitted, glancing back up the stairwell with her brow furrowed. "We thought that we were all having a good time, and I did get a bit carried away with kissing Kinoko. He, really hit the spot, but when I turned to offer to let him stay the night, he was gone. I had thought that he went to shower off, considering, what we did, but the bathroom was empty as well as his room." Setsuna crossed her arms, looking perplexed. "Well, maybe he went to outside and talked to Manoma. I saw him hanging out outside our house when I went to bed. God, that guy. I really don't want to wake up at like 10:30 at night and see him hanging outside our house." "Here." Kinoko blinked, whirling around. "That's weird. I thought Itsuka told him to go away at, like, 8 o'clock. I saw them talking and him walking away before I went upstairs to get ready for Leo and Midoriya." "Really?" Setsuna raised an eyebrow. "No, he was still here, at, like, 11. Her eyes suddenly narrowed, glancing up the stairs. "You guys don't think he tried to pick a fight with Parsley, do you? That's why he's looking so off." "Well, we'd have known about it. Manoma isn't exactly subtle when it comes to challenging Class 1A, Leo said fairly, but still glanced up the stairwell. "But I say we only ask him about it if Midoriya comes to talk about it. It might not have even been Manoma, it may just be that something happened last night while we were together, and it made him uncomfortable." She looked particularly guilty at that, thinking to herself that Izuku may have been uncomfortable with what she asked him to do, hid it well, dipped out the moment he got the chance. "Well, we gotta make it up to him," Kinoko insisted, whirling around to her girlfriend. "If we end up having sex with him again later, we need to make sure to cuddle him. Aftercare is the best." "Yeah," Setsuna shrugged, leaning against the wall while holding her laptop under her armpit. "I usually kiss him after I go all dominator on him, that makes him feel better at least." "Well, we'll need to make sure he's okay before we have sex with him again," Leo reminded her girlfriend, giving him a small smile, "but I do agree that I hope this isn't the last time he has a bit of fun with us. He's quite the SNSL lover, I believe." "Oh, I know," Setsuna agreed, laughing lightly, before a thought came to her. "Although, it is going to get kinda complicated with 4 girls fighting for his attention. Or, 5 if Pony wants to jump in there. We can't exactly make him visit each of us every day, he's kinda got a life outside us." If only there were a schedule. Kinoko laughed a bit at the thought, which Leo also thought was funny. While they passed it off as a joke, however, Setsuna's eyebrow raised at the idea, or at least, the thought to at least make sure no one interfered with anyone's playtime. Maybe they could make a group chat where they could call dibs, or days where Izuku would go around and have sex with the person assigned to him. Well, it was something she could ask later. She still wasn't sure if Ibara knew, or if Itsuka would consider her too sacred to let in on the secret that Izuku was everyone's fuckbuddy, so she would have to inquire later. Well, we can ask whenever he comes down. Setsuna put the thoughts aside for now, holding up her laptop. In the meantime, do you guys wanna watch Sword of the Stranger? I downloaded it last night to watch on the TV downstairs. The girls let out a collective and nodded happily, following the green-haired girl down the stairs. Unaware that there was another green-haired girl hiding on the other floor below them, having heard every word of what they had said and growing more and more scandalized by the minute. Ibara swallowed the lump in her throat as her eyes burned with tears with the indignity of it all. She had put away her own unsaid feelings once it became apparent that Pony held him dearly in her heart, and now to learn that not only was he toying with Pony's emotions, not only was he fooling around with her other two dear friends that were already in a relationship with each other. Although she had absolutely nothing against polygamy, she didn't have to follow every verse in the Bible. Now she had to learn that he had been sleeping with Setsuna as well. Was this before Pony, after Pony, before Kinoko and Leo? Was this even the first time with Kinoko and Leo? Did Midoriya sleep with them, play with Pony's heart and then go straight back to the other girls? Heart ablaze, Ibara felt her patience snap, and she began storming up the stairs towards Izuku's room. There were words that needed to be said, and she hated to have to be the one to say them, but she felt as a hero, and as a friend, she needed to tell Izuku exactly how wrong this was, regardless of the consequences. The pedestal that Ibara had placed Izuku on, the one where he was a good person, a nice boy that charmed her with his adorable actions, was irreparably broken, and she needed to let him know. Meanwhile, upstairs, Izuku slowly got off of his bed, still feeling incredibly guilty about what just happened. God, he was such an idiot. Izuku squeezed his eyes shut, feeling small tears start to brim. This was the only thing that the girls needed him to do, the only thing that they would tolerate having him around for, and he just pushed Setsuna away. Would she tell the other girls, and they would start giving him the cold shoulder? For the first time, Izuku debated going out camping in the forest and staying there. It would work better than staying in this house where one wrong move would ruin everything. God, should he run downstairs and apologize? Say that he's changed his mind, he'll do whatever she wants. Would that make him come across as pathetic, not really meaning it, just accommodating to her emotions? Before Izuku could despair any longer, however, there was a hard knock on the door, surprising him out of his slump. Before he could walk to the door to open it, expecting you or Pony or even Itsuka, the door opened of its own accord, and the knocker entered right away, fixing him with a hard stare. Izuku felt shocked and a bit scared when he saw who exactly it was who came to give him a visit. Shiozaki? He asked a bit weakly, staring at her as she closed the door behind her, turning back around to face him properly. What's up? I need to speak to you, Midoriya. Ibara said coldly, trying hard not to betray the unexpected hit to her heart. Good lord, Setsuna was right, he looked like he hadn't gotten any sleep at all, he looked absolutely exhausted. The hero in her wanted to push him back into the bed, hold him down with her vines, and not let go until he finally fell asleep, but she shook her head. She was not here to pity or coddle him. He needed to know what he was doing was wrong. Okay. Izuku nodded, taking a seat at his desk. Truth be told, he was feeling kind of weak at the knees, probably the result of not moving for 8 hours at all. What's up? What's up? Ibara repeated waringly, glancing away and trying to find her words. She admittedly wished that at a time like this Izuku did not like All Might as much as he did. It was hard to call him out on his womanizing ways when their teacher's face was plastered on every wall in the room. Izuku tried to blink some of his exhaustion out of his eyes, raising a hand to rub at them. Is there anything I can help you with? You know, Midoriya. Izuku immediately shut up when Ibara's gaze suddenly whipped to him, fixing him with a glare that was so unlike her it genuinely shocked him. She looked like she was 3 seconds from wrapping him up with her vines and throwing him around. Her fists were clenched, her dark eyes boring a hole into his head, and her lips were pursed. Before you had moved in, I was admittedly nervous. She told him, her voice low and cold. I was scared that some pervert would come to our home, share our bed space, make us uncomfortable. It was so bad I stayed up the night before you came, frightened it would be Mineta or Kaminari or Zero. Someone who would take advantage of us, make us feel powerless. So when you walked in, I felt relieved beyond all imagining. Izuku's stomach dropped, a horrible feeling of guilt and sadness building up in him. He already knew where this was going. And then came truth or dare. When you gave me my first kiss. I will admit, Midoriya, that was not how I expected my first kiss with a boy to go. But it did shoot some warmth into my heart. I had thought that you may be generally interested. So when you came out of the closet with Pony, your clothes ruffled and it being so obvious what had happened, those feelings had been squashed. Ibara quickly shook her head, getting out of her brief self-pitying. But I endured. I saw how happy Pony was around you, so I allowed my feelings to be put away so you too could be happy. At this, Ibara's glare intensified, staring at him as though she was about to rip him into pieces. And then last night, I heard you with Leiko and Kinoko in their bedroom. Shiozaki, and now I learn that you were with Setsuna. And if what she implied is correct, Yui as well. You, Izuku Midoriya, have seduced all of my friends, played with their hearts. And that is something that I cannot forgive. She suddenly found the mere sight of him unbearable to look at, not able to look at that look of puppy-dog hurt in his eyes, disgusted at herself for feeling sorry for saying this, wanting to apologize to the man who knows what he was doing was wrong. She spun on her heel and opened the door, preparing to head back downstairs. Before she did, though, she paused, glancing back at him. I cannot forgive you for what you've done, she reiterated, but if you look inwards to find forgiveness, hopefully that will be your salvation. If you know what is right, you'll reflect on this, and not hurt any of my friends again. She then trooped through the door, closing the door silently behind her. There was no way she could know that Izuku slumped in his seat, the guilt and worry worsening with him, blinking tears out of his eyes knowing that he finally did it. One of the girls now outright hates him, not even pretending to hide behind a mask. And now, Izuku thought as he sniffled, after he rejected Setsuna, he knew that it was only a matter of time before the rest of the girls followed suit. It was around 4 hours later, at 1 o'clock, that Izuku finally opened his door to go downstairs. Staying in his room all night and day was what he really wanted to do, but Izuku couldn't deny that he really needed to use the bathroom. Plus, his stomach was growling, demanding that he eat at least something. Izuku shuddered at the thought of any of the girls downstairs, doing something fun and having a great time until he came in and ruined it. Every part of him was screaming at the useless Deku to go back into his room, pretend he wasn't there, but he couldn't stop his feet from quietly going down the steps. Finally, he reached the kitchen and living room, and glanced up, immediately wincing. There wasn't one girl there, they were all there. Setsuna and Yui were looking at their phones on the couch, gossiping quietly to themselves. Itsuka was seated in the chair, reading her motorcycle magazine with interest. Pony was sitting on the floor, reading a book, her hooves clopping together as she scanned the contents. Ibara was looking out the window at the rain pouring down hard, and Leiko and Kinoko had taken up the love seat, cuddling. Once Izuku's foot landed on the bottom stair, every eye turned to look at him, surprise on their faces. Izuku felt himself freeze up, an uncomfortable feeling in his gut as the girls looked over his pale face, his baggy clothes, the dark rings under his eyes, his normally floofy hair hanging over his face. Ibara let out a small huff and turned her gaze back to the rain, which definitely stung Izuku. Setsuna and Yui gave him small waves, which did nothing to assure him. Pony went slightly red, turning quickly back to her book, and Leiko and Kinoko shared a glance between each other, which only made the pain in his gut feel worse. Midoriya, Itsuka said in surprise, looking up at him as he stiffly moved away from the stairs. Wow, you look like CRP. Yeah. Izuku nodded numbly, turning to walk over to the kitchen where they kept their snacks to grab something small to eat from the cabinet. Staying up all night and morning meant he was feeling more than a little hungry. Izuku ruffled through the cabinet, looking for something, unaware that Itsuka was stealing glances at him a bit worriedly as she picked back up her magazine, reluctantly turning to continue reading. Once Izuku got what he needed, he turned to the table with a bowl in his hand, pouring the cereal in and sitting down. He wanted to eat upstairs, get away from the judgmental looks, but the pain he felt all night long forced him to sit down, the introvert inside him being at least a little soothed in being in someone else's presence, even though everyone was ignoring him. He stole a glance at the other girls gathered up in the living room, and felt the small pit in his stomach deepen. Ibara was pointedly not looking at him, staring out the window with a pout, which made Izuku sigh a bit to himself, having no womanizing ways when their teacher's face was plastered on every wall in the room. Izuku tried to blink some of his exhaustion out of his eyes, raising a hand to rub at them. Is there anything I can help you with? You know, Midoriya. Izuku immediately shut up when Ibara's gaze suddenly whipped to him, fixing him with a glare that was so unlike her it genuinely shocked him. She looked like she was 3 seconds from wrapping him up with her vines and throwing him around. Her fists were clenched, her dark eyes boring a hole into his head, and her lips were pursed. Before you had moved in, I was admittedly nervous. She told him, her voice low and cold. I was scared that some pervert would come to our home, share our bed space, make us uncomfortable. It was so bad I stayed up the night before you came, frightened it would be Mineta or Kaminari or Zero. Someone who would take advantage of us, make us feel powerless. So when you walked in, I felt relieved beyond all imagining. Izuku's stomach dropped, a horrible feeling of guilt and sadness building up in him. He already knew where this was going. And then came truth or dare. When you gave me my first kiss. I will admit, Midoriya, that was not how I expected my first kiss with a boy to go. But it did shoot some warmth into my heart. I had thought that you may be generally interested. So when you came out of the closet with Pony, your clothes ruffled and it being so obvious what had happened, those feelings had been squashed. Ibara quickly shook her head, getting out of her brief self-pitying. But I endured. I saw how happy Pony was around you, so I allowed my feelings to be put away so you too could be happy. At this, Ibara's glare intensified, staring at him as though she was about to rip him into pieces. And then last night, I heard you with Liko and Kinoko in their bedroom. Shiozaki, and now I learned that you were with Setsuna. And if what she implied is correct, Yui as well. You, Izuku Midoriya, have seduced all of my friends, played with their hearts. And that is something that I cannot forgive. She suddenly found the mere sight of him unbearable to look at, not able to look at that look of puppy dog hurt in his eyes, disgusted at herself for feeling sorry for saying this, wanting to apologize to the man who knows what he was doing was wrong. She spun on her heel and opened the door, preparing to head back downstairs. Before she did, though, she paused, glancing back at him. I cannot forgive you for what you've done, she reiterated, but if you look inwards to find forgiveness, hopefully that will be your salvation. If you know what is right, you'll reflect on this, and not hurt any of my friends again. She then trooped through the door, closing the door silently behind her. There was no way she could know that Izuku slumped in his seat, the guilt and worry worsening with him, blinking tears out of his eyes knowing that he finally did it. One of the girls now outright hates him, not even pretending to hide behind a mask. And now, Izuku thought as he sniffled, after he rejected Setsuna, he knew that it was only a matter of time before the rest of the girls followed suit. It was around 4 hours later, at 1 o'clock, that Izuku finally opened his door to go downstairs. Staying in his room all night and day was what he really wanted to do, but Izuku couldn't deny that he really needed to use the bathroom. Plus, his stomach was growling, demanding that he eat at least something. Izuku shuddered at the thought of any of the girls downstairs, doing something fun and having a great time until he came in and ruined it. Every part of him was screaming at the useless Deku to go back into his room, pretend he wasn't there, but he couldn't stop his feet from quietly going down the steps. Finally, he reached the kitchen and living room, and glanced up, immediately wincing. There wasn't one girl there, they were all there. Setsuna and Yui were looking at their phones on the couch, gossiping quietly to themselves. Itsuka was seated in the chair, reading her motorcycle magazine with interest. Pony was sitting on the floor, reading a book, her hooves clopping together as she scanned the contents. Ibara was looking out the window at the rain pouring down hard, and Liko and Kinoko had taken up the love seat, cuddling. Once Izuku's foot landed on the bottom stair, every eye turned to look at him, surprise on their faces. Izuku felt himself freeze up, an uncomfortable feeling in his gut as the girls looked over his pale face, his baggy clothes, the dark rings under his eyes, his normally floofy hair hanging over his face. Ibara let out a small huff and turned her gaze back to the rain, which definitely stung Izuku. Setsuna and Yui gave him small waves, which did nothing to assure him. Pony went slightly red, turning quickly back to her book, and 𝐤𝐵 and Kinoko shared a glance between each other, which only made the pain in his gut feel worse. Midoriya, Itsuka said in surprise, looking up at him as he stiffly moved away from the stairs. Wow, you look like CRP. Yeah. Izuku nodded numbly, turning to walk over to the kitchen where they kept their snacks to grab something small to eat from the cabinet. Staying up all night and morning meant he was feeling more than a little hungry. Izuku ruffled through the cabinet, looking for something, unaware that Itsuka was stealing glances at him a bit worriedly as she picked back up her magazine, reluctantly turning to continue reading. Once Izuku got what he needed, he turned to the table with a bowl in his hand, pouring the cereal in and sitting down. He wanted to eat upstairs, get away from the judgmental looks, but the pain he felt all night long forced him to sit down, the introvert inside him being at least a little soothed in being in someone else's presence, even though everyone was ignoring him. He stole a glance at the other girls gathered up in the living room, and felt the small pit in his stomach deepen. Ibara was pointedly not looking at him, staring out the window with a pout, which made Izuku sigh a bit to himself, having no one to blame but himself. Pony, meanwhile, had her eyes glued to her book, not even reading anything, her face going redder by the minute. Kinoko and 𝐤𝐵 were sitting side by side on the couch, looking awkwardly away from each other, and Izuku and Setsuna and Yu continued to talk quietly amongst each other, sharing glances at him. Izuku sighed a bit, and aimed his gaze to the table, eating quietly. For a few minutes, everyone was content to sit in silence, doing their own thing, until Setsuna glanced around, thinking of what she had thought of this morning, and finally decided to just throw caution to the wind, plus interpreting Ibara's angry silence, considered now the best time to bring it up. Everyone looked awkward already, so why not? So she spoke out loud, glancing around. Only Pony, Kinoko and 𝐤𝐵 looked up when she spoke up. I'm guessing that everyone knows about parsley and everyone. After she said that, every little ambient sound in the room, the flipping of pages, the whispers, Izuku's eating, went dead quiet. The only sound they could hear was the thunder and rain pounding on the windows outside. Setsuna glanced around the room, trying to gauge a reaction. Itsuka, for one, slowly looked up from her magazine, her eyes narrowing, and turned to look at her friend. Pony went even redder, although if one were to look closely, they could see that her frown deepened. Ibara refused to look back from the window, but her hands were clenched into fists at her side. 𝐤𝐵 and Kinoko shared a glance, with the mushroom girl suppressing a nervous giggle. Only Yui was unfazed, turning to look at her friend with a curious look in her eye. Izuku, on the other hand, slowly stopped eating, putting his spoon down on the table. So, Setsuna laughed a bit nervously, glancing around again. I'll take that as a yes. Why are you bringing it up? Itsuka grunted, returning to her magazine. Yes, everyone knows. What's the point? Oh. So Ibara, you know too? Kinoko asked in excitement, turning to the vine girl staring out the window. She only received a huff in response, the religious girl not bothering to turn around and dignify that with a response. Alrighty, so if everyone does know. Setsuna giggled a bit again, this time out of just feeling genuinely unnerved. Itsuka and Ibara's obvious stances about this topic were making her a bit hesitant to continue, but the big dumb part of her brain kept talking for her. I was, wondering. What? Yui returned to looking at her phone, paying half attention. Speak up. So how is this gonna work? At this point, Izuku, who still had not looked up at them at all, felt a bolt of uncomfortableness hit him straight in the chest, and feeling some of the air being taken from his lungs. It wasn't the sadness that hit him this time, however, this emotion felt even more uncomfortable. How it's going to work? Like, how was it going to work with 5 girls? Posing that at the general room, not just with him. Like she wasn't considering his opinion important enough to discuss it with him in private, but only with him in the room. As though he was something to be passed along, person to person. They don't actually care about you, it's more like something they can do as a game. Manoma's words still echoed in his brain as Izuku felt his hand on the table curl into a fist, trying to control his breathing and the sudden stinging in his eyes. "Set, are you being serious?" Itsuka finally said, throwing her magazine to the side and turning her glare to the green girl in a mixture of anger and shock at the audacity. Setsuna, on the other hand, gave a small shrug, trying to control her nervous giggling. "Hey, you said you weren't gonna try to convince us not to do it anymore." She laughed a bit, glancing left and right at everyone, "so why shouldn't we try to make it a bit more organized?" "Like, organized? Like you're just going to dash?" Itsuka growled and grabbed the sides of her head. "Set, having sex with Midoriya isn't something you put on a schedule on the fridge." "I mean, why not?" Setsuna laughed again, glancing at Yui and seeing her nod. "Like, I get it, Prez, you're not interested. And neither is Ibara. But hey, some of the girls here would probably want to spend some time with him, and we don't need to accidentally get in each other's way, right?" Yu nodded in confirmation. "So why don't we make some times for us to hang out? Like, Parsley, if you wanted to chill with me on Monday and Yui on Tuesday, then Pony on Wednesday and Dash, okay? No." Itsuka finally stood up from the comfortable chair, glaring down at her friend. "No. This isn't happening. I'm putting my foot down this time. You said that you weren't getting involved anymore." Yui said immediately, a cold note in her voice as she stared up at her best friend. "I thought you weren't going to stick your nose in this. That is what you said." "I wasn't, but now that you guys are taking the time to rent him out, I've changed my mind." Itsuka replied just as coldly, not willing to step down this time. "I let this go since it was you guys coming on to him, so he wasn't technically breaking any rules Vlad King told him, but now that you're trading him around like luggage, it's one step too far." Luggage? Setsuna scoffed. "Come on, Prez, give us a little more credit than that." "I mean," 𝐒𝐿𝐽 said fairly, glancing between the three of them. "Set, it is kinda weird you're pretty much asking us to schedule in whenever we want to f. Ooh. Does that mean you're in?" "Well, perhaps. I'll have to talk to Kinoko about it, but dash no." Itsuka interrupted, whipping around to the ghostly heroine wide-eyed. "I'm telling you guys, you can't. And who's gonna stop us?" Yui crossed her arms. "It's 5 against 1. The girls looked around to see Pony stand up, leaving her book on the floor, her hair hung in her face to prevent the others from seeing her eyes. When she finally mustered the courage to look up though, they were lit up, a serious frown on her face. "I'm with Itsuka." "Wait, what?" Setsuna blinked. A bit taken aback. "Pony!" Itsuka smiled down at her, thankful that someone had finally taken her side in this nonsense. She gulped again, but shook her head and moved to stand beside Itsuka. "I don't want you guys to keep making Midori go through everyone. It isn't fair. It's not right. He should just have one person, to make sure he doesn't get in any trouble." "Wait, what?" Itsuka's smile fell. "Oh, I get it," Yui huffed, standing up and glaring down at her blonde friend. "You want Midoriya all to yourself." Pony went very red at the implications but continued to glare up at her, while Itsuka let out a sigh of exasperation, bringing a hand to her eyes. Are they seriously going to be fighting about this? Whoa, hold on. Kinoko jumped up, looking left to right. "I mean, I get not wanting to pass Midoriya along each of us. I admit, it's kinda sketchy. But Pony, you shouldn't be wanting to hog him all for yourself. 𝐒𝐿𝐽 and I messed up somehow last night, and we gotta make it up to him." Please, calm down, everyone." Taken aback at how this had fallen apart, Ibara moved from the window, holding her hands up. Despite every part of her cringing in disgust from the sin and arguments being held here, and her general disgust towards Izuku, she didn't want everyone to fight. "Let's talk about this dash, there's nothing to talk about." Yui coldly interrupted, glaring at Itsuka and Pony. "Whoever Midoriya FS is up to him, not you two. He's fine and happy having sex with everyone, he hasn't complained at all, and yet you two are butting in trying to get him to stop. This isn't about what he wants. It's about you guys pretty much using him as our own personal prostitute. A prostitute? Seriously? Come on, Itsuka, give Parsley more credit than that. But really, that's pretty much what you've been doing. Where's the proof? Jesus, this isn't about dash. Please don't take the Lord's name in vain. As the girls continued arguing, Ibara trying to hold her hands out to prevent this from escalating, Itsuka glaring at Setsuna and Yui while they got angrier as the argument went on, Pony looked like she was squaring up for a fight, and Leiko and Kinoko attempted to play the middlemen. Izuku stared at the table, drowning out their argument as everything that had happened these last few weeks rushed through his head. He thought about Yui's comment that he hadn't complained before, Itsuka's accusations that they were using him essentially as a HKR, Pony's sudden possessiveness, Kinoko and Leiko's indifference, Ibara's disgust. With each thought, he felt his fears and insecurities that had kept him up all night fade away, the fear that he would be cast out once they didn't have any use for him slide away, all of them being replacing with a cold anger. Yui, coming up to his room and hitting on him, rubbing herself on him, seducing him, then telling him that they couldn't be in a relationship because that wasn't what she was looking for. Setsuna, who overheard them and playfully blackmailed him into having sex with her, where she could belittle him, play with his feelings, and how she told him to go nuts with the other girls, not caring about how he might feel about the subject. Pony, who made out with him in a closet, brought him out for a run while wearing revealing clothing, confessing that she masturbated to him and seduced him, and then couldn't even look him in the eye. Kinoko and Leiko, who outright told him that their toys weren't doing it for them, and wanted him to F them better, and then discarded him when the job was done. Itsuka, who hadn't had sex with him at all, but judged him for what he was doing, thinking he was a pervert for it, and didn't have any faith in him anymore. Ibara, and her religious anger and disgust at him, obviously hating him. He still thought about what Manoma said beforehand, and even now. He couldn't deny that what Manoma told him. That they were using him to compete with each other. To be laughed at. Each of them. He had thought. Without thinking, Izuku's fist flew up, and then slammed back down on the table. Thanks to his quirk's strength, the table broke in half, snapping into two pieces and flinging his bowl of cereal up into the air, hitting the wall and cracking into pieces. The milk and cereal in the bowl were sent flying, splattering the wall, but Izuku didn't care. He didn't care for the stinging in his hand from the wood, or how his knuckles hurt. He couldn't care about that at all. The loud crash behind them finally brought the girls out of their arguments, all of them letting out gasps of surprise and jumping high into the air, whirling around at the sound. Each of them, for some reason, expected to see something else, maybe a villain who snuck in or some kind of animal. But they were all surprised to see Izuku staring at the ground, anger in his eyes and the color drained from his face, the table lying on the ground in two pieces while his lunch slowly slid to the floor on the wall. "What? Midoriya, your hand." Itsuka gasped, seeing trails of BLD from the splinters, and, completely disregarding the argument, tried to take a step forward. "Hold on, I'll grab some dash stop." At the quiet note in his voice, Itsuka stumbled, almost tripping over herself as she looked over at her roommate. There was a strange sense of foreboding in her stomach as she stared at him. There was something obviously very wrong happening right now. Setsuna and Yui, who were still slightly in the mindset of arguing with their friend, looked up at Izuku after staring at the table, looking confused at his uncharacteristic behavior. Pony slowly lowered her clenched fists, staring at Izuku in fear, and Ibara, Kinoko and Leiko also turned from the milk staining the wall to look at him. Midoriya." Itsuka, despite the foreboding in her stomach, tried to tough it out slightly. "Are you okay?" He interrupted her, causing her to fumble. He continued staring down at the wreck the table had become, trying desperately hard to control his breathing. "Am I okay?" No, I'm not okay. I'm not okay at all." Okay, Parsley." Setsuna let out a nervous giggle, feeling the same foreboding Itsuka was and trying to de-escalate immediately. Obviously, this had gone south, and she needed to bring everything back down so he could calm down. Okay, we probably should have talked to you about this, but we can get your opinions. Why would you bother? Izuku's voice was still low, still glaring at the table. You haven't before. You just come and tell me what to do, who to sleep with, without me giving any input. Midori. Pony backed up a bit, looking a bit scared. In fact, each of the girls were feeling more than just a little intimidated. They were so used to Izuku being cheery and nice, they had never seen him genuinely upset, and this was genuinely unnerving to see no smile on his face or light in his eyes. Leiko and Kinoko shared a scared glance. Pony couldn't tear her frightened gaze away, and Itsuka was glancing at everything like there was something physical she could grab so she could use to fix this. Setsuna and Yui, meanwhile, gulped when Izuku finally looked up, the anger evident in his eyes. And then, Izuku started laughing. The girls usually noted that when he did laugh, whether at a joke or reading something funny on the internet, his little giggle snorts were very cute. It always filled them all with a bit of warmth to hear them. But these, oh, God. They were even more frightening than any villain that would confront them and taunt them. They were low, a bit wheezy and crazed, as though he was barely holding back from loud and out-of-control laughter. He doubled over a bit, trying to get himself back under control. I've been such an idiot, he laughed lowly, trying hard to control his giggles. I thought you guys were. I was completely wrong. Just like I suspected. I really wanted to hope that you guys really do care about me. Like I was a person, not something to be passed around person to play with. But, I was wrong. I should have seen this coming. You, what? Setsuna blinked in confusion. Wait, Parsley, that small little interruption, however, was what finally made everything Izuku was holding back. The anger, the fear, the sadness, the insecurities, the feeling of being useless, to finally snap. No, you don't have to. Izuku yelled out suddenly, making each of the girls jump in surprise again and continue to stare wide-eyed at the boy. Everything makes sense now. Why you guys don't bother to ask how I feel, why you guys have sex with me then kick me out right after, how you guys fight to see who's gonna sleep with me next. Why none of you bothered to actually get to know me. I get it. Wait, Midoriya, hold on. No, really, you don't have to. I finally get it. Izuku felt his throat start to hurt from how loudly he was yelling, his eyes involuntarily squeezing shut as he poured his feelings out. I finally understand. I know why you guys don't bother hanging out with me at school, or do anything with me that doesn't lead up to sec, or why you just pass me back and forth without worry. I know everything. You guys don't actually care about me. You're just using me. I was just too naive to actually understand that. I had hoped that you would actually enjoy spending time with me. I thought that you guys were sleeping with me because you cared about me, not just because I helped you fulfill whatever fantasies you had. That everything we did together, ever since I moved in, it actually meant something to you. But I was wrong. None of you actually care about me like that. I was so stupid. You guys were just being nice to me so I didn't catch on. Was everything a lie? Everything. All the movies we watched together, the times we studied together, the games we played, did you guys honestly want me there, or were you just keeping up appearances? Did you actually want to show me your bike, Kendo, or was it because you pitied me? Did you actually need my help with Japanese, Tsunotori? Or did you just want to play with my emotions, make me feel special? Kodai, Tokage, are you guys sleeping with me because you actually like me, or is that just some competition between you two? Yanagi, did you actually want to show me your stuff, or were you just playing me up so I'd be more comfortable having sex with you? Do you keep growing mushrooms on me to be playful, Komori, or are you doing it to mess with me? Did you guys actually want me to sleep with you to help you out, or was I just a replacement because your toys weren't doing it for you anymore? Shiozaki, do you actually like making dinner with me, or are you just letting me help you because it keeps me busy? Did you ever like me, or were you just saying that so I didn't realize how much you hated me? You guys. All you're doing is using me, playing with my emotions, throwing me around. I'm not a person to you, I'm just some walking and talking entertainment. You guys sleep with me, use me, pass me between all of you, and right afterwards kiss me like it'll make it all better. You two didn't even bother doing that last night, Yanagi, Komori, you just used me and threw me out. I thought what we're all doing actually meant something, and I felt like SHT for doing that with all of you, taking advantage, but apparently it never mattered at all. If you guys are arguing about it like I'm just some talking DLD you can fight over. I just want to know why. Why did you guys use me like that? Would you have done this if you lived with Mineta, or Kaminari, or Todoroki or Kirishima or Kaken or literally anyone else in my class? Why couldn't you just be honest with me? Finally, Izuku stopped his rant, his throat feeling raw from the shouting for about a minute and bit. He took a few deep breaths, breathing raggedly, trying desperately to catch his breath, feeling like he was about to be sick, and stared at the ground after finally opening his eyes, feeling like he was about to burst into tears. After what felt like an eternity of silence, Izuku finally looked up at them, expecting faces covered with rage, looks of disdain, anything that would prove him right that none of them actually cared about him and were about to boot him out of the house. What he saw, however, completely took the air from his lungs like he had just been sucker-punched. Leiko and Yui had more emotion on their faces than he had ever seen before. They looked shocked, guilty and mortified. Both of them whipped their gazes to the ground once he looked up, unable to meet his eye. Yui's hands were clenched tightly together, looking a bit purple from the strain. Itsuka was giving him a look of shock, staring at him as though she had never seen him before with small tears welling up in her eyes. Ibara had a hand to her mouth, staring at him in horror and remorse. Kinoko, like Leiko and Yui, was quick to look away when his gaze turned to her, her fringe hiding her eyes but her bottom lip was trembling. Setsuna was staring at him as though he had unexpectedly punched her, her mouth hanging open and her eyes wide. Pony was the only one openly crying, holding a hand to her mouth as she stared at Izuku in regret and sorrow. All at once, the anger and hurt, the strange satisfaction of finally yelling at them and shoving his true feelings down their throats whether they liked it or not, evaporated within him, leaving him feeling absolutely horrified with himself. He took a shaking breath, feeling tears start to finally leak from his eyes and fall down his cheeks. He whispered, looking from girl to girl, unable to produce a response. I'm. He took another shuddering breath, and without thinking, whipped around, running to the door and ripping it open. The guilt at what he had just done choked at him, forcing him to run out into the dreary rain, and he felt a chill running down him as the cold water soaked him immediately, leaving him wet to the bone, but he didn't care. It was better than staying in that house, knowing that he had ruined everything. Vlad King let out a tiny sigh as he adjusted the documents on his desk, arranging them to be neat. Since the students had the day off thanks to the storm raging outside, Vlad got a chance to work on the upcoming exam each hero course was taking in their second year, a training exercise that would determine if the students would be eligible to work on their own without the need of a hero watching over them. Since it had been announced, Vlad had begun writing up lesson plans, preparing to work Class 1B to the bone to get them ready for this exam. It would be a physical, similar to the provincial license exam, except without the competition. Everyone would be in their own separate arenas, working alone. He had no doubt that his class were more than capable of passing this exam with flying colors. He was proud of their achievements, being sure to always praise them for their work and how well done their marks were. He did encourage the rivalry between them and Class 1A as a means to lift their spirits, make them improve better, while he did care about the other class, although not to the extent of his own. It was good to encourage their rivalry as a means to improve each class. Speaking of Class 1A, he mused as he put the papers down on the table. He was glad he didn't have to worry much about Midoriya. He always got the impression that the kid was nice, besides the first impression of him punching the zero-pointer directly in the face to defend one of his friends, but he was relieved that the situation in the girls' dorm was running smoothly. He could trust Midoriya not to get carried away with them, treating them with kindness and respect. From what Kendo reported yesterday, everything was going very well, and he had fully ingrained himself within their household. A good thing too, Aizawa had told him recently that the robots working on reconstructing his room had suffered a malfunction, wrecking the work they had already done, so it looked like Midoriya was going to be with them for a bit longer, which would mean that Midoriya would miss out when Aizawa went to each house in his class to tell them about the exam. Well, at least when he talked to each house about the upcoming exam, Midoriya would be informed. Wait. Should he give Midoriya some encouragement? Vlad paused in his work, thinking it over. While he may not be the kid's homeroom teacher, Midoriya was still technically his responsibility. Would that be a good opportunity to show that Vlad appreciated him if he went up to the kid and gave him some advice? Vlad nodded, smiling about that thought. He'd pull Midoriya aside, give him some words of encouragement, thank him for being so good with the girls. That would be a great reward for Midoriya's exceptionally good behavior, making sure the kid knew he was being appreciated. While he thought of the words he could tell Midoriya, praising him for his good behavior, there was a sudden knock on the door of the teacher's lounge. Vlad King looked up, blinking in confusion. Who on earth could that be? And stood up to go answer the door. Walking over, he slid the door down, and was surprised to see Manoma looking down at his feet, biting his lip. He was very wet, apparently walking through the rain to get here. His blonde hair clung to his face, and his eyes were downcast, as though brought to immediate sadness and unable to meet his teacher's eye. Manoma? Vlad King asked, concern in his voice. What are you doing here? The school's closed. And why are you so wet? Vlad King-sensei. Manoma sighed, his voice low, and Vlad felt his concern spike. I heard something, and I think you should know. What? Sime, kid, let's get you dried off. Vlad ushered his student in, letting him walk into the lounge, before going to the locker and grabbing a spare gym uniform the teachers kept there just in case of an emergency for a student. Handing them to his student, Vlad studied him closely. You heard something, kid? What are you talking about? I heard. Manoma got out, still glancing down at his feet, trying very hard not to burst into giggles. I heard something about Midoriya and the girls in our class. The moment Izuku ripped the door open and sprinted straight into the thunderstorm, Itsuka recovered from her momentary shock and guilt, and her eyes went wide. Midoriya, wait. Alas, her cry went unanswered, and Izuku was out the door. Shaking herself out of her brief paralysis, his biting words playing over and over again in her mind, Itsuka ran as fast as she could towards the entrance, never minding the cold feeling of water dripping on her. She ran down the steps barefooted, slipping somewhat, her breath coming out in shaking gasps and her own tears mixing with the rain. She whipped her head around and looked in both directions desperately, praying that she could see where exactly he ran off to, but there was no sign of him anywhere. Trying desperately to control her breathing, Itsuka turned around and ran straight back into the house, her heart pounding in her chest. Inside, Ibara had turned to Setsuna, whose breath was coming out in jittered gasps as she hunched over, holding a hand over her eyes, and the Vine girl helped her sit down on the couch, trying to get her breathing under control. Yui continued to stare blankly out the door, her mouth hanging open and her eyes vacant. Pony's cries were muffled as she leaned against the chair, her face in her hands and her body shaking, while Liko and Kinoko attempted to comfort her. Kinoko herself was crying herself, her voice wobbly as she comforted her friend and roughly wiped tears off her cheeks. Where did dash? Ibara turned to Itsuka when she entered, and her own voice was wobbling something fierce. Itsuka could only shake her head as she opened the closet door, grabbing her raincoat and throwing it over her shoulders. Liko realized that she was going out to look for him, and quietly left Pony to grab her own coat as Itsuka put on her rain boots. Please look after them, Ibara, Itsuka asked her, trying to keep her voice under control. I'm gonna find him. We need to fix this. As soon as her coat was done up, she ran back into the miserable afternoon, throwing her hood over her head while she ran to the edge of the driveway, with Liko wordlessly heading to the right, deeper into the forest with the other houses, while Itsuka started running to the left towards the campus. While she ran, she had to fight to stop her own crying, her breath coming out in shuddering gasps. Oh, God, she was an idiot. A complete and utter idiot. She was in the mindset that Izuku was enjoying all the attention he was receiving from the girls, like he was some frat boy from 1A living large in a household full of appealing girls. She knew he wasn't anything like that. He was sensitive, thoughtful, kind. Why the hell didn't she realize this would be tearing him up inside? And why was it that her reaction to him obviously suffering was to get angry and yell at him? As she turned on the road to head towards the other houses, she fought down another sob as she made up her plan. Find Izuku, drag him back to the house, sit him down, fix up his hand, and then beg for his forgiveness. Something that she already knew she wasn't going to get. In the opposite direction, Leiko ran as fast as she could as well, calling out Izuku's name loudly, trying to get him to respond. It was probably the most vocal she had ever been outside of classes, trying to yell as loudly as she could. She tried to keep up a cool persona, trying to make herself come across as calm. Inside, though, she felt like she had been broken. She had been an utter moron. The kind, thoughtful Izuku, leaving her and Kinoko like that. She interpreted it as her doing something wrong, and she was both completely right and completely wrong. It hadn't been because of what they did. It had been because she ignored him. She cursed herself as she looked around, desperately feeling absolutely torn up inside. She already knew that once Izuku returned and God, she hoped he would return, there would be no way for her to fix this. Back inside the house, Ibara wrapped her vines comfortably around Setsuna, trying to give her some comfort while she tried to make the other green-haired girl breathe with her to calm down her panic attack, tears stinging her own eyes. She was a fool. A complete and utter fool. She let her own hurt feelings and views on religion twist her judgment, and she took it out on Izuku. She viewed him as some, but she was blind to the fact that he had been hurting. She was a hero, and she couldn't even see the boy suffering in front of her. Did she even deserve to be here? She felt her own voice catch in her throat as she squeezed tears out of her closed eyes, cursing herself for a fool. It was not that Izuku was unworthy of them, they were unworthy of him. Especially her. On the chair, Pony cried miserably into her hands, not even registering Kinoko wrapping her in a tearful hug. She was an idiot. She should have confessed to him when she had the chance. She had listened to Setsuna, who slyly mentioned what was going on with her, Yui and Izuku, and egged her into starting the relationship between her and Izuku in that SXL light. And now, this happened. If she had just waited, mustered up the courage to ask him out, go out on a few dates with him and show him exactly how she felt, he wouldn't have misinterpreted her actions. He might have actually not thought that they hated him. How could he think that? How couldn't he know they all absolutely adored him? If she just told him that she felt that way for him, he might have been able to convince himself that every girl in this house loved him. This was all her fault, she sobbed, moving her hands to wrap around her roommate and cry into her shoulder. Completely and utterly her fault. Slightly above her, Kinoko wasn't much better, trying to suppress her own shudders as she comforted Pony. She was a dumbass. An utter dumbass. She thought that comforting Izuku would just mean getting him back to Pleasure Town and making sure he felt liked, but obviously it was something much deeper. She and Leiko, they loved each other, they were unsatisfied with their sex life, and what did they do? Drag in a guy with the sole purpose of making him pleasure them. And then they had the audacity to be surprised that he felt insulted and left them. Was she a dumbass or what? Kinoko tried hard to fight down her own little sobs as she ran a hand through Pony's hair, feeling lower than she ever had. Standing above them, Yui continued vacantly staring out the door where Izuku left, blinking slowly. On the outside, she seemed the calmest of the five gathered inside the house. But on the inside, she felt like she was being torn in two. She was a beach. A petty, spiteful beach. She saw Izuku as someone to have sex with, a seki guy she could have fun with at all hours, and what did she do? She took the guy who seemed so kind, so gentle, and flat out told him she wasn't interested in a relationship with him. And when he started having sex with others, she got competitive. What the F was wrong with her? Itsuka had been right, and she shoved her best friend's opinions to the side and insulted her out of pettiness. Yui took a shuddering breath, and felt like an utter piece of essity sitting on the couch. Setsuna's breaths came out jittery and shallow, trying to take control of her heart hammering in her chest as tears gathered in her eyes. She was a jackass. A stupid, idiotic jackass. She wanted to tell everyone to stop crying, to let her go find Parsley, so that she could apologize. Because this was all her fault. All of it. She pushed herself on him. Although he consented, she took it way too far. Then she tried to set him up with everyone in the house with the sole reason of it being fun to do. She ignored Itsuka's warnings about how this could backfire, only thinking of how much fun Izuku would be once he got confidence, and she ended up crushing him, she realized as Izuku's accusing words echoed again and again in her head. She literally treated him like a portable sex doll to be shared, and didn't even consider his feelings in the matter, until he inevitably exploded. As she sat on the couch, trying to control her breathing and calm down, she took another shuddering breath, knowing that it was her that ruined everything, and she couldn't see how this would fix itself. All of the girls, for the same reasons, couldn't help but shoulder the guilt that was dropped unexpectedly on them by Izuku. As Itsuka and Leiko ran crying through the rain looking for him, Yui and Setsuna feeling guilt choking them where they were, Kinoko and Pony sobbing together, and Ibara feeling shame overwhelming her, they all knew that unless this was fixed soon, they were never going to be able to look Izuku in the eye again. That is, if he even wanted anything to do with them anymore. As Itsuka ran through the rain towards the campus, she felt a range of emotions course through her. Guilt for how she had treated Izuku, frustrations from dealing with Yui and Setsuna. But as she ran through the forest, her gaze whipping back and forth desperately, one emotion won out, anger. Anger at Yui and Setsuna taking this too far, the other girls for jumping in this without second thought, for them escalating this to the point they started arguing amongst themselves, even Izuku for running out in the middle of a goddamn thunderstorm. And most of all at herself for being an idiot for not seeing this coming a mile away. It was a shame that she didn't have her punching bag anymore, she really needed to hit something, and hit it hard. All the way across the campus, Izuku was still crying as he ran through the rain. He knew that he had long lost his roommates the moment he had ran out the door, using full cowling to sprint across the campus so they wouldn't be able to find him. Once he was away from the forest, he felt the strength in his quirk fade away, and he was reduced to running at his normal pace, shuddering at the cold feeling of his bare feet on the wet grass, the heavy rain pouring down on him like a shower. But he ignored them as he continued to run, his breath coming out in rasping gasps as his tears mixed with the rain. Oh, God, he ruined everything. He managed to scream out everything he wanted to take pleasure in making them realize what they were doing, he wanted to prove to himself that his fears were justified, that they genuinely were using him and not caring about the consequences. But then, when he looked up and saw the heartbreak on their faces. Now Izuku had absolutely no idea what to do. Should he return? Should he apologize? He really wanted to apologize, to beg for their forgiveness. But an angrier, uglier part of him didn't want to. It told him that he was right, that he should have shouted at them like that he should have accused them of being JRKS right from the start. And now, the part of him that wanted to apologize and make things go back to the way they were, and the part of him that was satisfied with the looks of horror on their faces, were locked in combat, making him run crying through the rain. He didn't know if he wanted to continue running forever, wallowing in his misery, or throw a one-for-all punch at the sky and get rid of this downpour. There was no way he could go back there, Izuku thought in despair. After making them look like they were on the verge of tears, he knew there was no way they would ever forgive him, would never want to spend any time with him, wouldn't even want to look his way. God, where was he supposed to sleep tonight? Should he go to his old dormitories with Ida and Todoroki? Ida would probably lecture him for what he did, but it was better than going back and facing them. Better than wallowing in the guilt he was. All of a sudden, without any warning, Izuku was aware of two sensations. One was a hand suddenly grabbing the back of his neck, squeezing. The second was the sensation of his gravity suddenly disappearing. Gunhead martial arts. With a yelp of surprise, Izuku was thrown over someone's head, judo flipped and landing edge on the ground face down, grunting as his face met mud and grass. Someone straddled him from above, keeping him down, but the hand that was on his neck left, and he heard someone mutter something. All of a sudden, his gravity was restored, his weight dropping into the wet ground, and Izuku took a few seconds to breathe, trying to catch his breath, and craned his neck to look around at Okiko on top of him, her hair plastered to her face as she breathed a bit as well. Sorry, Deku, she apologized sincerely, but I've been chasing you for 10 minutes and that was the only way to make you stop running. You're Uraraka. Phew, you guys run fast, I was floating and I couldn't keep up. Izuku looked around at the voice approaching them to see Nejaya flying towards them, her feet off the ground and an umbrella in the air to prevent the heavy thunderstorm from raining down on her as well. She was wearing a flowery dress with flowers embodied on it, with her large blue hair tied up in a bun. 𝐭𝐼𝐳, meanwhile, was wearing her own pink dress, though thanks to presumably chasing Izuku all over the campus, it was wet and clinging to her body. Thankfully it looked like she had a t-shirt underneath, so Izuku didn't have to look away at the risk of seeing anything. 𝐷eku, what are you doing? 𝐭𝐼𝐳 asked, finally getting up after pinning him down, and glanced at his hand, her eyes going wide. What happened to your hand? Izuku tried to answer, but found his answer caught on his throat, feeling it choking him. He still felt some tears prickling in his eyes, mixing with the rainwater. 𝐭𝐼𝐳 thankfully caught the look of pain on his face, and quickly moved to kneel beside him, trying to help him up. That's when she looked closer at his hand, and her eyes widened. 𝐷eku, seriously, what happened to your hand? Why are there chips of wood there? Izuku tried again, but still choked on his tears, briefly ducking his head back down trying to control his breathing. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 looked concerned and brought a second umbrella, presumably 𝐭𝐼𝐳's, over their heads, letting 𝐭𝐼𝐳 take him gently by the shoulders and lift him slightly. Come on, let's go sit on that bench. 𝐭𝐼𝐳 gestured with her head, lightly using her quirk on him again. 𝐒𝐽𝐽's got some tweezers in her purse, we can help you out. As gently as she could, 𝐭𝐼𝐳 walked over to sit Izuku on the wet bench, not really minding if he got even more wet than usual. He and she were already soaked to the bone, it didn't really matter. Sitting down, 𝐒𝐽𝐽 was sure to move the umbrellas so that the three of them could sit side by side, Izuku in the middle in case they needed to comfort him. 𝐭𝐼𝐳 took the pair of tweezers from her girlfriend, and gently took Izuku's bloody hand in hers, moving to get the bigger chunks of wood out of his hand, being careful not to pull too roughly. They stayed quiet for a few minutes, letting Izuku cry softly, and they both knew it wasn't from the pain, and 𝐭𝐼𝐳 let him gather his thoughts while working on his hand, carefully taking out the big chunks from his hand. Thankfully, they weren't very deep, meaning that this didn't require a trip to Recovery Girl, just needing something to wrap it up with to stop the bleeding. Once all of the bigger chunks were out, 𝐭𝐼𝐳 worked on the smaller twigs, thankfully pulling them out pretty easily. While she worked, she squeezed his wrist lightly, giving him some comfort. 𝐒𝐽𝐽, beside her, had taken his other hand in hers, also squeezing while 𝐭𝐼𝐳 worked. Once all of the pieces were out, 𝐭𝐼𝐳 grimaced, but shook her head and tore a bit out of her pink dress, ripping it up. Better than leaving this to bleed, she muttered to herself, justifying ruining her best dress, and quickly began wrapping Izuku's blooded hand, to stop more of the red from coming out. Once she was sure it was tied up and secure, she finally let go of Izuku's hand to look up into his face, seeing that he was still subtly crying, although he seemed to have mostly calmed down, his face a mixture of emotions she couldn't guess. 𝐒𝐽𝐽, who was also peeking up into his face, shared an unsure glance with her girlfriend. 𝐷eku, 𝐭𝐼𝐳 took a small sigh. You don't have to talk about this with me if you don't want to, it's up to you, but obviously, something happened. I messed up. 𝐭𝐼𝐳 stuttered to a stop, looking over at her best friend as he stared at his knees. His eyes were still leaking some tears, and his one good hand that hadn't been messed up was grabbing his breed's leg, squeezing tightly. 𝐒𝐽𝐽 shared another glance at 𝐭𝐼𝐳, her eyebrow raised, before 𝐭𝐼𝐳 spoke up. 𝐷eku, what do you? I thought they hated me, Izuku muttered, staring at the ground, talking as though they weren't even there. I knew they hated me. They were only using me, just to get off or to rub it in each other's faces. I thought that they didn't really care about me as a person. They only used me as someone to get their kicks off. 𝐷eku, are you talking about the 1B girls? Izuku let out another tense breath at that, but he slowly nodded. 𝐭𝐼𝐳 pursed her lips worriedly, and then said, �Deku, can you tell me what happened? Please. I messed up. Izuku shuddered. I thought they all hated me. Secretly. All they did with me was have sex and compete with each other. Manoma told me that they talked behind my back at school. Kendo. She hates me for doing that with them, and Shiozaki, she hates me too, and then he took another shuddering breath, trying to control his breathing, and then 𝐒𝐽𝐽 started talking about a schedule, about booking me out, and they started arguing, and I snapped. 𝐭𝐼𝐳 and 𝐒𝐠 shared another glance, worry starting to build. 𝐭𝐼𝐳, hearing what Setsuna had been planning to do, was also trying to fight down the urge to jump up, jog right to the girls' house, and drag all the girls in the house out in the rain to demonstrate some martial arts on them, or just cut to the chase and throw the entire house into the sun. But that maybe wouldn't really make Izuku feel better, it would probably make him feel worse. I screamed at them. I told them that I knew everything. How much they hated me, how they are using me. I asked if everything was a lie. I thought that if I did that, I'd finally feel better. That I'd feel validated, that they would finally stop faking it around me, that I'd finally feel better. But Izuku couldn't suppress another sob, curling into himself. But all I did was made them cry. I was wrong. Deku. Midoriya. How was I so stupid? Izuku whispered, pressing a hand to his face. I believed Manoma, I thought that they hated me, but the worst part is I hate that I don't think I was wrong. I shouted at them, and told them that they didn't care about me, and I think that I'm right. I want to go back to them and apologize to them, beg for their forgiveness, but I also want them to apologize to me. I want to be right that they hate me, so I can feel validated. Izuku couldn't help but burst back into tears, holding his face in his hands. Is that wrong of me? The girls once again shared another glance, worry filling them up, before 𝐭𝐼𝐳 carefully wrapped her arms around Izuku, bringing him a bit closer. He gulped down another sob and slowly put his head down on his best friend's shoulders, 𝐒𝐠 reaching over to rub a hand through his hair. For a few minutes, they let Izuku cry silently, comforting him as best they could. Finally, 𝐭𝐼𝐳 spoke up, her voice low to give Izuku the little comfort she could. I don't think you're wrong in wanting an apology, she confessed, pursing her lips slightly. It sounds like they've treated you awfully. I think I'd beat the hell out of them if they did to me what they did to you. She paused at that, and added, honestly, I'm kinda tempted to beat the CRP out of them anyway. Izuku chuckled weakly at that, while 𝐭𝐼𝐳 smiled softly. But I also think that this could just get resolved if you guys just sat down and talked. It kinda sounds like a lot of miscommunication between you guys, like they haven't been honest with you, or you don't know the full story. Maybe they have been using you like that, but maybe they haven't. I don't know. I don't think that they actually hate you. 𝐭𝐼𝐳 ran a hand through his wet hair, frowning. I think it's impossible for anyone to really hate you, if, you aren't Bakugo or a villain. Izuku let out a small exhale at Little Crack, smiling reluctantly, but he still felt conflicted. But what should I do? I do wanna apologize, but I also think I'm right. What if I apologize and it's back to how it was? With them using me. I don't want this to continue. I don't want to be hurt like this again. If it was they were sleeping with me because they liked me, that would be better, but if I let this go and apologize, would they even want to be with me? I can't do this again. Deku, 𝐭𝐼𝐳 said kindly, smiling at him, do you know whenever we have those surprise quizzes Aizawa gives us, how there's multiple choice answers? When Izuku nodded, she continued, it's either option A, option B, or all of the above. Usually it's A or B, right? Yeah. Well, Deku. Sometimes it's all of the above. I'm saying, 𝐭𝐼𝐳 explained patiently, letting him look up at her confused, that there's nothing wrong with apologizing and wanting an apology. You can apologize for yelling at them. But you should also explain why you yelled at them. You should tell them you're sorry and make sure that they know why what you did to them is wrong. Just be sure that when you apologize, you make sure they know how you feel about being used by them, and make sure that they know not to do it again. Apologize. And ask for an apology. Yep. Well, I'd say demand an apology, but I know you. You're way too nice to demand anything. I'm not sure if I can ask for that. I'm sure you can. 𝐒𝐠 interrupted, making Izuku jump slightly and turn around. If it weren't for her hand in his hair, he almost forgot she was there. Like, there was a time Mirio and Tamaki started dating, and I kinda got left out of everything. I ended up getting really jealous and lonely. 'cause that was before I started dating 𝐒𝐿𝐵, and I ended up getting so frustrated I ended up yelling at them. Like, looking back at it, I shouldn't have gotten so angry. They were dating, and totes in love. It's obvious they didn't need me as a third wheel. But I kept it in so much, and got excluded from everything, so I couldn't hold it in anymore. Izuku nodded slowly, listening to her little story. It did sound like she knew what she was talking about, and how she related. Meanwhile, 𝐒𝐿𝐵 checked over her shoulder, thinking that she saw something in the distance, but ignored it and turned her attention back to her girlfriend. I ended up shouting at them and I stormed off. Looking back, I was kinda acting like a drama queen, but I couldn't help myself. I ended up floating above the campus for an hour. I was so angry. Mirio ended up having to bring me down, and you know what I did. I realized how immature I was being and apologized. But they apologized too. They didn't realize what they were doing, and only realized it when I brought it up. 𝐒𝐻𝐈 pouted some, looking saddened. I'm still kinda mad at myself for yelling at them, but if I hadn't, we might have drifted apart forever. We all accepted that we were wrong. We shouldn't have let it go so far, but we should have acknowledged something was wrong, and after that, our friendship got a lot stronger. So maybe you can do the same thing. Apologize to them but make them know how much you were hurt. Izuku sighed, glancing at the rain falling around them, thinking about it for a bit. Apologize. But ask for an apology. He was half tempted to throw that idea away, thinking it would be more appropriate to ask them for forgiveness, to make sure they were okay. But he knew that if he didn't bring this up, tell them more about how he felt, it would either repeat or the distance between them would just get worse. The conversation would probably be ugly, not at all pleasant. But maybe it was needed. Although, while he did make his decision about it, there was something he still needed to address. He wasn't feeling very sad anymore. But there was another strong, ugly emotion he had to deal with. Okay, Izuku sighed, rubbing a hand against his face. I'll talk to them. And I'll ask for an apology. Great. 𝐒𝐻𝐈 cheered, pumping her hand in the air and accidentally hitting the umbrella. Are you feeling a bit better? I'll be honest, no. Here. 𝐒𝐻𝐈 pouted again, like she was upset that he wasn't magically better. You're still sad? No, not exactly sad, it's just. Izuku sighed, pouting and leaning forward. 𝐒𝐿𝐵, on the other hand, had glanced behind them again, and her eyes widened as she saw someone running along, looking around, and catching sight of them. I'm going to be honest, I'm still upset. Like they just talked about me like I wasn't there, like my opinion didn't matter. I hate feeling like this, but I honestly just feel so angry now. It wasn't that bad while we were talking, but now, honestly, I kinda want to punch something. Punch something. 𝐒𝐻𝐈 pondered to herself, thinking while 𝐒𝐿𝐵 paled, seeing the person walk slowly over to them, trying to catch her breath. Want me to call Mirio? He'd probably let you fight him. No, I don't want to bother him, Izuku sighed, biting his lip. Plus I can always just find someplace to practice my kicks, that'd help. He couldn't help but chuckle a bit. Unless you wanna fight, Uraka. You're always up for a spar. I dunno. Are you sure you're looking for a fight? 𝐒𝐿𝐵 said weakly, looking above him. Maybe, Izuku sighed, rubbing a hand against his face. I think it would help to get all my anger out before I go back. I'm afraid I'm going to explode on them again if I go back. I should probably find an outlet before I go. 𝐒𝐿𝐵, normally I'd ask to spar for a bit, just to get it out of my system, but... Yeah, no, you can't, you're in a dress. Wait, see you ruined your dress for me. I'm sorry. It's okay, the dress isn't important. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 cleared her throat, making 𝐒𝐻𝐈 look around and let out a small gasp, unable to stop herself from giggling nervously, but I think you've already got a sparring partner. Izuku blinked in confusion, not sure what that meant, and then his eyes widened as he heard footsteps behind them on the wet grass. He was suddenly aware that the three of them weren't alone anymore. Izuku looked around on the bench, and gulped when he saw Itsuka staring down at him, her expression unreadable, but Izuku could tell her face wasn't wet from just the rain. She was wearing a black coat with the hood up, and her fists were clearly clenched, glaring down at Izuku like 𝐂𝐠𝐲 and 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 weren't even there. 𝐒𝐿𝐲 stood up with 𝐂𝐲, deciding to leave the one umbrella there, quickly sliding up to her girlfriend. "Deku, when you're done, can you text me? Just so I know you're okay." Yeah. Izuku sighed, standing up. He didn't bother taking the umbrella with him, instead opting to go back under the rain. Something told him he wasn't going to be dry for a bit. 𝐒𝐴𝐾𝐲 and 𝐂𝐲 were quick to walk away, the brunette glancing behind her shoulder at them. She wasn't worried they'd kill each other, but she still thought it'd be better they didn't have an audience for this. She had a feeling Itsuka had a lot to say to him, and she didn't want to be caught in the middle of whatever that was. Plus, she was worried if she stayed there, she'd be tempted to join in. While there weren't any names thrown around while talking to Izuku, it definitely sounded like Izuku had beef with all of them, and she might be tempted to throw her own hat in the ring out of loyalty. At least she wasn't worried about losing her best friend to Itsuka. The look on the girl's face, while looking down angrily and sadly at her friend, had something else on her face that definitely didn't look platonic. "Come on, 𝐒𝐴𝐾𝐲," 𝐂𝐲 said in a sing-song voice, walking away with her girlfriend and trying to get her mind away from what was about to happen behind them. "You're looking pretty hot with your dress ripped. I want to take a closer look." 𝐂𝐲. Once the two lovebirds walked away, Izuku and Itsuka were left staring at each other, the rain belting down on their heads while thunder rolled in the distance. Before Izuku could say anything, Itsuka sighed and raised her phone to her ear, dialing a number quickly. Once it connected, she spoke without exchanging any pleasantries. "Leiko, I found him. No, you don't have to come, I'll bring him back. Just go back home and tell them it's okay. We'll be back in a bit." She disconnected from the call, putting it back in her pocket safely. When she looked up, she saw Izuku staring at her, looking at her with guilt and a bit of wariness in his eyes, but she quickly shot down the feeling of hurt seeing that, and shook her head. You said you needed to find an outlet before you talked to us. That's what I heard, right?" Yeah. Okay." Itsuka nodded slowly, and zipped down her jacket, preparing to take it off. "If you don't mind. I really need an outlet, too. I'm afraid if I go back I'm going to attack them or you. So better to get it out right now." Are you sure?" I'm not going to lie, Midoriya, I'm kinda sessed at you," Itsuka confessed bluntly, and Izuku blinked. "I know it's not fair, that I don't have any right to be angry at you. But you scared the SHT out of me right now, running away. I thought you were gonna run out of the campus, run and do something awful to yourself, and that frightened me. But honestly, I just need to punch something. What you said to all of us. You did, a lot of the stuff you said was right, but honestly I'd be a real pushover if I just let go of some of what you said that sessed me off. This whole sec thing has done nothing but give me headaches and pain. And I'm not going to lie to you." Itsuka gave him a small glare as she flipped her hood off, letting her orange hair get soaked by the rain. "I think I need to do this before we go back. I've got to stop feeling this angry before I take it out on the other girls. And don't think I don't see that look in your eyes. I think you need to take some stuff out on me." Izuku stared at her for a few seconds, taken aback, before he felt his lips purse. Thinking about it did make sense. While he was thinking more along the lines of a punching bag earlier, only joking about fighting 𝐒𝐴𝐾𝐲, the way Itsuka was glaring at him, that anger in her eyes and the small pout on her face, was filling him with the anger he was feeling back at the house. He remembered how he asked her for advice about what to do with Leiko and Kinoko, and the way she had just brushed him off, convinced he would go through with it anyway. She had been right. But not for the reason she thought. And some of the stuff he said made her angry. What? The stuff about her hating him. It definitely felt like she was hating him right now, and that made him grit his teeth. The image of her thinking he was some filled him with righteous fury, and he nodded, now more than willing to fight her. "Okay. I guess that works fine. No quirks." "No quirks." Itsuka nodded, narrowing her eyes, throwing the coat on the bench and stepping back, stretching. Izuku gulped when he saw the wet red t-shirt start to cling to her, and Itsuka glanced down, realizing that it would be very easy to chafe wearing this. She let out a small sigh, and glanced back up at Izuku, her cheeks going a bit red. "Do you mind if I take this off, too? I'm wearing a training BR, if that makes you feel any better." Yeah, that's okay," Izuku nodded, feeling his own cheeks start to burn. "Actually, I should take off my shirt too, I feel it clinging to me." "God, we're going to get so sick," she grumbled, but both of them pulled their t-shirts off, throwing them onto the bench. They turned to glance at each other, and gulped. Itsuka couldn't help but scan his chest and abs, pouting at his unfair hotness. Izuku, meanwhile, gulped when he scanned the stomach he had kissed a few nights ago, and her BR pushing against the wet training BR, holy 𝐂𝐤. They were much bigger than he thought they would be. Izuku quickly slapped himself with his good hand, realizing that he had been caught staring when Itsuka's eyebrow raised, but she let it go, knowing that he really couldn't control it. Itsuka let out another sigh, shaking her wet hair out of her face, hopping up and down before getting into a fighting stance, her hands raised and her feet parted. She remembered all of the anger she had been feeling towards Yui and Setsuna, her frustrations with Izuku, and got ready to channel those feelings out through this. "Ready?" "Yeah," Izuku nodded, going into his own fighting position, getting over his brief fluster and remembering his anger, glaring up at her and feeling some of the anger left over from yelling at the girls flare up. "Just go easy on my busted hand, okay?" "Fine," Itsuka nodded, and without waiting for him to give the go-ahead leapt forward at once, raising her leg in a bicycle kick and bringing it down on Izuku's head. He blocked it with his good arm, throwing her off balance, and aimed his own kick at her head as she stumbled. She luckily ducked underneath it, and brought her other arm over to punch Izuku directly in the side. The boy let out a small wheeze as he backed up. Holy F, could she hit hard? But Itsuka let out a small yell as she didn't give up on the assault, stepping forward and starting to hit him in the back and chest, kicking out and hitting him in the side of his knee. Izuku luckily recovered from the initial hit in the side, and kicked out at Itsuka, catching her straight in the stomach. Itsuka gasped out in pain, backing up and wheezing, but now it was Izuku's turn to assault her in punches, raising his good hand to strike her directly in the face. She backed up some, a bit taken aback by his fist hitting her straight in the cheek and throwing her off, but gritted her teeth and went back on the offensive, knowing that she'd been hit much harder than that. Both of them weren't looking at each other as friends or roommates, more of an opportunity to air out their grievances with each other. Itsuka with all the anger about this situation, Izuku with his own frustration that it went so far he had to beat up his roommate in the middle of a goddamn thunderstorm. As Izuku threw another punch, she grabbed his arm and for the second time that day, he was quickly judo flipped over her shoulder, his back hitting the ground hard and making him lose his breath. Itsuka was quick to throw a leg around him, straddling him on the wet and muddy ground. She raised her fists and started hitting him in the chest and face, letting out some grunts of exertion and rage as she pummeled him. He wasn't one to take this sitting, though, and blocked her fists with his arms, feeling the anger he felt back in the house return in full force and about to take it out on Itsuka. He grabbed her shoulders and threw her down to the ground now, making him straddle her. He hit her in the cheek, keeping his injured hand pinning her hand down so she couldn't block it. Itsuka grabbed the side of his face and slammed it down to hit the wet ground, spinning them around so that she could be on top of him again, letting out a few yells of anger as she pummeled him. Their skills as fighters and martial artists, Izuku's kicks and Itsuka's moves, were quickly thrown away in favor of just beating the CRP out of each other on the ground, and now Itsuka couldn't help but let her anger loose. "Why did you run away?" She shouted at him as she continued hitting him. "Why did you worry the SHT out of us? I thought something was going to happen to you. I chased you for half a goddamn hour. I couldn't stay there." Izuku yelled back, bringing his fist to punch her directly in the chest, making her gasp in pain, and used that moment of distraction to pull her off of him, slamming her against the ground. "I screamed at you guys, I told you everything, I couldn't just sit there and let you guys get angry at me." "Angry? You think you made us angry? You look pretty angry right now." "Because I am." Itsuka grabbed Izuku's head and brought it down, and he let out a gasp of pain as her forehead slammed into his nose, feeling some blood escaping it. While he reeled from the headbutt, she threw him down against the ground once again, and straddled him, but instead of continuing to punch him, she pinned his hands to the muddy grass and screamed at him. I feel like absolute SHT. You've been suffering this whole time and I thought you were just enjoying the attention. I'm obsessed at myself. Why the hell didn't you say anything to me? Because I thought you didn't care. I didn't want to inconvenience you. Are you a f***ing idiot? Of course I f***ing care. Don't you remember what I said when you moved in? I said if you needed anything, you just text me, or let me know. I'd have listened. I always listen. But instead you kept it all in until it exploded, and now look at where we are. You think I wanted to fight you in the middle of a f***ing thunderstorm? Don't be so full of SAD. Izuku felt all his anger explode out of him as he finally shouted loudly just like back in the house, but instead it was Itsuka who he could channel all of his anger out of, glaring up at her. I came to you, I asked you what to do with Reiko and Kinoko. And you brushed me off. You don't have to hide behind the big sister mask, I know. You're disgusted by me. Disgusted dash. Get your head out of your butt. Itsuka screamed at him, feeling tears of frustration start to mix with the rainwater. I care about you. I really f***ing care about you. Don't you think I feel like a gigantic piece of garbage right now? You were suffering, you thought we all hated you, and you were so wrong. You really think I would show you my bike, the thing I loved working on, offering you the first ride, if I f***ing hated you? Really? And I had to find out about it when you couldn't hold it in anymore. Don't you think I hate this? That we had to have this conversation after I f***ing beat the SHT out of you. In the middle of a f***ing downpour. Thing, yeah, we did. Because you wouldn't listen anyway. Well, I'm listening now. Fine. Okay then. Then why the hell are we still yelling at each other? I don't know. Izuku and Itsuka breathed, glaring at each other as they desperately tried to catch their breaths, feeling rain clinging to them as thunder rolled above them. Izuku finally managed to steady his breathing, about to use his body weight to throw Itsuka off him and continue the fight, hoping that he would be able to throw her around some without the use of his quirks, but then Itsuka let out a sob. Izuku felt the remaining anger within him evaporate as her face broke, and she began wailing loudly, bringing a bruised hand up to cover her mouth, her eyes screaming the remorse and guilt she was feeling now as she looked down at him. Izuku stared in shock for a few seconds, then felt tears start to well in his own eyes again, and he couldn't help but begin to cry, the weight of everything that had happened within the last hour falling on him. Itsuka let out another loud sob, and threw herself down on top of him, wrapping her arms around him as best she could, so she could cry against his shoulder, her wet hair clinging to him as he wrapped his own arms around her and sat up, needing some comfort. I'm sorry, she whispered in his ear, her breath coming out in shuddering breaths. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry for everything. Izuku managed to gasp out, rubbing a hand through her wet hair. I'm sorry too. Don't, she shook her head, holding him tighter, you have nothing to apologize for. This is all my fault. I let this happen. I didn't put my foot down earlier. You didn't trust me enough to tell me anything, and I have no one to blame but myself. I should have, though, Izuku insisted, I should have told you everything I was feeling. For a few more minutes, they held on tightly while they cried, evidently needing the physical comfort and the way they were pressed up together, holding each other like they were lifelines. After another few squeezes, and hands rubbing through each other's hair, they both felt their tears start to slow, trying to catch their breaths. Itsuka was sure to give him another tight hug before finally moving away, sitting back on his thighs as she wiped some of the water from her face, glancing down at Izuku. And then she winced when she realized what she did. Oh, God, I headbutted you. She couldn't help but chuckle a bit, raising her fingers to wipe at some of the blood. I didn't break your nose, did I? No, I don't think so. Izuku chuckled, raising his own hand to nervously poke at his nose, feeling a bit sore but not broken. Oh, it was a good headbutt. Actually, that was a good fight. A really good fight. I don't think we've fought before, have we? No, Itsuka shook her head, smiling softly. Not even in class. We should do it again sometime. Without, the emotional turmoil. Maybe, Izuku chuckled, wincing when he saw some blood from a cut on her lip, opened presumably during one of his punches, and he raised his own hand to wipe it away. For a second, they inspected each other's injuries, grimacing at the shiner on Izuku's eye and the bruise swelling on Itsuka's cheek. As their eyes finally met, they felt themselves freeze up a bit when they realized how close their faces were, being practically nose to nose. That, and Itsuka was technically sitting on top of him. She was quick to jump off, standing up and shuddering from the sudden chill in the rain. Izuku also realized they were standing half naked in the middle of a thunderstorm, and was quick to hop to his feet as well, walking over with a slight limp to the bench. Geez, she really got him good with that kick to the leg at the start of their scuffle. Once he reached the bench, he grabbed their shirts, wincing when he saw how soaked they were, and was about to turn to offer her coat when she walked up and gave him another hug. Izuku froze somewhat, feeling her wet body pressed to his, but she ignored it, hugging him tighter. "I meant what I said," she muttered, resting her chin on his shoulder. "I really am sorry. I should have paid more attention to how you felt. I thought you were just enjoying the attention, but I should have known better." It's okay," Izuku mumbled back, wrapping his own arms around her waist. "I should have actually told you how I felt, instead of keeping it in. Maybe we could have avoided this." "Nah, I needed to kick the CRP out of something," Itsuka chuckled, slightly nuzzling up to him and rubbing her cheek against his. At that thought, however, she felt her eyes widen, realizing something. But maybe I shouldn't have challenged you to a fight. God, what if you were still hurting and me fighting you made it worse? I'm sorry, I should have no." Izuku shook his head, holding her tighter. I really did need this. I needed some kind of release. Thank you, Kendo." Itsuka still frowned, but she pushed it aside to hold on to him tighter. Okay. I'm still going to feel bad about it." He let out a small chuckle. "Okay. I'll feel bad for bruising your face." She laughed. "Yes, you've forever marred my appealing features." "Sorry about that," he laughed, feeling his anger finally leaving him. For about a minute, they stood and held each other, basking in the comfort they felt, until Itsuka sighed and let him go, standing back a bit. She smiled at his face, still feeling her eyes slightly sting. "Okay," she breathed out, "are you ready to go back? We should talk. As a group." "I'm not really ready," Izuku confessed, grimacing, "but I don't think I can put it off much longer. I really need to fix this." "You don't have to fix anything," she reminded him, raising her hands to gently cup his cheeks, ignoring the redness that came to his cheeks and hers at the gesture. "It's us who have to fix it. Just come with me, sit down, and tell us everything. Please don't hold anything back. We need to know exactly how much we've hurt you." Okay," Izuku nodded slowly. I'll explain everything." She nodded at that answer, and after making sure he was ready, and her coat was completely zipped up to hide how she wasn't wearing a shirt, they set off back home, Itsuka cringing slightly looking down at Izuku's bare feet. They were definitely going to get sick, especially since they were rolling around fighting in the rain, but for some reason, Itsuka couldn't care less. She glanced up at Izuku's face, still looking a bit tired but more determined to go fix things up with the rest of the girls, and she consciously had to fight down a warm feeling floating in her stomach. It was uncomfortable, this feeling in her stomach. But it was a nice uncomfortableness. The door opened with a JRK, causing the girls inside to jump. They were all seated in the living room, trying their best to calm down their emotions by wiping the tears off their faces with the various Kleenex laying around. Setsuna had calmed down from her panic attack, and was now huddled on the corner of the couch, not meeting anyone's gaze as she stewed in her thoughts. Yui had sat down not too long ago, her face blank but not speaking to anyone. Pony and Kinoko were sitting side by side in the chair, Pony cuddling up to her friend for comfort while the mushroom girl sniffed. Ibara's vines were spread out throughout the room, wrapped around everyone and giving small squeezes for comfort whenever someone started crying a bit louder than usual. As Leiko walked into the room, however, the little silence broke, and Ibara jumped to her feet, worry crawling all over her. The other girls also whirled around, Setsuna and Yupaling as the ghost girl pulled off her coat, shaking some of the water off of her. "Itsuka found him," she said before anyone could ask. "She says that she'll bring him back in a bit." "Thank goodness," Ibara sighed, rubbing a hand over her face. With the weather outside, I feared it would be hours before he was found. Yeah, 𝐒𝐿𝐿 nodded, shuffling softly over and rubbing a hand through Kinoko's hair, making her girlfriend sigh a bit from the feeling. Did anyone call a teacher? Just in case we need to tell them to call off a search. I was going to if you didn't find him after an hour, Ibara explained, holding up her phone, but as for right now, you should go take a shower. Being in the rain so long, you might get sick. Yeah, 𝐒𝐿𝐿 sighed, shuffling towards the bathroom. I'll be in and out. Can someone bring me some spare clothes? I will, just hurry on in. 𝐒𝐿𝐿 nodded again, and went off to shower. As she walked down the hall, Ibara stretched her vines up the stairs, to go grab her a pair of pajamas. Sighing, she sat down heavily on the couch, rubbing a hand against her face. At least she found him, she muttered to herself, better than him wandering around in the cold for hours. For a few minutes, everyone sat in silence, trying hard to calm down their emotions. Pony sniffled and wiped her face with a Kleenex, while Setsuna continued to stare at her feet. Finally, the shower turned off, and 𝐒𝐿𝐿 rejoined them, a towel around her shoulders, and she walked over to hug her girlfriend from behind, resting her chin against her hair and sighing. Any sign of them? 𝐒𝐿𝐿 asked, and Ibara shook her head. No, not yet. Perhaps they're talking for a bit before they come back. If he comes back, Kinoko muttered. We need to believe he will come back. Ibara tried to stay positive, shoving down her worried thoughts and guilt. We all know Midoriya, he wouldn't want to leave it like this, he'll want to talk to us. Why? Yui spoke up for the first time in an hour, her voice low. So he can tell us how much we screwed up again. Are you saying we didn't? Setsuna grumbled, her eyes still on the ground, but her voice sounded angry. Because I sure as F did. God Fing damn it, I'm such a Fing idiot. Yeah, Yui huffed, looking away. Doesn't mean I like hearing about it. Are you kidding me right now? Setsuna whirled around, glaring a hole into her friend. This is as much your fault as it is mine. You got all competitive and now look what happened. I wasn't the one telling everyone to go ahead and F the one guy in the house, you shot back, meeting her glare melons fortat. I would have been more than comfortable if it was just the two of us that got together with him, but instead you had to drag everyone into this, and now look where we are. Oh, that's rich. Setsuna laughed lowly, ignoring how the other girl's eyes widened in worry as she stood up. You're the one saying that you didn't see him like that, how you didn't care if he slept around, being all high and mighty at Itsuka like you're literally flawless, but once he actually yelled at us you're suddenly the one not at fault. Hey, I admit that I'm the one who fed up the most, I shouldn't have done any of that thing, but here you are acting like this doesn't affect you at all. As expected from a she shot up at that, her fists clenched, and Setsuna felt herself square up as you shot her with the coldest and angriest glare than any of them had ever seen. From a what? She growled, taking an ominous step forward. Say it. From a what? Both of them looked more than ready to throw down, but before either of them could, Ibara's vines shot out, wrapping around them and putting their fists down. Please, don't fight. She begged, looking from each girl with tears in her eyes, there's been enough fighting. Before either girl could retort, or Setsuna could disconnect her foot to throw at her roommate, the doorknob behind them turned. Everyone quickly looked around, hearts pounding, as Itsuka and Izuku stepped into the room, brushing rain from their hair, and glancing up and freezing at the sight of Ibara restraining Setsuna and Yui, with Kinoko being hugged by 𝐒𝐿𝐿 and Pony sitting in the chair. Both of you. You've Ibara then caught sight of their faces, and paled. What on earth happened to you? The girls looked a bit closer and cringed slightly. Both of them looked beaten to absolute hell, as though they had gotten into fistfights with villains. Itsuka's face was bruised, a noticeably purple one swelling on her cheek, and her lip was cut. The little of her chest showing under the coat and they wondered why she had her shirt off was also bruised, large enough to form a fist, which raised even further questions. Izuku, meanwhile, had BLD on his lip from his nose, a shiner on his left eye, and walked with a noticeable limp. He was shirtless, but none of them could appreciate his muscles when they were littered with bruises, small cuts, and swells. Both of their fists were bruised, and mud and grass stuck to both of them. They looked like. Were you two fighting? Ibara gasped, stepping forward to inspect their injuries in worry. Setsuna and Yu tried to approach, but both forgot they were wrapped up in Ibara's vines and tripped onto their faces. Pony shot up and ran over, looking up at Izuku's face in a mix of horror and worry. Leiko and Kinoko didn't move from their spot, watching Izuku with a look that combined worry, wariness, and caution. We, had a few disagreements, Itsuka explained, raising a hand gently to rub at her cheek, wincing at the pain. It's worse than it looks. Worse than it dash. You look like you were both mugged. Ibara faked over them, trying hard not to stare too much at Izuku's chest. I should wrap those injuries up, you both look dash. Ibara froze when Izuku spoke up, almost forgetting why he had left in the first place. All the girls' attentions were on him in an instant, looking up at his face with fear that he might explode again. Thankfully, none of that anger was on his face anymore, although there was a look that they could not describe, but filled them with sadness and regret. He looked awkward, as though he were uncomfortable being here, and that hurt them even more than if Izuku stormed in shouting again. I appreciate you wanting to take care of us, Shiozaki. Izuku didn't give her a smile like he normally would, but his eyes did soften somewhat, but we should hit the shower as soon as we can. We were kinda out there for a while. Those wounds should still be treated as soon as possible, though. Ibara bit her lip, glancing down. Tell you what, Itsuka suggested, gingerly walking over to the kitchen counter and pulling out the first aid kit. Midoriya can go first in the shower, while Ibara helps me out. After he's out, I'll jump in, and then. She pursed her lips slightly, but still went on. After that, we should all talk. As a group. The assembled girls gulped at that, realizing exactly what the implications were for that. They stole another glance at Izuku, who had looked away, and was facing the opposite wall. Each of them felt a bit scared of what that conversation could entail, but none of them protested against it. Even Yui and Setsuna, who up until a few minutes ago were ready to tear into each other, knew that it would be useless to protest this. It was a conversation that was inevitable, and would only cause more hurt if put off. Okay, Izuku sighed, scratching at his back at the grass irritating his skin. Are you sure I can go first, Kendo? Yudash Midoriya, you've been out there for at least an hour. Itsuka sighed, shaking her head, plus I at least had a coat. You were out in a t-shirt and briefs. Go take the first shower before I drag you in. Don't talk like you won the fight. Oh, buddy, I kicked your butt. Izuku couldn't help but let out a small huff of amusement, but didn't argue any further and made his way to the shower, being sure to avoid the gaze of each girl who was looking at him. While he was walking back to the house with Itsuka in silence, Izuku couldn't deny a pit of worry that was building in his stomach at the thought of seeing them. He had been worried that he would enter and see them shouting at each other or him, even though Itsuka had assured him that nothing like that would happen. But that was now the least of Izuku's problems, as he entered the bathroom and turned on the light, sighing as he reached to finally remove the wet clothes from his body. In the kitchen, Itsuka pulled up a chair from the wrecked table, sitting down heavily with a sigh, and let Ibara inspect her face, about to apply some alcohol. As Ibara dipped a cotton swab into the alcohol, Pony approached Itsuka on timid feet, already feeling like she was going to cry. Is he still angry with us? She asked in a hushed voice, accidentally slipping into English for a second there. I don't want to make him any angrier. Itsuka noticed that all the girls were listening carefully, including Setsuna and Yui as they managed to get out of Ibara's vines. Kinoko had turned to look at her, her lip wobbling, and the class representative let out a sigh. I'm not really sure, she admitted. I thought we had cleared up a lot of it when we fought. We pretty much took our anger out on each other, but now that he's back, he might still be a bit angry. She let out a soft sigh, wincing as Ibara applied the alcohol to her lip. Let's just. I can't guarantee that he won't start yelling again, but we need to listen. We ignored his feelings for a long time, and it got so bad he ran out. It's important that we listen to what he has to say, and it's important that we don't hide anything from him anymore. We all need to be upfront with him. Just don't expect him to forgive us. God knows he doesn't have to. The other girls didn't look like they liked that answer, but didn't argue or complain, they knew that they had made this bed and needed to lie in it. Pony bit her lip, trying to wipe any fresh tears out of her eyes, and went upstairs to get dry clothes for both Itsuka and Izuku. She also planned to stop by her room, planning to grab the letter she had worked on last night with Ibara. Setsuna let out a small sigh, and sat back down on the couch, not meeting anyone's gaze. Yui did the same, sitting one seat over from her, not bothering to continue their argument as both girls stewed in their own thoughts. Kinoko and Leo let out small sighs, and Leo maneuvered the both of them to sit on the couch and hold each other, Leo already feeling how anxious Kinoko must be for the upcoming conversation. Itsuka herself pouted slightly, but turned her attention back to Ibara as she tended to her wounds, not bothering to put on bandages yet so she could hop into the shower after Izuku was done. Speaking of Izuku, he turned on the shower closet to the door and let it heat up, soon stepping in and sighing in relief. The warm water was heaven on his bruises, although they could not stop the uncomfortable feeling in his stomach. He grimaced to himself and closed his eyes, letting himself soak in the water for a few minutes while thinking to himself. The moment he had walked into the house, he had seen the miserable looks on all the girls' faces, and his heart ached for them. As angry as he wanted to be at them, as much as he wanted to shout and scream at them, he couldn't deny how much he wanted to apologize for yelling at them, begging for forgiveness, and wanting to go back to the status quo. He would be fine if they brushed it under the rug and went back to how it was, everyone being happy and joyful. But if he did that, the rational part of his brain argued, then everything might go back to how it was. Them using him as nothing more than walking and talking entertainment, thinking how easy it would be to just use him and discard him since he was so forgiving. Izuku frowned and put his forehead against the wall, trying hard to think. Either forgive them and sweep everything under the rug, or continue onwards and crush them more. He had no doubt in his mind, from the panicked looks on their faces when he walked in, if he continued hammering at them with accusing words and anger, there would be more pain and sobbing. And he didn't know if he could live with making them sadder. Even Okuko's advice to apologize and ask for an apology really didn't help here, only adding on to the conflict happening in his mind. Forgive and forget. Or make things worse. Are you brain dead? Of course, make things worse. In Izuku's mind, an imaginary Kaken appeared on his left, with devil horns and wings while holding a pitchfork in his hands, growling at Izuku. Those broads broke your heart, stomped on it, and were surprised when you actually fought back. Sweet Jesus, Deku, grow a thing backbone and make them regret treating you like 𝐿, but that would only make things worse. On his right, an imaginary Okuko appeared, with a halo and angel wings. You saw how sad they were when you left, and then came back. You can ask for an apology, but you should forgive them. You know that they're not bad people, they just got carried away. Oh my god, round cheeks, get your head out of your butt. Devil Kaken growled. He forgives them, they'll just do the same thing again. Use him like he's some disposable sex doll, he's useless enough already. Don't call him names. Angel Okuko shouted, glowering at him. Besides, there's more likely a chance that they'll change, they weren't aware of how much he was hurting, don't you remember how shocked they looked when he finally yelled at them? They just didn't know. Don't you realize how much worse it would be if he didn't forgive them? Oh, yeah, that's like Deku, let people walk all over him. Devil Kaken sneered. Listen, Deku, don't even bother hearing the beaches out, just tell them that they are garbage and leave. If they want to fix things they'd have to come to your stupid butt and beg. Don't call them beaches. A vein appeared in Angel Okuko's forehead, glaring hard at Devil Kaken. Besides, all that would do is make things worse. They need to sit down and calmly discuss what's going to happen going forward. Of course shitty Deku would want to talk it out, that's the reason none of those girls actually want you besides secretary. That does it. Angel Okuko shouted, her patience finally breaking, and tacked Devil Kaken in a football tackle, fists flying. Izuku imagined them rolling around in a dust cloud, fists being thrown, Devil Kaken yelling nonsense and Angel Okuko yelling back in increasingly profane manner. As funny as it would be to imagine Okuko beating the hell out of Kaken, Izuku sighed and shook the imaginary angel and devil out of his mind. It wouldn't help to weigh the pros and cons of this situation that way. Izuku slowly turned off the shower, rubbing a hand through his wet hair. A 5-minute shower and he still had no idea what to do. Forgive and forget, or hold on to the resentment. He had no idea. Izuku wrapped himself in a towel, grumbling. After a long shower with his own thoughts, he still had no idea what to say to them, and he was about to go out and face them for a long period of time while Itsuka got showered. He couldn't even trust himself to trust. Of course the 5 that went, but also the 12 who knew but didn't stop them betrayed our trust, no matter what the reason. I would be grateful if you could follow the proper procedures and act properly in order to regain that trust. Izuku blinked as he suddenly remembered Aizawa's words on their first visit to the dorms, after he had learned that the 13 students knew that Izuku, Tenya, Shoto, Aijuru, and Momo had went to save Kaken from the League of Villains. He had explained to them that he considered expelling them, if not for All Might's retirement. But that wasn't what mattered, Izuku thought as he brought a hand to his lip, beginning to mutter. What he had said afterwards was what Izuku was currently thinking of. Aizawa. He told them that they had lost his trust, and that he was expecting them to gain it back. Izuku had remembered the shame and disappointment that he had let his homeroom teacher down, and his eagerness to make it up to him. Izuku remembered how hard he had worked to make sure Aizawa could trust him again. Could that also apply here? Instead of making sure they knew how angry he was, or immediately casting aside their bad points and forgiving them. Could he? Izuku nodded to himself, a plan already forming in his mind. Regardless of what he needed to do, he still needed to hear what they had to say. He did want an explanation from each of them about what they were thinking, but he could also let them know how disappointed he was in their actions, tell them how angry he was at them, but still give them the opportunity to make things better. Izuku nodded, a plan fully formed. He would walk out there, talk to them, hear their explanations, hear their reasons why, tell them why he was disappointed with them, and give them the opportunity to make it right. He'd have to make one sacrifice, Izuku reflected, but he was fine with putting that specific part of their relationships on hold. As long as they knew the consequences of their actions, and how to fix it, he'd be fine with not having sex with any of them for a long while. Oi! Nerd, Devil Kaken suddenly whispered, an evil grin on his face. You wanna hit them where it hurts. You should tell them you feel for them. What? Angel Okako gasped, looking flabbergasted. Why would we tell them about how we feel? We don't even know how we feel. We don't even know if we're in love with them or not. It's for making it really cut them up, Devil Kaken defended himself, still laughing. You want to make sure this hurts them. Hurts them hard enough they'll never recover. Tell them how you feel. If they're so nice, it'll destroy them. But we don't want to destroy them. If you want to make this stick, you'll have to. Izuku sighed and shook the imaginary thoughts of his friends out of his head. He knew that the real Kaken wouldn't care, and the real Okako would probably be for beating them up. But he did think a bit about telling them how he felt. As much as he didn't want to admit it, he felt like both of them did have a valid point. He didn't want to hurt them. But he may have to. It had taken 7 minutes for Izuku to finally emerge from the bathroom, dressed in the clothes Pony had left at the door. He shuffled awkwardly into the main room, seeing the girls sitting quiet and not looking at each other. Izuku tried to swallow some of the guilt he felt at all the girls being awkward, staring at anywhere but each other. Itsuka had seen him enter the room, and stood up, groaning slightly. I'll hit the shower and then we'll get to business, she told the room, passing by Izuku on her way. She had the clothes Pony had grabbed for her under her arm, and stole a small worried glance at Izuku as she passed him. Pursing his lips slightly, Izuku slowly limped towards Ibara, his leg feeling a little better from the hot shower but still a bit sore. Ibara watched him carefully as he approached her, concern and fear in her eyes, which Izuku absolutely hated but did nothing to make better, not even allowing himself to smile. The plan he had formed in the bathroom required him not to be his friendly self, but rather distant and aloof. In short, he was doing his best impression of Aizawa, a weak one at that, but still an impression. Do I need to do my injuries myself? He asked Ibara quietly, glancing at the first aid kit beside her. Ibara was shaken out of her stupor and shook her head. No, I'll help you, she insisted, and Izuku nodded, sighing slightly as he finally sat down on the chair that Itsuka had just vacated. Exhaling through her nostrils, Ibara pulled out the alcohol with the ear swab again, dipping it in and getting to work, tapping on Izuku's injuries. While they did sting, Izuku did his best not to react to the pain, not really fazed by it after breaking his bones a few times, and allowed Ibara to wrap his injuries with bandages to prevent them from being exposed, eventually taking off Okiko's wrappings and inspecting his hand, gladdened to see that it was at least scabbing instead of needing stitches. She worked quietly, being sure to wrap the bandages around him carefully to prevent injury. While she worked, Izuku stole a glance throughout the room. Pony, sitting by herself, stole glances at Izuku and squeaked quietly when he caught her, looking away immediately. Of all the girls in the room, Izuku felt the least amount of anger with her. Even the irrational part of his brain agreed that Pony's actions seemed pretty innocent, albeit misguided, although the possessiveness she showed today should be addressed. He turned his gaze to the chair, where Liko and Kinoko's backs were to him. He knew that the situation with those two should be addressed at once, not only being left high and dry, but also their entire situation to begin with, being used to get them off. Then his gaze turned to the other couch, where Yui and Setsuna were glaring off to the side, not looking at each other. There was a lurch in Izuku's stomach when he looked at them. The conversation with those two, who ultimately started this entire affair, would probably be the most uncomfortable. Thankfully he didn't really need to talk to Itsuka, they already aired out their grievances earlier in the reign. Although he couldn't exempt her from what he had to say today, it would be unfair to let her so easily off the hook while he was judging everyone else. "Does that hurt, Midoriya?" Ibara asked timidly, and Izuku turned his attention back to her, staring at him in worry. Izuku felt a small twinge of sadness at the sight, but still stomached it down, knowing that he needed to come across as aloof as possible. As much as it scared to do it, he gave her a small shake of the head. "It's okay, Shiozaki. Thanks." Ibara gave him a timid nod, and quickly went to pack up the rest of the kit. Pouting somewhat, Izuku sighed as he put the shirt back on, careful to mind his ribs. He thinks one of Itsuka's punches hit it a bit too hard. There were only a few more minutes of quiet before Itsuka finally emerged from the bathroom, sighing and cringing slightly as she stretched her arm. "Okay," she sighed, and every girl in the room couldn't help but feel nervous. "Now that I'm out of the shower, let's knock." Everyone in the house jumped at the unexpected loud knocking on the front door, whirling around. Kinoko and Liko looked up from their cuddle, Pony lowered her hooves to the ground, Setsuna and Yui blinked, and Itsuka furrowed her eyebrows. It was Ibara, however, that put down the first aid kit on the counter, and walked towards the door, curious about who that could be in this downpour. Izuku had a thought that it might be Okiko, coming in to check up on them, although the possibilities of the girls floating to the sun were high if it were her. Before he could think about it a bit more, however, Ibara opened the door, and couldn't help but be surprised about who it was. "Vlad King sensei. Manoma. Hello, Shiozaki. Can we come in? There's something we need to talk about." That made everyone stand at attention, their eyes going a bit wider. Izuku, on the other hand, felt the anxiety he had been feeling for the last few days suddenly spike, albeit for a completely different reason. The expression on Vlad King's face was more than serious. It looked like he was about to enter a villain's lair, and his eyes immediately fell to Izuku, taking in his bandaged appearance. Izuku felt horrified as his gaze lifted to Itsuka, and then fell to the broken table on the ground. Itsuka herself seemed to have put what Vlad King was thinking together, going pale. As he entered the dorms, Manoma followed him in, looking around in interest, having never come into the girl's house before. His gaze also flickered between Izuku and Itsuka, taking in their battered appearances, and had to try to suppress his smirk. If Izuku was feeling as guilty as he had left him last night, this would be more than easy to make him confess. All it would take is Vlad King asking, and he would crumble in guilt. He did worry somewhat about what the girls would say, but he had confidence that, if what he overheard between Izuku and Okiko were true, they wouldn't miss the idiot being gone. "Midoriya," Vlad King folded his arms, glaring down at the pale student. "Are you okay? And you, Kendo?" "Why yeah. We're fine, Vlad King." "Good." Vlad King didn't really seem to care about that, continuing to study Izuku with a stern gaze. "Midoriya, we need to talk." Maybe it'd be better to have this out here now in front of everyone. Oh, God, he knows, Izuku despaired, knowing full well what Vlad was going to ask, and knowing there wasn't much he could do. If Vlad King knew everything, he would probably kiss his time here goodbye, in this house, and at UA. Manoma came to me earlier today, Vlad King shortly explained, not noticing the girls sending each other worried glances, and he told me something that he had overheard. He told me that he overheard you bragging to one of your friends about sleeping with Kodai and Tokuch, and that he was afraid you were also sleeping with your other roommates. On the couch, the two girls felt themselves freeze up, their eyes widening and their heartbeats going still. Yui felt her entire world collapse as she looked up at her teacher, feeling horror crawling through her as she suddenly remembered what Itsuka had told her several nights ago as a warning. If he gets caught in a compromising position by Vlad King, he's done. So, please, guys, you gotta stop this. Back then, Yui had ignored everything Itsuka had said, convinced that her best friend was just trying to rain on her parade, and told her as such, insulting her and telling her to F off. But now she felt like Itsuka herself was choking her, staring horrified at her teacher as he looked down at Izuku with a tranquil fury on his face. Setsuna, meanwhile, felt her breath start to come out jittery again, the same thoughts racing through her head as she stared at the guy she used, played with and shared with the other girls without a second thought was finally paying for her mistakes. Kid, I want to give you the benefit of the doubt, Vlad continued glaring at Izuku, his gaze not softening even once as he took in the sweating, pale boy in front of him. Aizawa said you were a good kid, someone who wouldn't do something like this. But your reaction isn't helping your case. So I'm going to give you one chance to be honest with me. And I really hope that you are. Lying about something like this guarantees that you're not just getting booted from this house. Izuku continued staring up at Vlad King in horror, not really seeing any alternate ways out of this. Itsuka, meanwhile, took a deep breath, and glanced down to see Manoma trying hard to keep himself from smiling, and her brow furrowed. The other girls, meanwhile, felt their breaths be caught in their throats when Vlad King spoke about Izuku getting kicked out. Like permanently leaving. Not just leaving the house, but leaving UA. Because of their mistakes. They all knew that if he left now, forced to leave their household, they would be unable to talk to him ever again, make sure he knew how sorry they were. That was. Izuku took a deep breath, trying to steady his breathing. He did. Every eye in the house immediately went to Yui, who stood up from the couch with her gaze on the floor. Izuku stared at her like she had just punched her in the face. Setsuna also gave her a shocked look, and the rest of the girls felt a mix of shock and rage that Yui just threw Izuku under the bus like that. But before any of them could speak, she continued. It's true, Vlad King. Yui looked up at her teacher. He slept with Tokuch and myself. He's also slept with Tsunotori, and Komori and Yanagi. Is that so? Vlad King growled, turning his attention back to a small Izuku while Manoma consciously had to suppress his laughter. In that case but... The teacher immediately looked back up, seeing Yui still staring at him, and giving her his rapt attention. But it wasn't him that came on to us. We came on to him. In fact, she took a shuddering breath, and managed to grunt out, we may have. We pressured him into it. That wiped the smirk off Manoma's face immediately, staring at her like he had never seen her before. The girls, meanwhile, blinked in surprise as Yui freely confessed that. The girl herself walked up to her teacher, being sure to show every expression on her face that she was feeling, the sadness, guilt and remorse. I flirted with my Doria the moment he came into the house, she confessed. I saw how uncomfortable he was with the attention I threw his way, but since he didn't say anything against it, I continued coming on to him. Eventually I seduced him. My Doria didn't force himself on me, I freely consented, and so did he. But I took it too far. I thought that since he wanted to the first time, he'd want to do it multiple times. I didn't bother asking, I simply went into his room and did it. Can do. She warned me about what would happen if I continued sleeping with him, but I didn't listen. I thought he wouldn't get caught, and didn't consider the consequences at all. I shouldn't have taken advantage of him like that. She then turned to Izuku, who stared up at her with shock, and she bent down into a bow. I'm so sorry, Midoriya. I hope that you can forgive me. Kodai. Vlad King blinked at his student, feeling lost. I don't. He didn't have time to properly investigate, however, as Setsuna spoke up next. I overheard them. Vlad whipped his gaze to his other student, who unlike Yui, could not look anyone in the eye as she spoke. I overheard them the first time, and I teased Midoriya about it the next day. I found him attractive, I wasn't thinking clearly. So I invited him into my room. He isn't the one at fault here, sensei, I am. I got so caught up in all this, I thought that it'd be fun if I got the rest of the girls into this. I told them it was okay to sleep with him. But I didn't consider what this would mean for Midoriya. I thought he'd enjoy the attention, but I was wrong. I was so wrong. She got up from her seat as well, turning to Izuku, and sank into a bow as well. I am so sorry, Parsley, she muttered, feeling tears start to well in her eyes. I hope that you forgive me one day. Tokage. Izuku blinked at her, taken aback. No. That's not right. Manoma shook his head wildly, walking to Vlad King and pointing at Izuku. I overheard him talk about them, I did. You said that if he made a move on them he'd be suspended. He didn't make a move, we did. Leiko interrupted, shooting him a small glare. I admit, Vlad King, Kinoko and I are also guilty of seducing Midoriya. We got caught up in the moment and were not thinking. Midoriya, I also hope that you can forgive us. But I don't blame you if you can't. She sank into her own bow, Kinoko quickly following her. Vlad King seemed taken aback, looking back and forth between his students and Izuku. There seemed to be a part of him that wanted to continue accusing Izuku of what Manoma told him happened, but even he couldn't deny the certainty in his students' words. They had taken advantage of him. Vlad let out a long sigh, pinching the bridge of his nose with his fingers, and then finally asked, what happened to the table? And what happened to you Kendo, and Midoriya? Izuku winced at that, but luckily Itsuka took over. Well, we got carried away in arguing, she sighed. I knew what was happening, I tried to stop it, but I didn't try hard enough. Midoriya broke down and yelled at us today. He broke the table because he got frustrated. It's why his hands busted up. Vlad King quickly looked at Izuku's hand, confirming its battered state. He went out after he was done yelling, and I chased him. I'll admit that I got too frustrated with him, and we fought. I shouldn't have done it, but I got too angry, and I took it out on him. Itsuka bent down into a bow as well, her eyes on the floor. Vlad studied her for a few seconds, before sighing and folding his arms. Okay, he grunted. Who here slept with Midoriya? Yui and Setsuna raised their hands, as well as Kinoko and Leiko. Pony also raised her hand in the corner, not able to meet anyone's eye. Tsunotori, Vlad called out to her, I assume you have the same reasoning as the rest. Pony bit back a small whimper, but nodded. Vlad sighed again, closing his eyes briefly, and then reopened them. All 5 of you have detention for the next 3 weeks, he told them, and Manoma's eyes nearly popped out of his head, gaping at his teacher like a fish. You'll be monitored by midnight, who'll teach you about proper consent. While what you did technically isn't considered assault, as Midoriya did consent, you still ignored the possible repercussions of what would happen if Midoriya was caught. You'll be with her for 2 hours every day after school. Vlad then turned to Izuku, who looked up at the teacher with saddened eyes, and he felt himself soften somewhat. Midoriya, he said a bit more kindly, but still gruffly. I'm sorry for accusing you of doing something so awful. But you have to know that this goes against what we agreed with. I'm not expelling you, or kicking you out of the house, but we don't need a repeat of what's happened today. I can't exactly punish you for doing something in private with someone who consented, but you still hid this from me. This is going to be your first and only warning, nothing more like this. Okay. Vlad King-sensei. Manoma shouted, making the teacher jump somewhat and whirl around at his student. You can't seriously be letting him off the hook like this. You heard what happened, Manoma, Vlad King patiently explained, as if he were explaining 1 + 1 = 2, While Midoriya did go behind our backs, it was the girls who initiated what happened. Thank you for bringing this to my attention, or who knows what else could have happened under this roof. You did what a hero would have done. It was what a hero would have done, but it was evidently not what Manoma wanted, who stared at his teacher in a mixture of rage and exasperation. Vlad King ignored that, however, and stood up to leave. I'll have someone drop off a new table for you guys tomorrow, he told them, and Aizawa will also be over to talk to you, Midoriya. For now, that's it. Don't do this again. The girls mumbled their confirmation that they had heard him, and Vlad King nodded at them, moving to leave again. He opened the door gently and left the girls, plus Izuku and Manoma, in the house, heading back to his own dormitories to speak to Midnight about what he had learned today. He was more than a bit disappointed in his girls, although he was also disappointed in himself in not seeing this coming. He was so obsessed with Izuku doing something to the girls, he didn't consider that they were also people who could take advantage of him. He would have to talk to Aizawa about it more tomorrow. Back in the house, Izuku sighed as he finally stood up from the chair, feeling his heartbeat start to slow after the anxiety of being kicked out of UA faded away. He turned to his classmates, who were glancing up at him with slight reserve on their faces. You guys. Izuku sighed. You didn't need to do that. Now you're going to be in detention for 3 weeks because of me. It is our faults, Leiko argued, giving him a small smile, and we would be loath to have you thrown out before we can fix things up with you. They had almost forgotten Manoma was there, but he quickly shoved himself into their conversation, grabbing Izuku by the shoulder and whirling him around, being sure to fix him with his best glare. The girls started, as though they had genuinely forgotten he was there. You lying bastard. Manoma growled through gritted teeth, his glare on Izuku ferocious. There's no chance that the girls would come on to a loser like you. You obviously had them lie for you. You despicable little dash. Okay, Manoma, I'm gonna stop you right there. Itsuka interrupted, walking forward and shoving Manoma off Izuku, making him WHP his gaze to her in shock and outrage. Midoriya didn't lie. We were the ones coming on to him, pressuring him into this. He isn't at fault here. Kendo, obviously his dash. No, he's not gaslighting us, or manipulating us, or tricking us or using a quirk on us or anything. It's as it's been said, Manoma. Itsuka crossed her arms. Now I suggest you grab your umbrella and head on home. We still got a lot we need to discuss between us. You guys can't possibly be serious. Manoma whipped his gaze around, hoping to see a sympathetic look on anyone's face but not finding one. After everything I did to make sure he dash. Everything you did. Setsuna turned her gaze on him, her eyebrow raised. Is that why you were by our place at like 11 last night? Gurk. Wait, 11. Itsuka blinked, turning to her roommate. I told him to leave at 8ish. He went back to his dorm. Nope, he was here at 11. I saw him when I was going to bed. The girls blinked, trying to figure out how that worked, before Itsuka's eyes widened, putting 2 and 2 together. She slowly turned to her classmate, who had gone paler and continued glaring at Izuku. Manoma, Itsuka asked quietly, not showing any emotion on her face, were you waiting outside our house all night? Answer me, Manoma. Yes. For how many nights? How many nights have you been waiting outside our house? 3. Midoriya, did you talk to Manoma last night? Izuku sighed, pursing his lips and glancing away. Yeah, I did. He was the one who told me that you guys talked behind my back. It's kinda what made me stay up all night. So you told a lie to Midoriya, and then told Vlad King today so Midoriya would feel guilty enough to just confess to him when he came knocking. Is that what I'm understanding, or am I misinterpreting something? Manoma didn't answer, glaring down at the ground at his plan completely backfiring in his face. If he had looked up, he would have noticed every single girl in the house glaring at him like they would like nothing better than to beat him up. Even Ibara, the nicest girl in the house, stared in disgust at her classmate. Okay, Manoma, Itsuka finally spat out, feeling a cold anger fill her up. I'm going to go off on the assumption here that what you did wasn't to get one over on Midoriya, but your own little twisted way to protect us, because you thought Midoriya would take advantage of us. We're going to assume that's the case, because any alternative is going to result in you going through that wall. If that is why you set this up, Manoma, we're willing to let this slide, due to you not knowing what was really going on. I could bring up how you were waiting outside our house for the last few nights and how creepy that is, how you lied to Midoriya saying that we didn't like him, and pretty much pushed this to happen, but that's our own fault. We'll handle it. We do not need your input. Itsuka leaned in, being sure to fix Manoma with her best glare. So understand this, Manoma, we will handle this. Us. Not you. This is your one chance to back off and let us take care of this. If you poke your nose into our business again, I won't be as nice. Manoma exchanged a glare with her, before glancing around. It was clear whose side the rest of the girls were on. Pony was also pouting hard at him, Liko and Kinoko were giving him deadpan stares, Ibara looked cross, and Setsuna and Yu aimed their glares at him, being sure to show off their displeasure. Manoma let out a huff, and whipped around, storming to the front door and opening it, before going through and slamming it shut, making Pony wince. What are your bets he pokes his nose in this again? Liko asked sarcastically as she looked at the door. 90 to 10, Itsuka shook her head, rubbing a hand through her hair. The guy is relentless. But didn't you say that he pushed Midoriya into yelling at us? Kinoko inquired, confused, and a tad bit desperate. If that's the case, isn't this his fault? Can't we take this out on him? Honey, if beating up Manoma was the key to fixing this, I'd do it in a heartbeat, Itsuka sighed, rolling her neck. But as much as Manoma didn't make this situation any better, he isn't the reason it's bad in the first place. That's something that's on us. That seemed to bring everyone back into reality, looking over at Izuku standing in the corner. It had been such a weird and tension-filled 5 minutes, they had almost forgotten about everything that had happened in the last few hours. But now they knew that there was no stopping the conversation that needed to happen. Izuku glanced around, seeing everyone's face fall, but before they could say anything, Itsuka walked to the counter and grabbed the first aid kit, holding it to her chest. I can wrap myself up, she told them, let's go to the living room. Wordlessly, everyone walked into the living room, taking up seats and trying to get comfortable, as uncomfortable as they felt. Kinoko and Liko sat down together, not looking at each other at all. Ibara sat down on the chair, sinking into the comfortable leather, and Pony chose to sit down at her feet, not looking at anyone. Setsuna and Yui sat on the love seat, not looking at anyone and keeping their eyes on the ground. Both Izuku and Itsuka took chairs from the kitchen and put them down near the TV, sitting beside each other. Okay, Itsuka sighed as she sat down in her seat, taking out some bandages to start wrapping around her knuckles. Obviously, we all have something to talk about with each other. There's been nothing but miscommunication and secrets since Midoriya moved in, and I want to make sure we don't have to deal with that anymore. So we're going to get it all out right now. No more hiding, no more lies or half-truths, no more anything. We're getting it all out today. She glanced at each of the girls, looking a bit stern. Agreed. The girls muttered their agreements, not really looking up at all. Izuku gulped but shook down the small fear he had in the bottom of his stomach as he agreed as well. Even as he was struck by a sudden impulse to run back upstairs to avoid this conversation, he knew that they couldn't put it off any longer. If he stuck to his plan, that meant that he could avoid this from ever happening again, and he really did not want a repeat of this. Okay, Itsuka nodded, and turned to Izuku sitting on the chair borrowed from the kitchen. Floor's yours, Midoriya. Okay, Izuku sighed, adjusting himself in his seat. I guess we should start with the sec thing. Setsuna, Yu, Pony, Liko, and Kinoko continued to stare at the floor, their expressions unreadable, and Izuku sighed as he adjusted himself in his seat again, trying to find the proper words to explain himself. After taking a deep breath, he decided to wing it. Okay, first of all, I wanna say. He took a deep breath. If I want you guys to know, everything we did, it was 𝐶. He made sure to say, looking around. I wanted to have sex with you guys. There wasn't any dashball. Setsuna interrupted, looking down at her feet and making Izuku stutter to a stop. "We both know that's bullshit. I blackmailed you into it. Then after I got a taste I didn't let up at all. And you must admit we pressured you into it," Liko sighed, and Kinoko nodded while her eyes were still cast to the ground. "If you had been feeling these emotions for a while, especially since they were so built up, our asking to have sex could not have been something you truly wanted." Izuku took another deep breath, softly rubbing his forehead. "Okay. I guess I'm going to do this one at a time. Okay. So, Yanagi. And Komori." He turned to the two roommates, sitting on the couch side by side and avoiding his gaze. Izuku pursed his lips, not really sure how to go about this, but took a deep breath and continued. I guess we should begin with you guys, since it happened last night." He took another small inhale of air, and asked, I guess we can start with this. Do you know why I left last night?" Both Liko and Kinoko shared a glance, the mushroom girl looking like she was already about to start crying again, before Liko sighed and addressed him. Initially she closed her eyes, exhaling through her nose. "I believed you had left because we had done something during our time together to make you uncomfortable. I know that our time together was a bit different, with what we made you do. Before I knew better, I thought that we had made you uncomfortable with the nature of our tryst, and you looked for the opportune time to get out of there before we noticed." Izuku nodded slowly, being able to understand how she came to that assumption. Before he could speak up, however, Liko continued. "But after your eruption this afternoon, I was mistaken. I was a fool. I realized too late why you left us. It was because of what happened during our afterglow, wasn't it?" Izuku gulped at that, but nodded in confirmation. Liko closed her eyes while Kinoko let out a shuddering breath. "I had thought so. We got caught up in kissing afterwards. You thought we had forgotten you." She sat up properly, straightening her back, and then went down in a bow. "Midoriya, I know that this probably means nothing to you, but I am sorry. We had not forgotten about you, we were simply caught up in how good it felt. We were going to offer to let you stay the night, but you had left before we could ask. Please know that we didn't mean to hurt you." She did pause at that, and added in a low mutter, "But that doesn't matter. You were hurt regardless, it doesn't matter what we meant. I'm sorry, Midoriya." I'm sorry too," Kinoko finally spoke up, her voice wobbling worse than ever. It was so far from the normally bouncing and pun-making girl Izuku knew it threw him for a loop for a second. I was so stupid. I thought we did something wrong and I just offered to have sex with you again, and make sure you felt wanted. But that wasn't what you wanted. I didn't think too much about why you were hurting, just that you were. I'm sorry. Okay, Izuku finally spoke up, having listened to their explanation but not feeling satisfied. I do understand that you guys didn't think about me before I left. I get it. It was a mistake of miscommunication. I probably should have stuck around a bit longer." He paused, although he wasn't exactly finished. But we need to talk about why I was there in the first place." Both Liko and Kinoko winced. "You wanted to have sex with me?" Izuku sighed. "Because your toys weren't doing it for you anymore. And you wanted to try me out." Ibara had furrowed her brow at that, staring at Liko and Kinoko in shock due to what she just heard, and Itsuka paused in her wrapping up her elbow, looking back and forth between the girls in outrage. I can't deny that." Liko blinked tears out of her only visible eye, the other one covered by her bang. Yes, Midoriya. That was essentially why we brought you in to help us. But please understand, that doesn't mean that we guys, it doesn't matter what it means." Izuku suddenly snapped, an unexpected flare of anger making his voice raise slightly. This was still enough that each girl in the room flinched as though he had screamed at them. Pony let out a frightened whimper, Ibara winced, and Itsuka tightened her wrappings too much, making her hiss in pain. Izuku immediately regretted raising his voice. I'm sorry, it's just no, Midoriya." Liko shook her head while Kinoko nodded slowly. "You are right. We were trying to make excuses, but they don't matter now. We weren't thinking. Kinoko couldn't help herself from crying a bit now, her tears sliding down her cheeks. We just wanted to have some fun, and we knew you were with Set and you, so we jumped on the wagon without thinking about the consequences. We used you to please us. We're idiots. She covered her face in her hands, crying, and without warning threw herself off the couch. The rest of the room watched with mouths agape as she bowed down in full Dejiza, forehead pressed against the floor. I'm so sorry, Midoriya. I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. Kinoko. Layko knelt down beside her, grabbing her shoulder and placing a hand on her back. Please, come on, please raise your head, this isn't Dishkamori. Izuku finally spoke up, getting over his brief shock at seeing this display, and trying to bury the feeling of pity in him. Please raise your head. Please. Kinoko flinched, but did as instructed and looked up at him, tears and snot running down her face. I can't say I forgive you both right now, Izuku sighed, biting his lip, but please, you don't have to throw yourself on the ground. Please listen to what I have to say at the end, okay? It took about 2 minutes before Kinoko would move from her spot, grief-stricken over her actions. During that time, Itsuka had gotten up from her seat, kneeling beside her and helping Layko get her up. Izuku had to try hard to stop himself from immediately forgiving her, trying hard to stick to what he had been thinking in the shower, and let the mushroom girl cry her heart out. Finally, Kinoko recovered enough to get back on shaking feet, and be seated on the couch again by Layko, who was also blinking away her own tears. As they sat down, Izuku grimaced slightly to himself. 2 girls down and this conversation was already going way south. But he couldn't stop because he was feeling sorry for them, he still needed to address everyone. He took a deep breath, and decided to move on, turning slightly to his right, where Ibara had stretched out some vines to wrap around Kinoko like a blanket. I guess we can go next, Shiozaki. The Vine heroine winced a bit at being directly addressed, but she still nodded, and sat forward. She had a feeling that she would be next, and had thankfully thought about what to say while the girls comforted Kinoko. She took a small sigh, and turned to properly face him. If you don't mind, Midoriya, she asked, I would like to explain why I spoke to you like I did earlier today. Izuku crinkled his brow, but nodded, thinking that it would be fair to hear her out at the very least. Ibara nodded as well, and pursed her lips. First of all, I would like to apologize to you, she started, bowing her head, for my awful words today. I spoke without thinking, and didn't pay attention to your state of mind. I should have been more considerate. Izuku gave her a small nod. Okay. So why did you say what you did? Why? Well. Ibara sighed, closing her eyes and feeling them start to sting. As I said to you, Midoriya, I was under the assumption that you were seducing all of my friends, playing with their hearts while getting off to whatever was thrown your way. I had thought you a scoundrel, someone who didn't really care for my friends and used them to do whatever you wanted. But her voice had begun wobbling, sounding shaky as she continued. But what I said wasn't sound. I was hurt because I thought that you were not who I thought you were. That you weren't some nice boy who helped me cook every night. You were someone who took advantage of us. But I was only thinking that because my own feelings were hurt. That you had taken my first kiss, and it hadn't meant anything to you. Because you were busy with Pony. I was going to simply stand aside, let you get in a relationship with her, let you both be happy. I had gone to her room last night, to comfort her, and to assist her in another endeavor. But I'll let her talk about that in a bit. When I found out about Setsuna and Layko and Kinoko. She took another shuddering breath. I only considered the possibility that you were taking advantage of them. Not the other way around. As quietly as she could, she stood up from her seat, sat down on her knees, placed her forehead to the floor, and like Kinoko before her, went into full Dejiza, her hands folded in front of her. I'm so sorry, Midoriya, she felt tears be squeezed out of her eyes as she couldn't muster the strength to look at him. I'm a fool. I know that I said awful things to you, but I hope that you forgive me. It may be hypocritical of me, but I pray that you'll forgive me for my mistakes. Without being prompted, she rose from her kneeling position, sitting back down on the couch and not meeting anyone's eyes. Izuku felt his own eyes start to mist, but he quickly wiped them away. He had made a promise to himself, so he couldn't show signs of wanting to forgive them just yet, even though his heart was practically screaming to. He took another shuddering breath, and turned his gaze to Pony. The horse girl was quietly crying, and when his eyes turned to her, the tears on her face streamed down faster than ever, immediately casting her gaze onto the floor when he looked at her. "Tsunotori," Izuku called her, trying to keep his voice even, "can you please look at me? Please." The foreign student had a hard time complying, but she raised her head slowly, her appealing blue eyes shimmering with tears. "Tsunotori," he said kindly, trying not to aggravate her too much, "can you please explain what's going on with us? Why you got possessive today?" The kind words, intended to soothe her and prompt her to speak up, seemed to do the opposite effect Izuku wanted however. Instead of making her feel better, it seemed to make Pony's fragile state worse. The horse girl gulped back a sob, and covered her face in her hands. Izuku's heart clenched at the sight, almost breaking him out of his stoicism, but before he could do anything, Itsuka got up from her seat, kneeling beside her friend, and brought the girl in for a hug, running her hand through her long blonde hair. "Come on, honey," Itsuka muttered, planting a small kiss to her hair, "you can do this, I know you can." It took a few more minutes for Pony to calm down enough to slowly get up, letting Itsuka return to her seat, and the small girl took timid steps towards Izuku, standing in front of him. As she stopped, she reached a shaking hand into her pocket, and brought out an envelope. She slowly handed it to Izuku, who accepted it with a small frown, and turned it over, feeling his heart hammer in his chest at the small heart on the envelope. The other girls around them inhaled when seeing it, and Setsuna sunk lower on the couch. This is my love letter," Pony explained in a shaking voice. I was going to give it to you today. I like you. A lot. You're so nice. You don't treat me like everyone else. Every guy on the campus, they treat me like I'm fragile. Like the guys in the general studies and our class always talk like I'm so innocent, like they can't even swear in front of me, but I'm not. They think I like princesses and Disney movies and everything girly, and I do like that stuff, but I'm more than that. I have those thoughts just like everyone. I mstrt, I read RTCA, I dream about boys. But no one ever, they never see me like that. Except you. You saw me as someone seki, someone desirable, and that made me feel so special." More tears fell down her cheeks, watching as Izuku held the letter carefully. I wanted to ask you out before the truth or dare game, but then I found out about Setsuna and Yui. I thought, I didn't want to cause drama between you guys. I thought that sleeping with you was the only way to get you to notice me. She wiped her face roughly, taking more shuddering breaths. After we slept together, I couldn't face you properly. I felt so embarrassed you saw me like that. I didn't realize how much it would have hurt to see me avoid you. And when Setsuna suggested taking turns, I got so jealous I couldn't think straight. But I didn't think about how much me running away would have hurt you. I'm so sorry, Midori. I really liked you, but I missed my chance. I didn't even realize how much you were hurting. I don't even deserve to date you. Pony's gaze fell to the floor, tears falling from her eyes to the floor below. Izuku studied the love letter for another few seconds, feeling his eyes sting, before he sighed and put the love letter in his briefs pocket. He wanted to come across as strict and unforgiving, but... "Tsunotori." Izuku took a deep breath, rubbing his eyes with his fingers before turning to look at her. Thank you for telling me this. I understand. There's a lot more we should talk about, but it'll have to wait. Can we talk about this later? By ourselves?" She gave a shaky nod, and quickly turned back to her seat, sitting down while still silently crying. Ibara leaned forward and wrapped her arms around her neck, pressing her face into Pony's hair, and giving the smaller girl a small comfort. Pony let out another small cry, immediately hitting Izuku in the gut as she wrapped her arms around her legs and pressed her face into her knees. Okay, Izuku sighed, rubbing his face with his own hands. The girls felt a pang of sadness at the motion, It was obvious that while he was putting on a tough front, this was obviously affecting him, but still he continued on. I guess. Kendo, we've technically already talked, so we can just skip over you for now. We'll probably still need to talk later, though. Just getting some more stuff out of the way. But it can wait, right? Itsuka nodded, reaching over and rubbing a hand against Ibara's head to comfort her. Now we should talk, 𝐭𝐽𝐽. Izuku turned to the green-haired student, who was still not looking at him, staring guiltily at the floor while he spoke. I'll admit that it does seem a bit sketchy, how we got together, Izuku admitted, biting his lip briefly. I asked you not to talk about me and Yui, and you saying that. I can buy your silence by having sex with you. From an outside perspective. Yeah, it's pretty weird. Setsuna took a small breath. Even from an inside perspective, it's thing sketchy. But if I said no, that I wouldn't have sex with you. Izuku sighed again. Would you have said anything? To Kendo or Vlad King? No. Setsuna said immediately, shaking her head. I was just thinking with my PP, thinking it would make our time together more KNKY. I wouldn't have actually told on you either way. No chance in hell. In that case but that's not the problem. Setsuna finally looked up at him, and Izuku was taken aback by the sudden tears in her eyes, and she couldn't suppress the emotions she had been keeping in since Vlad King came into the house. The problem was that I let it go to my head. I was setting you up with everyone without thinking about how you would feel. I made you feel so uncomfortable, and it's all my fault that you eventually broke. I shoved Itsuka to the side because she was actually telling me what was happening, but I ignored her. I was going to make everyone schedule in when they wanted to F you. I'm such a beach. So please, she gave him a pleading look, the tears falling down her cheeks as Izuku looked on in shock. Stop being so understanding, stop getting us to give you an explanation, just tell me that you hate me, I know you do. This is all my fault, everything. Izuku tried to gather his thoughts, trying to figure out how to go from there, when Yui sighed and leaned forward. It's not just her, she admitted, her voice low, it's me as well. I started this, and when Itsuka told me to stop I just brushed her off. She pursed her lips, and turned to the orange-haired student, who was studying her carefully. I'm a shitty friend. You told me not to take advantage of him and I told you to mind your own business. I ignored the consequences of this because it felt good. I'm sorry, Itsuka. Yui. Itsuka bit the inside of her cheek, not really sure what to say to that, but before she could, Izuku managed to find his words. Guys, he sighed, and closed his eyes. This was extremely difficult, but he knew it was necessary. Are you saying that you want me to blame you for this? Yes. It's true. Okay then. That took everyone by surprise, everyone turning to look at what Izuku just said. Ibara's jaw dropped, Pony looked up at him in shock, Setsuna's cries went silent like a light had been flipped off, and Yui stared at him like she had never seen him before. Izuku himself was looking pretty off himself, like he couldn't believe he just said that, but he took a deep breath and continued. It is your fault. 𝐭𝐽𝐽, Kodai, this is your fault. It's everyone's fault. Tsuri, the girl's eyes began watering again, her lip trembling. You shouldn't have listened to 𝐭𝐽𝐽 and thought the only way to get with me was to sleep with me. Shiozaki, you shouldn't have made assumptions about what was happening and insulted me. Komori, Yanagi, you shouldn't have used as a sex toy and made me so uncomfortable I had to leave. Kendo, you should have paid more attention to what was going on. Everyone here, everyone is at fault. After a brief pause to let that sink in, Setsuna's breath starting to come out jittery again and Yui's eyes starting to well with unexpected tears, Izuku sighed. But it's also my fault. I should have put my foot down. I should have told you guys no sometimes. I should have made clear that some of the things you guys were doing were making me uncomfortable. I should have talked to Kendo about what I was feeling. I shouldn't have went along with everything you said. Midoriya, no, Itsuka interrupted, but Izuku raised his hand, asking for permission to continue. I came back here because I wanted to apologize to you guys. For yelling at you. For shouting that stuff at you. Uraraka encouraged me to, but when I was walking back, Kendo said that, that I didn't have to apologize for anything. That I didn't need to fix anything. And, as much as I don't want to say this, how much I want to keep this in me, I'm going to have to. Izuku took another long, deep breath, squeezing his eyes shut as he felt himself go red. Every part of him was screaming at him not to say what he wanted to, the thought so embarrassing he'd rather die. But he remembered what the imaginary angel and devil on his shoulder had said. But we don't want to destroy them. If you want to make this stick, you'll have to. Izuku let out another sigh, and finally said what he'd been dreading to say, I have feelings for all of you. If the room wasn't quiet before, it was definitely now. The only thing they could hear was the rain splattering against the windows outside. No one drew breath. Pony and Ibara were staring at Izuku with wide eyes, 𝐒𝐭𝐽 and Kinoko were sharing a shocked glance, Setsuna still didn't look up, you blinked, and Itsuka felt herself go very red, suddenly really needing some clarification. Midoriya, she said timidly, what do you dash? Izuku sighed, rubbing a hand through his hair and trying to fight through the embarrassment, I like you all. Like I have crushes on all of you. It's kinda scummy, I know, liking all of you like that at the same time, but it's true. I have been crushing on all of you, for different reasons. But I can't forget about what you guys did. How you guys have treated me, how you've treated each other, it almost makes me forget the good times we had. He shook his head, and turned his gaze to Ibara, who went red when she came under his sight, like you, Shiozaki. I really appreciate the times we had when we cooked together. You taught me so many plates, I bet I could cook anything for my other house in 1A and they'd love it. I love how excited you get whenever you'd go out to the garden and start planting. Your faith in the goodness of people is it's so inspiring, and I wish I could be more like that sometimes. Ibara's lip began quivering even more, tears starting to drip out of her eyes, but before she could say anything, Izuku turned his attention to Pony, who was staring at him as though she had never seen him before. Tsunotori, I have feelings for you too. Maybe not as strongly as yours, but they are there. Whenever we sit down to do homework, or I show you something in Japanese, it always makes me so happy when you give me a high five. When I had went to see Tokage, and you offered to eat ice cream with me if it didn't go well, that warmed my heart so much, and I didn't even realize it then. And I do find you really attractive. I loved our time together. Pony's tears doubled, of course, but Izuku couldn't stop there, turning his attention back to Kinoko and Leo. Yanagi, I know that it might seem scummy, liking you when you're already dating Komori, and the same to you, Komori. I know that I might have seemed like I was weird out last night when you said your FTSH was mushrooms, but it's not a weird quirk. It's very versatile, and I'm sorry I never told you that before. Your dresses are awesome, you obviously put so much work into them, it's admirable. And Yanagi, you're honestly so freaking awesome. Your room is cool, and your swords too, but I appreciate how straightforward you are, how you never mince your words with anyone. You said you were scared your FTSH weirded me out, but there's nothing about you that would be able to do that. Everything about you is appealing. Kinoko grabbed Leiko's hand in a vice grip, still shuddering with sobs, while a single tear dripped down Leiko's visible eye. Izuku soldiered on, trying hard not to stutter at all, and turned his attention to Itsuka, who let out a small gasp when he looked at her. I don't even know where to begin with you, Kendo. Izuku laughed a bit at that. You do so much for me. I know that we've had disagreements, I mean, our latest one had me beating you up in the mud, and you've probably been really annoyed by what I've been doing. But you've always been there for me. I feel like I can talk to you about anything. Like heroes or bikes or feelings. And I'm sorry that I thought I would burden you with all this. Honestly, it surprises me that you care about someone like me. You're so appealing, so talented, it's weird that you see me as someone you care about. Izuku turned his attention to Yui, who was staring at him with a look of shock and sadness on her face, missing Itsuka's reddened face, and the hand that reached up to grab her heart, feeling fresh tears start to form in her eyes. Kodai. I'm not going to lie, it seems like when we first met, like seriously met, sec was all we were doing. Yui's eyes misted over, biting her lip, but before she could interrupt, Izuku went on. But I know that you do care about me more than you let on. I was kinda nervous with you at first, not really knowing what was going on through your expressions. But your eyes tell the story. You usually look at me with lust, but I do see how much you care about me, even if you don't think you do. I'm kinda an idiot for believing Manoma when he said no one in the house liked me, because your eyes tell me how much you like me. They're always so warm, so inviting. You might think that I secretly loathe you, but I'm glad my first time was with you. I'm glad that you liked me enough to give me an experience I won't forget. Finally, he turned to Setsuna, who had not looked up at all. I don't hate you, 𝐭𝐽𝐫. I'll never hate you. I don't want to get into it now, but I actually had a rough time growing up. Everyone always teased me, mocked me, made fun of me. It made me feel so awful. But whenever you tease me, I don't feel awful. I know you think you were degrading me whenever we were together, but the times you would take care of me made me feel so nice. I know you got carried away with setting me up with everyone. It hurts that you thought of me like that. It makes me angry that you saw me as someone to be passed from person to person, but I know that you're not a bad person. I know that. He considered that he could have worded that better, maybe vocalized his displeasure at them, but he was honestly too tired to get into a yelling match with any of them. Besides, he remembered how Aizawa had lectured them after they saved Kaken from All for One, the disappointment that had robbed everyone of happiness. It would hurt them to yell at him, but if he wanted to get his point across, to let them know about how this was going to go from now on, he needed it to stick. He stood up on shaky feet, sighing, and was sure to look at everyone in the eye, not a dry face in sight, including his own. I want to forgive you all right now, Izuku told them. It's what my brain's screaming at me, what my heart's begging me to do, but I can't. I can't forget what's happened. After what happened today. As much as I like all of you, as much as I need you guys. Right now, I can't trust you. I know that we settled our differences earlier, Kendo, but I do need some time to think. That's why. He took another long deep breath. Right now, I don't want you guys to see me as a SXL partner. Nothing like that. I'm not saying that I never want to have sex with any of you ever again, or that I hate all of you and never want to see you again. I want to come downstairs tomorrow and have breakfast and hang out with you guys. I want to cook with you, Shiozaki. I want to go outside and see your bike, Kendo. I want to sit down and watch a movie with you, Kodai. I want to sit back and watch some anime with you, Tsunotori. I want to look at your swords, Yanagi, and geek out with you. I wanna eventually have you grow mushrooms all over me, Komori, just so I know what it's like. I wanna sit back and let you make fun of me, 𝐭𝐽𝐫, as long as I get to make fun of you back. I care a lot about you all. I want to be with you guys. But I can't trust you right now. I can't trust your intentions. This is something that we all need to fix together. I need to know that you guys care about me as much as I care about you. So if any of you come to me to have sex, I'm going to turn you down. I'm going to say no. You can crawl on your hands and knees and beg me, and my answer will be the same. Pony, I do acknowledge your feelings, and I feel the same. But right now, I can't trust where you're coming from. I'm so sorry, but I need time. I need to know that I'm not just some guy you can use to get off. That if I was literally anyone else, you'd do the same. I hate that it's come to this, but I need to know that you guys see me as a person, and not someone to get off to. Izuku finally finished his speech, feeling a need for some water for his dry mouth after so much talking, and looked around at the girls assembled with a heavy heart. As much as he hated saying those words, how they tore him apart, he knew they were necessary. Do you guys understand? He paused for a bit, letting his words sink in. Itsuka was looking desolate, her face bruised and puffy, but there was understanding in her eyes. Ibara bit her lip. Pony was looking down at her feet. Kinoko pursed her lips. Yui stared vacantly ahead. Setsuna hadn't raised her head at all. Leiko had her eyes closed. Guys, do you understand? There were only a few seconds of silence before Itsuka spoke up. I understand, Midoriya. Yeah. Yui nodded slowly. I get it. 𝐿𝐴𝐺𝐿. Pony mumbled. I agree. Ibara sighed. Got it. Leiko opened her eyes. I understand. Kinoko agreed. Yeah. Setsuna's low mutter came. Izuku studied each of their faces, seeing the regret in their eyes but also their registration, and nodded. Okay. I wanna say I trust you guys to keep that promise, but, well, you know. They lapsed into another silence, everyone avoiding each other's gazes, until Izuku sighed. I know how bad it is to leave that there, but I've been awake all night and I'm dead tired. I'm going to go to bed early. Okay. Okay, Midoriya, Itsuka nodded, still looking away. Good night. Okay. Good night, guys. I'll see you tomorrow. Izuku nodded, and turned to walk over to the stairs. He had his one foot on the bottom stair when he paused, trying to suppress the horrible feeling in his heart, and turned slightly to look back at the girls. I don't hate any of you, he said softly. I could never hate any of you. That's why I hope that this works. With that finally said, Izuku went up the stairs towards his room. That didn't end nearly as well as he had wanted. Everything was still tense, the girls probably unsure of where they stood with him, but he prayed that they could resolve this soon. He would hate if tomorrow everyone avoided him in fear. He didn't want that. He just wanted his friends to see him as someone they cared for, loved, and not as some walking, talking entertainment. Hopefully once everyone got some sleep, or just some time to themselves, they could come to a resolution. It couldn't happen now. It would feel far too empty for Izuku to yell at them and then forgive them after an hour. They needed to honestly work towards a better relationship. As soon as they heard his door close upstairs, Itsuka let out a small shudder, standing up. She rubbed the tears from her face, and grabbed a Kleenex from the coffee table to blow her nose. Once she had that thrown out, she sighed and brought out her phone. F it, she muttered, rain's let up enough, so I'm ordering pizza. No, 2 pizzas. Extra large. You guys can eat one, the other one's just for me. I got the CRP kicked out of me, I deserve this. Normally, I'd advise you to eat something healthier, but I'll be honest that I'm not going to cook anything tonight, Ibara conceded, still hugging Pony. Itsuka gave the smaller girl a sympathetic glance, and knelt down beside the small girl and ran a hand through her hair. You okay, Pony? She asked softly. Do you need some more time? Pony gulped, and raised a hand to rub her cheeks. I'll be okay. I might need to, if it's okay, can I stay with one of you guys tonight? I don't want to be alone. Itsuka nodded, and brought Pony in for another hug, feeling the smaller girl wrap her arms around her. Ibara sat back, rubbing her own tears off her face, bringing her vines back to her after spreading them around the room to comfort everyone. Itsuka could tell that the religious girl wasn't as composed as she normally was, the result of the long talk they had. No one here felt that anything was resolved, the words he had told them echoing in their minds. Itsuka released Pony from the hold she had on her, and turned to the other couch. Setsuna was still staring at her knees, hands clenched together, and Yui didn't meet anyone's eye. Itsuka pursed her lips in worry, feeling the anger she had been feeling to the two of them fade away, and stood up to walk over and kneel in front of them. Neither of them looked at her, in fact looking away once she settled down. Before either of them could say anything, Itsuka reached up, grabbing both of their heads, and brought them gently down on her shoulders, wrapping her arms around them. This did not comfort Setsuna at all, who let out a quiet shudder and felt tears squeeze out of her eyes. Don't. Setsuna gulped back another sob, a hand grabbing the side of her shirt and squeezing tightly. Don't. We don't deserve. Shut up, Set, Itsuka sighed, raising her hand to rub through her hand. You need a hug, so I'm giving you a hug. After a few more seconds of silence, Yui let out a tense breath, and held Itsuka tighter. I'm sorry, Itsuka, she whispered, I'm so sorry. I said such awful things to you. It's okay, the orange-haired girl assured her, returning the hold. It's okay, you. Setsuna seemed to break down as well, grabbing the back of her shirt and crying into her shoulder. Before anything else could happen, they felt another pair of arms wrap around them, and saw Ibara had clearly needed some catharsis too, putting head down on Yui's and crying quietly. Soon, Pony snuck in and joined the hug, and after the other two had spent some time by themselves, Liko and Kinoko joined the impromptu group hug, and the girls simply were content to hug out their feelings, squeezing each other gently. Finally, Itsuka sighed, and released Yui and Setsuna from her hold. "We've still got a lot of work to do," she quietly told everyone, knowing everyone was listening. "You heard him, we lost his trust. We're gonna get it back." It took another few minutes, mixed in with some quiet crying, but eventually everyone hugged out their feelings, and separated, wiping their faces and grabbing some Kleenex from the table. Pony, ever the cuddlebug, was content with having Kinoko and Liko wrap their arms around her on the couch, needing some more comfort. Ibara, after feeling some more tears fall on her cheeks, went to the bathroom to wipe her face. Yui and Setsuna quietly went upstairs, evidently needing some time to themselves to think. Itsuka let them go quietly, knowing that they were probably feeling the guiltiest out of everyone here, and definitely needing their space. Nothing was really resolved, and nothing really made better. They may have resolved their situation with Manoma interfering in their affairs, and even that wasn't a guarantee, but it was clear to all of them that Izuku couldn't trust their intentions, thinking there was something they were up to. There was a wall between them and him that they had built high with their bullshit, but that just meant that they needed to find a way to break it down. Itsuka had the confidence they could, knowing everyone here fumbled, but they could get back up. She knew that there was still some things that Izuku had held back on. He mentioned to Setsuna he had been bullied as a kid, which seemed impossible to Itsuka. How could someone bully a kind person him? But he seemed to not want to go into it. So for now, they would concentrate on getting back into his good graces. They'd acknowledge his feelings for them later. That was a can of worms they didn't need to discuss while everyone was emotional. "I just hope it won't turn into another fight," Itsuka thought with a lump in her throat as she dialed the number for the pizza company, managing to suppress an unexpected cough. The horrible storm only lasted until about 2 in the morning, finally stopping its assault, and UA was restored to a peaceful state. The sun would rise early in the morning, puddles of water and moisture everywhere. Once the sun rose properly into the sky, the students would head on out of their dorm houses, relieved that they could finally leave and enjoy some fresh air after being cooped up inside for the entirety of yesterday. Kirishima could book it outside the house, pursued by Bakugo, who was enraged that the hardening hero had stolen his All Might Rising comic and accidentally put a tiny rip into the side. All in all, everything was peaceful, and everyone was sure to rise early to enjoy it. Everyone, that said, except for Class 1B girls' dorm house. Everyone had slept in that day, either from exhaustion from stress, or just needing some time to themselves. After she had gotten her pizza, Itsuka had eaten the entire thing in one sitting, horrifying Ibara, and then beat a retreat to her room, letting out a few small coughs that did not bode well for her. Setsuna and Yui had not been seen at all the entire night, content to stay in their rooms and think everything over. Pony ended up having a sleepover with Ibara, evidently still needing some comfort, and the Vine girl had no problems with wrapping them up in a Vine burrito and cuddling the smaller girl to sleep. They had stayed up a little bit talking about how they would make it up to Izuku. Pony wasn't too sure how to make it up to him, but was determined to stop looking at him in a romantic light for now, getting closer to him as a friend, while Ibara resolved to repent for her awful judgment, being a supporting role in the house. Neither of them discussed Izuku's confession. Of course, it was on the minds of everyone in the house, but it had been an unspoken agreement not to discuss it with each other. Ibara herself laid in bed late that morning, still thinking about it with a heavy heart. She had liked Izuku, of course. Honestly, it wouldn't be a surprise at all if every girl in the house didn't harbor feelings for the boy, but to hear him talk about how much their making dinner mattered to him, how much he found her faith in people inspiring, and she just couldn't believe it. Ibara pouted to herself as she sat up in her bed, letting a sleeping Pony cling to her while drooling. As much as the words played over and over in her head, no matter how crisply she remembered Izuku's face as he said it, she really couldn't believe him. She had went up to his room, glared at him in judgment, told him off. And he just told her he liked her. Even still. It was impossible, Ibara sighed to herself as she glanced to her right, looking at her neat desk. It wasn't possible for Izuku to still have feelings for her after she had cast him off like that. But why was she thinking about that now? Izuku had made his stance clear, they all had to make it up to him. Before he could forgive them. She knew how hard it must have been for the boy to say those words, knowing his caring nature, it must have hurt him to tell them off like he did. But he had given them the chance to redeem themselves, and even if Ibara didn't believe he meant those kind words he told her, thinking to herself how irredeemable she must be, she was still resolved to get things done. And how would she start that? It was obvious. Ibara nodded to herself while hitting her open palm with a fist. She needed to mend the bridges between the girls and Izuku. They'd be awkward, as they were last night when going to bed, so to get everyone on the right path, she'd have to start by making everyone comfortable with each other again. Determined and ready to get the day started, she got up from bed, intending to head to the bathroom, clean her teeth, and go downstairs to cook breakfast. She took 3 determined steps towards the door, and then let out a yelp as she was tripped and landed on her butt, not remembering that she had been wrapped around Pony all night. The horse girl herself let out a small shriek of surprise followed by a groan of pain as she was abruptly woken up from her slumber by being dragged out of the bed and hitting the back of her head on the floor. "Oh, dear!" Ibara gasped, looking over as Pony groaned in pain, her hooves dangling in the air. "I am so sorry, are you all right, Pony?" "Oh, that hurt like a goddamn son of a beach. You know I don't understand English that well, but I do know enough to know when you swear." "Sorry." She helped Pony untangle herself from the bed and vines, letting the smaller girl sit up to rub the back of her head. As the smaller girl tended to her bruise, Ibara sat back on her knees, biting her lip and helping tend to her friend's injury. "Oh, oh, oh." Pony whimpered a bit, patting the small swelling on the back of her head. "What were you even doing, Ibara?" "Again, I'm sorry, Pony," Ibara said sincerely, clapping her hands together. "I had thought to get up and make everyone breakfast, since I don't think anyone's up right now, and it would be a welcome treat for everyone after yesterday." Pony lowered her hands, looking up at her friend. Like we're trying to make things less awkward." "Perhaps," Ibara put her hand to her cheek, thinking. "I think that since everyone had an emotional day, it would help if we all sat down together like old times and ate as a household. Perhaps some of the reservations Midoriya is having will settle down. He'll be more open to trusting us if we try to proceed as normal, well, as normal as we can be." Before everyone began laying around with each other. "Oh. My apologies, Pony, I didn't mean dash. No, it's okay." Pony shook her head, smiling. I had a lot of thinking to do last night, and it's like I said, I really jumped the gun, listening to Setsuna. I should take this slower." Ibara watched her carefully. "You seem, no offense, but you seem much more positive than yesterday." "That's because I thought up a game plan." Pony jumped up, pumping her fists. "I'm gonna take it slow, be his friend, and regain his trust. I know he likes me back now, but that doesn't mean I can just jump the gun. I need to get to know him, get back in his good graces, then I can try asking him out." There was a weird pang in Ibara's heart hearing Pony proclaim how she was going to ask him out, but she quickly pushed it to the side, instead standing up to get changed into. "Well, as I said before, Pony, I support a relationship between you and Midoriya, 100%. It's a shame that all this nonsense had to happen beforehand, but I do sincerely hope it works out for you too." "Hey." Pony blinked in confusion, "But what about?" Ibara blinked, looking around briefly. "What about? What?" Oh, nothing. Nothing at all." Pony jumped up, stretching a bit and flashing a big smile. "Do you mind if I help you out with breakfast today? I don't want you to have to do all the work." "Oh, would you?" Ibara smiled at her, clapping her hands together. "That would be a tremendous help." The girls briefly split apart so Pony could grab some clothes from her room the floor below, and met together on the bottom floor to shower quickly while throwing out the grocery bag filled with used Kleenex from crying last night. Even after the talk, Pony had been an emotional wreck until she finally fell asleep. After throwing them out, they grimaced at the late time of 11 o'clock in the morning, and immediately got to work making breakfast. Ibara decided that they could start their day with steamed rice and grilled fish, putting the rice in the rice cooker while Pony worked on grilling the fish in the oven. As they worked in silence, Ibara humming to herself as she tended to the rice, Pony stole a glance at her, a small pout forming on her face as she remembered Ibara's talk with Izuku yesterday. I was going to simply stand aside, let you get into a relationship with her, let you both be happy. Pony frowned and turned back to the fish, checking to make sure it wasn't being burned on her watch. Ibara hadn't said anything obvious yesterday about it, but from the way she spoke to him, the way she had been hurt thinking her first kiss had been taken by Izuku over nothing, and the way she had acted when she found out the truth. Did that mean Ibara had feelings for him too? That entire thought made Pony's stomach lurch, but not for the reason she would have thought originally. Pony knew she had started to crush on Izuku pretty much from the moment they first had dinner together, a few weeks ago. Izuku's excitement over learning about her quirk, the way he muttered, even the manner he apologized for, immediately made Pony start thinking he was cute beyond words, and she had no problem with realizing she had started to crush on the boy. She had remembered how Izuku had seen her struggling with homework, not understanding some of the words on the page, and he had sat down with her to assist, which only endeared her to him more. It was only after Truth or Dare those feelings truly exploded. After their intense make-out in the closet. She listened to Setsuna's advice about skipping everything and seducing him, her crush on him so deep she didn't care about the other girls sleeping with him, just wanting to be with him. It had backfired spectacularly, of course. She had been so intense about her feelings for him, she had ignored how he might feel about jumping the gun and going straight into her bed. Going to sleep last night, she had resolved quietly to herself to start over from scratch, get to know him as a person, invest in his hobbies, practically become his best friend somewhere on campus. Okiko sneezed painfully, a sense of unexplained foreboding filling her, and only after that would she consider asking him out, now that she knew he had feelings for her as well. Well, he had feelings for all of them, but she would simply have to cross that bridge when they get to it. But Ibara telling her that she supports the relationship between them. For some reason, it didn't sit right with Pony. The smaller girl glanced at her friend again. She liked Izuku, probably to the point of loving him, but the thought of asking him out while knowing Ibara liked him as well sent a shot of sadness through her. She wanted to be happy with Izuku, but she also didn't want Ibara to be shuffled off on the sidelines hurting. She sighed as she flipped the fish to the other side to cook, wondering how she could help her friend while they both crushed on the same guy, but all the outcomes she could think of made Pony's frown deepen. She didn't want to get into another confrontation like yesterday, so she would have to think about this more to prevent it to coming to that. About 15 minutes later, while both girls continued making breakfast, with Ibara continuing to hum a tune to herself as she cooked, they both heard footsteps on the stairs, and turned to see Layko and Kinoko walking downstairs. Both of them looked utterly disheveled, like neither of them got much sleep. Neither of them wore any makeup, and their hair was frizzy. While the girls were used to Izuku's presence in their homes by now, they still made sure they had makeup and looked at least somewhat presentable since he was technically a guest in their home. They smelled the breakfast cooking, and turned towards the kitchen. "Good morning," Ibara greeted, wiping a bit of sweat from her brow. "Hey," Layko waved, still looking a bit put off. "Yo," Kinoko muttered. "Are you both okay?" Ibara asked in concern, looking from both of them in worry. "You seem a bit uncomfortable." Kinda," Layko sighed. "We didn't get a lot of sleep last night. We, still kinda need to talk to each other. Especially since, after what happened. We were about to go on a walk." I understand," Ibara nodded, glancing at her breakfast. "Still, would you both like something to eat beforehand? I'm afraid the pizza from yesterday wasn't quite enough for me. I plan to make breakfast for everyone." "I don't suppose why not," Layko nodded, and walked to the new table delivered to them by robots last night to sit. Kinoko looked a bit more hesitant to sit, glancing uncomfortably around, but still took a seat beside her girlfriend. Ibara checked the rice, nodding in satisfaction with what she saw, and poured it out into bowls, waiting for Pony to finish up with the fish. As everyone sat in silence, not really sure what to talk about, Ibara pouted to herself. She had resolved to make everything better, but now that she was faced with actually doing something, she was unsure how to proceed. She put the rice bowls down on the table for Kinoko and Layko, accepting their thanks, and watched as Pony put down the grilled fish, taking a seat on the other side of the table. This was awkward. Ibara winced, and she had no idea what to talk about that didn't concern what went down yesterday. Luckily, before she could figure it out, she saw, out of the corner of her eye, familiar orange hair as Itsuka slowly made her way down the stairs. "Oh, Itsuka!" Ibara turned from the table, the only one of the girls to do so. "How are? Oh, my goodness." Pony, Kinoko and Leo blinked, and looked up and let out a few cringes and winces. Itsuka, for lack of better terms, looked like CRP. Her nose was red, her face was pale, and she was still dressed in her pajamas. She looked drowsy, as though she were only a few seconds from toppling over and falling right back asleep. She winced slightly at Ibara's raised tone, and groaned quietly as she shuffled towards the cabinet, looking in. "Oh, dear," Ibara said worriedly, standing up from the table and walking over to her. "You look awful." "I feel awful," Itsuka grumbled, her voice sounding off due to her clogged nose. She grabbed some pills and put them on the counter, moving slowly as to not dizzy herself. Ibara was quick to check what pills she was going for, seeing that they were daytime cold pills, and saw her reaching for a water bottle on the counter. "I should have seen this coming," Ibara sighed as she watched Itsuka uncap the water bottle. "You both were out in the rain for so long, it wouldn't be a surprise you got sick." "Yeah, plus fighting while half-naked wouldn't have helped," Itsuka grumped, popping the pills into her mouth and drinking some water to swallow. After gulping them down, she let out a small groan of misery and started waddling towards the couch. "I'ma be out here today. I honestly don't feel like going back upstairs. Unless you guys wanna carry me." "No, I suppose it would be wiser to have you stay down here." Ibara shook her head, moving some vines to assist Itsuka in case she lost her balance. "We don't need you fainting in your room and us not knowing about it." The other girls watched in sympathy as Itsuka laid down on the couch, coughing and sniffling. Leo grimaced a bit, feeling a bit lucky for narrowly avoiding that same fate, and quickly started eating her breakfast. Pony had a thought, and stole a glance at the ceiling. "If Itsuka's feeling awful," she thought out loud, making everyone look up at her, "do you think Midori's the same way?" The girls seemed to visibly deflate at his name, returning their gazes to the table. Ibara pouted some at the obvious sadness that came at that, feeling a bit bad that everyone had become so awkward due to him. Of course, it would be unrealistic for everyone to just magically start being friends with him again, not after such an emotional day. But she still held on to hope that they could resolve this. Clearing her throat, Ibara turned her smile back on, and resumed her seat, still stretching some vines out to Itsuka in case the class representative needed her. "I'm not worried," she tried to say joyfully, picking up her bowl of rice. "I'm sure that if he's feeling sick, Midoriya won't be hard to care for. I imagine he's very calm when it comes to this kind of thing." "Oh, CRP." Izuku stared up at the ceiling, a headache making him groan quietly. Worse yet, he realized very quickly what was going on. He had managed to go to sleep pretty much the moment his head hit the pillows. His exhaustion from staying up the night before, the stress and tension from yelling at everyone, the long run he took afterwards, the brutal fight with Itsuka, the emotional turmoil from the talks with Vlad King, Manoma, and the girls all contributed to his passing immediately out. And now that he was awake, he realized how utterly crappy he felt. His entire body ached, the parts where he had been hit by Itsuka were sore and aching. His nose was clogged, forcing him to breathe out of his mouth noisily. The headache he was feeling was pounding in his head. His throat felt scratchy. All in all, going to sleep earlier yesterday and sleeping in made him forget about the consequences of running in the rain for 20 minutes, then getting into a fist fight with his appealing roommate shirtless would do to, oh god. Izuku felt his eyes widen in shock, as horror started filling him. Oh god. He fought Itsuka. Like, not a shouting match or a shoving match, but a full-on wrestling match. They rolled around in the mud, on top of each other. He pressed himself up to her. She pressed herself on him. At the time, emotions were running high and he could ignore it. But now, as he lied there, the implications and realizations settled in, and Izuku felt his face explode into a blush. He fought her shirtless. Melons pressed up to his chest. He groaned and rolled onto his side, covering his face. Oh, sweet Jesus, the look of anger on her face as she was on top of him, her wet hair clinging to her face, He hated to admit it, especially with what happened yesterday, but holy 𝐆𝐻𝐿, was Itsuka hot when she was angry. She was always appealing, of course, but with her on top of him, glaring down at him with that look on her face. Izuku had to suppress a shudder. And with her straddling him, sitting her rather nice looking but on his, wait, how did he not realize the positions they were in? What if someone came along and saw two half-naked teenagers rolling around in the mud? Her reputation would be in tatters. And Izuku let out a groan as the reality of what he did yesterday suddenly came to him. Not the talk, he didn't regret what he told them to do, it was necessary. But what he said to them during it. That he liked them all. Romantically liked them. What the F was wrong with him? He let out another groan as he flipped onto his stomach, pushing his face into the pillow. Oh, God, why did he do that? How could he look any of them in the eye? He was going to have to get along with them again, with that on their minds. Well, at least he knew Ibara and Pony carried something for him, he couldn't kid himself about that, but what about everyone else? Itsuka would probably be weirded out that the weird guy from Class 1A had a crush on her, she cared about him, they literally had a fight where they established that, but like him. As in, have a crush on him. Impossible. He literally told Kinoko and Leo, two girls already in a relationship, that he had feelings for both of them. That was the very definition of cringe. And Setsuna and Yui, the girls who used him for secretary. How pathetic could one guy get? And he still had to talk to Pony privately about her love letter. Izuku groaned again, squeezing his eyes shut. There was a huge part of him that wanted to stay in his room again all day, avoiding them out of potential awkwardness, but this headache was already becoming unbearable. He'd have to go downstairs to get something for it, and his stuffy nose, and they'd be down there. He'd have to face the music at some. To his right on the bedside table, his phone suddenly dinged. And then continued to ding. Izuku poked an eye out, and clumsily reached for it. Bringing it up and unlocking it, he took a glance at the messages, and saw that Class 1A's main group chat was busy. The Class 1A hell chat Speedy Gonzalez. Good morning everyone. I hope that everyone was safe yesterday due to the horrible storm. Since we all had to stay indoors yesterday, I had thought we could all join together for an exercise today. Just to see each other after being cooked up inside. A run would suffice well, I'd say. What do you all say? Alien Queen Q-Leo Lightning Boy sounds Gucci Red Riot Hell YA guys. Hi Queen Momo don't see why not. Laughing face also who changed my name Rocking Queen I did babe. Tongue sticking out. Izuku stared at the screen for a second, a plan forming in his head. A run. He could get out of the house for a bit, see his friends, avoid seeing the girls he confessed to yesterday for a bit. It was cowardly and avoiding the problem, but after yesterday, where he confronted everything bothering him, he deserved a chance to cowardly shrink away, right? Right. Izuku nodded to himself, and went to get up, get in his gym uniform, and get out of the house for a bit. The only problem was the moment he moved his head, everything hit him at once. He groaned, clutching his head while cringing as he stood up, the soreness of the fight yesterday and how woozy he felt suddenly catching up to him. Holy CRP, he felt awful. But the prospects of seeing the girls he was crushing on downstairs convinced him that all he needed was some fresh air, going on a run with his friends, and he would feel a lot better. Getting dressed, he slowly exited his room and slowly made his way downstairs, both to make sure no one noticed he was moving, and to make sure that he didn't accidentally fall downstairs in his woozy state. He managed to get down all 4 sets of stairs without tripping and falling down the stairs, and quietly made his way downstairs. Okay, he thought to himself, wincing slightly as he moved his head and his headache spiked, just grab some pills because this headache's scared, then you could go outside, get some fresh air, and meet up with, oh, dear, I knew it. Izuku winced, trying hard not to jump too much from the surprise, and turned to see Ibara and Pony looking over at him after kneeling at the head of the couch. Izuku found himself cringing as Ibara studied his pale features and hunched appearance, sighing and giving him a sympathetic look. I figured that if Itsuka got sick from yesterday, then you definitely did as well, she nodded, looking at him kindly while standing up. My Doria, if you would like to lay on the love seat, I could get you some medicine and blankets, and then I can make you some soup. I'm sure you she was interrupted, however, by Izuku suddenly laughing loudly, who tried hard not to let on how much that hurt his head. He tried to straighten up, give her a wide smile, and not look like he was about to hurl in the trash can. I don't know what you mean. He let out another automatic laugh, putting a hand behind his head and pretending it didn't hurt to lift his sore arm, and spoke just as stiffly. I'm feeling fine. More than fine. Guess I'm tougher than I thought. Ha, ha, ha. Midoriya. Ibara gave him a deadpan stare, not buying anything for an instant. You're as pale as a sheet. I can tell you are unwell. I'm fine. Honest. I've gotta go meet with the rest of my class. We're doing a run, and I can't miss it. I should be but Midori, Pony interrupted, standing up as well with a worried glance. You're obviously sick. You look just like Itsuka. Yo, the mentioned girl said weakly, lifting a hand from the couch where Izuku couldn't see her and giving him a thumbs up. You're sick as hell. I know I am. Just shut up and get on the couch. Oh, guys, I'm okay. Izuku started walking towards the door, trying hard not to betray how blurry his vision became and how much he felt like hurling as he went to open the door to head outside. I just need some fresh air. I'll be fine. I'll be back soon. Midoriya. Ibara took a step forward, aghast as Izuku continued walking weakly towards the door. I insist that you stay and recover. If this is about yesterday, I know that it must be awkward, but it won't help you to go running when you're obviously sick. And no. Izuku managed to grunt out as he opened the door, stepping onto the front porch and feeling his vision spin. I'm fine. I'll be. And without warning, he suddenly fell face forward completely off the porch and onto the ground with a thud. Midoriya. Ibara gasped. Holy CRP. Pony threw a hand to her mouth. No, Itsuka said weakly from the couch. With the mindsets that they just watched Izuku fall off a building instead of a porch, Pony and Ibara ran as fast as they could to make sure Izuku didn't just faceplant on the ground and break every bone in his face. Luckily, once they made it to the front door, they peered out to see that he had managed to land face down on the grass, groaning and trying to get back up on weak arms that couldn't support his weight. Ibara sighed and raised her hands to let her vines out of their ponytail, feeling her vines start to stretch out. Thank goodness Itsuka's not as stubborn as he is, she mentioned to Pony. Can you go pull out the couch? I'll bring him back inside. For the last few months, Momo Yorozu and Kyuka had been in a happy relationship. The rocker girl had confessed her feelings for her best friend, which were happily reciprocated. It was very romantic, a kiss in the autumn air with leaves falling around them, and they had been dating ever since. They held hands, ate together, laughed, played music, and everything in between, and everyone was always happy to see them together, minus Mineta, who bemoaned that the hottest girl and the sixth prettiest girl got together. He had been shot out of a cannon by Momo when she had heard that. And while their more secretive and private moments were kept between them, Mina, who lived next door to Kyuka, would always snigger when she saw the rocker girl walking gingerly down the stairs. Everyone knew they were quite happy. And here they were, walking down the path of the forest to head to where Ida had asked everyone to meet up, turning down the small sidewalk of the dorm houses on the edge of the forest and walking past the Class 1B buildings. They had spent the entire rainy day yesterday indoors, playing guitar in her room while Momo watched and enjoyed, albeit with some breaks so they could make out, and they were looking forward to stretching their legs with the rest of their class. While their hands were entwined, Momo couldn't help but smile goofily at her girlfriend as she laughed about Denki short-circuiting himself in the rain yesterday. They were the first of the girls to leave the house. Mina and Toru were still getting ready, and Tsuyu was looking over a sick Okuko while they waited for Nejaya to arrive to take over. Poor Uraraka, Momo sighed, putting a hand to her cheek. I know she wanted to spend some time with everyone today. Guess that's what happens when you go running out in the rain, Kyuka shrugged. Still, SCKS to be her, I guess. I'm wondering why she didn't tell us why she was out running, though. Perhaps it was something important, Momo thought to herself. But in any case, without warning, there was a small crash to their right, and Momo and Kyuka jumped, turning their gazes to see Izuku trip on his own 2 feet and fall down the stairs of the Class 1B girls' dorm. Thankfully he landed on grass, so. It wasn't a hard fall, but he still let out an uncomfortable groan as he landed face down on the ground. Midoriya! Momo gasped in worry, about to take a step forward. Are you all dash? How Midoriya was would remain unknown, however, as from the open door, a series of vines stretched out and grabbed Izuku by the legs and chest. He let out a groan of misery, trying to kick them away weakly and crawl, but the vines lifted him up, zipped him straight into the house as though a horror movie monster was dragging him to his doom, and slammed the door shut. Momo and Kyuka stared at the door for a few seconds, wondering what the hell that was, but the door soon reopened and Ibara poked her head out, looking embarrassed and tense. I'm sorry about that. She called to them. Midoriya's just being stubborn. With that apology made, Ibara quickly closed the door, leaving Momo and Kyuka staring at the closed door as though it had come out and slapped them in the face. After a few minutes of staring, they heard voices and turned to see Mina and Toru walking down the path, laughing about something, but their laughter ceased when they noticed Kyuka and Momo staring at the girls' dorm, blinking. You two okay? Mina raised an eyebrow. What's up? I'm not quite sure, Momo admitted, stealing another unsure glance at the house. Kyuka couldn't help but let out a nervous laugh. I think we just saw Midoriya get murdered by Shiozaki. Midoriya, please stop struggling. Izuku groaned weakly as he was brought over by the vines to lay down beside Itsuka, who was laying on her back with a washcloth on her head, staring bleakly at him as he fruitlessly struggled against Ibara's quirk. Fortunately, in his sick state, plus the surprising strength of her vines, it didn't take much for Ibara to put him down on the couch, but before Izuku could struggle to get up, Ibara was suddenly standing over him, with an oddly blank and terrifying stare as she looked him dead in the eye. If you move from that spot, she said, not a lot of emotion on her face as she made the threat clear, I will wrap you so tightly in my vines that you will resemble a green mummy. Izuku only grunted weakly in response. Pony, if he tries to get up, please sit on his chest. Ibara instructed her friend, who nodded and bunched her fists together, to show her determination. Ibara reluctantly let Izuku go of the restraint, and was relieved that he just collapsed against the couch, letting out a small groan of pain as he felt the sore points of his body relax on the soft couch. He turned a slightly accusing glare at Itsuka, who was glancing at him too, as he felt a bit bratty in his sickened state. This is your fault. We had to fight in the rain. Nope, you shouldn't have ran away. That's the only reason we were out there. Gurk. Yeah. Now shut up. I'ma try to go to sleep before Ibara feeds us the bad Ibara. Meanwhile, headed for the kitchen, grabbing some of the cold medicine and some headache pills. She reached into the cabinet to grab some water bottles, and made her way back to the living room, eyeing the two sick students. Thankfully, Izuku seemed to realize that Pony and her were willing to restrain him if he moved, so he gave up trying to escape and just laid there propped up on a pillow, grumbling. Pony was sure to give him the stink eye if he moved even slightly upwards, as though daring him to resist again, so she had a reason to sit on his chest. She seemed alleviated as Ibara took a seat on the couch beside Izuku, grabbing the cold medicine and preparing to pour a tablespoonful. Izuku glanced at the bottle, and couldn't help but cringe. Oh, no, he whined, not Buckley's. Yes, Buckley's, Ibara nodded, satisfied at how much was filled in the tiny spoon, and offered it for Izuku to drink. It does taste awful, I know, but it tastes awful because it works. Now, please open your mouth. Once you've taken it in, I have water bottles for you to wash the taste out of your mouth. Izuku pouted. Don't wanna. Ibara blinked, taken aback by Izuku's stubbornness. Apparently when he was sick he developed a stubborn streak. In any other situation, it would be adorable to see Izuku pouting, glancing away while folding his arms. But this was when his health was at stake, and Ibara felt her eyes narrow at his uncooperativeness. She stretched out her vines to wrap carefully around Izuku, who glanced back at her and gulped when he saw all emotion drain out of her face, holding the spoon of the sick medicine dangerously close to his face. Midoriya, she said stoically, I am normally a kind and understanding person. I admit that I sometimes let people walk over me, but I always do so just to make sure everyone is happy. However, when they're refusing to get better due to sickness, I throw those niceties out of the window. Now, you are going to open your mouth, you are going to drink this, you are going to have some water to get the taste out of your mouth, you're going to take some pills for your headache, and then you are going to lay back on that couch and try to get some sleep while I put on a movie. I would tell you what will happen if you do not. She suddenly squeezed her vines around his midsection, scaring him slightly, but there will not be any if you don't, because you are going to drink this. Now close your eyes and think of a pro-hero. Izuku stared in brief terror at his roommate as she hovered menacingly over him, and felt the fight go out of him. He slowly opened his mouth, and she quickly put the spoon in, dumping its contents into his mouth. Izuku felt like gagging at the taste, but Ibara continuing to glare at him compelled him to swallow, letting out a small gasp as he got the awful medicine down, and pushed out his tongue as he shuddered. Very good. Ibara's intimidating aura disappeared at once, smiling and offering him a water bottle. Now, Itsuka, it's your turn. Thankfully Itsuka didn't put up as big a fight, probably more than a little intimidated by Ibara's threat beforehand, and took it without incident, although unlike Izuku, she couldn't help but GG from the taste. Once it was down, and both of them had taken the Advil for their headaches, Pony was quick to turn to the TV and put on some trashy reality show, just to have some background noise. Izuku and Itsuka didn't much care for it, but it was something to watch to distract them from the aftertaste of the Buckleys they had to reluctantly drink, so they rolled onto their sides to watch while Pony took a seat on the comfy chair. There was a bucket left at the couch, although everyone hoped that they didn't have to use it. Ibara, meanwhile, went to the kitchen and began making some tomato soup, determined to make something to help clear up their noses. She heard occasional sneezes and noses being blown, and stirred the soup some more. She was tempted to make sandwiches, but didn't think that her friends could have anything solid for now. Once she had made enough soup for the four of them, Reiko and Kinoko had gone for a walk a while ago and hadn't returned yet, and Setsuna and Yu were no-shows. She returned to the living room, putting 2 bowls on trays for Izuku and Itsuka to sit up and eat. As everyone slurped on their lunch, they suddenly heard a knocking at the door. Before any of them could get up, the door swung open of its own accord, and their visitor poked his head in, glancing around and seeing Izuku laying on the couch, sick out of his mind. Midoriya, Aizawa nodded, stepping in and closing the door. Vlad King let me know yesterday what happened, we need to talk. Yes, sensei, Izuku nodded, trying hard to sit up and pay attention, although it was quite difficult due to the rush of dizziness that suddenly overcame him. Aizawa raised an eyebrow at that, realizing that his student was sick as a dog, and let out a tired sigh. Well, I guess we have to do this here, he grunted as he took one of the chairs from the table and carried it over, settling it down in the mini circle the girls had created and sitting down. He glanced around at the girls, his brow furrowing. I take it some of you are responsible for what's been happening lately. Pony let out a small squeak, feeling herself blush, but still raised a hand. Just me, sir. There's others, but right now it's just me. Well, Midnight will be giving you and the rest of the girls responsible the lecture on Monday, and then for the next 3 weeks. I hope you're ready for it. Aizawa aimed a half-hearted glare at her, although that was enough for the foreign student to bow her head in shame. Aizawa sighed. Normally, he'd be tempted to drag them outside and lecture all of them, but he could tell from the body language of the rest of the girls they'd already had a long day yesterday, and he should get on with why he came here. He turned his attention back to Izuku, who was glancing around in brief worry for his roommates, and let out a small sigh of disgruntlement. Of course the problem child would still be concerned about the people who used him. As expected. Midoriya, Aizawa caught his attention, the green-haired student looking around at him at once. I do have to say that this wasn't what we agreed to when you moved in. I want to be clear that you sleeping around with your female roommates wasn't what I wanted. In fact, it was what I wanted to avoid. We trusted you to be respectful, and you let us down. Before Izuku could say anything, obviously shamed by his teacher, Aizawa continued, but I am aware of the circumstances of what really happened. That they came on to you, and pressured you into it. So like Vlad said yesterday, this is going to be your first and only warning. I don't want a repeat of yesterday. I understand, sir. Christ, Aizawa groaned, standing up. Of all the things you could have been doing, I didn't expect this. He aimed another glare around, before rubbing a hand through his hair. Of course, you're all adults. We can't really stop you from doing that with each other. And I'm not an idiot, I know that this stuff has to be happening at the other houses too, and you don't see us kicking their doors down. So Midoriya, as much as I don't want to say, if you want to have sex with your roommates, we can't stop you. Just don't let it get to this point again. And don't let any of your classmates know, it'll be nothing but a pain in the butt. Understood? Izuku stared up at his teacher in shock, briefly taken aback by what he said. Wait, so Aizawa doesn't mind that he was sleeping with the girls. Just that it got to the point of conflict. That was good to know. The girls were in trouble, and so was he, technically, but Aizawa seemed to be giving them some leniency. Izuku nodded stiffly to his teacher, and Aizawa accepted that as confirmation, sighing. Right. Now get some sleep, Midoriya, I want you back in class bright and early Monday. He turned to leave, but then remembered something. Oh, and this Friday after school, I want you to take care of Eri for the afternoon. I have something coming up. Oh. Yes, sir. Good. Have a good rest of the day. Girls, remember what's going to happen Monday. With that, the quirk-erasing teacher trooped out of the house, opening the door and closing it. The three girls stared after the teacher, letting out tense breaths. My goodness, I always forget how intimidating he is. Ibara let out a small shudder, looking at the door their teacher just left through. Midoriya, is he always like that? Kinda. Izuku admitted, settling back on the couch, but he's nice enough, just a bit strict. I'd say, Pony grumbled, still shaking somewhat after being caught under his glare. After that, the room settled into silence, Izuku and Itsuka doing their best to ride out their sickness and hope that it was gone by the end of the weekend. Ibara had taken her romance book, sitting back on the comforter, and began reading, occasionally stealing some glances at the pair of sick roommates to ensure that they weren't suddenly about to throw up. Pony, meanwhile, sat back on the love seat, watching the TV with them while glancing over at them. Izuku laid on his side, trying hard not to sniffle too much, while Itsuka propped herself up to watch more TV, not really caring what was on. That was the entire afternoon for the four, watching TV and reading. They never noticed a disembodied eye poking out from the stairwell, staring guiltily at the group, before a hand subtly slipped out and took her box of Dino crackers back upstairs. No one also noticed you poke her head out to see what was happening, catch sight of Izuku laying on the couch, and immediately going back upstairs. Neither of the two girls were seen by the group at all that day, content to hide out in their rooms all weekend. Better than facing the guy whose heart they broke so callously. Eventually, Izuku slipped into sleep, unable to keep his eyes open, and lightly snored. Itsuka soon followed, unintentionally cuddling up to him and laying her head next to his. Pony and Ibara took in the adorable sight, both fighting down slight feelings of jealousy at the sight, and moved to make dinner. At that time, Kinoko and Leo came back, both of them scowling and looking dissatisfied, and went back upstairs to their own separate rooms. Ibara and Pony shared an unsure glance at that, not sure what happened there, but not really wanting to ask. Better that they came to them if there was something wrong. After supper, Pony decided to go to bed early, needing some time to think, which allowed Ibara to sit back and watch over the two sick students. She continued to observe Izuku being cuddled by Itsuka, continuing to think a bit harder about why her heart was feeling off by watching them, but she couldn't help but think of yesterday, Izuku's words as he went from girl to girl, and felt her frown deepen. Her own inner conflict, the voice telling her that it was impossible for Izuku to like someone like her, was ringing in her mind, insulting her and convincing her that he wasn't serious in what he said. She let out a small sigh, and pulled up a seat to sit beside the sleeping pair, content to keep an eye on them while thinking about her own inner conflict. It was soon dark out when Izuku finally stirred from his sleep, letting out a small grunt as he bleakly opened his eyes, not aware of the girl wrapped around him like a giant teddy bear. He had been awakened by some weird rumbling, and he wasn't sure what it was. Ibara noticed his eyes open, and closed her book, looking over at Izuku with concern on her face. Midoriya, are you awake? Izuku grumbled, a bit confused, and turned his head to see Ibara sitting on a chair beside the couch, dressed in her nightgown with her vines tied up on her head, having changed a little bit ago before Pony went to bed. She looked sleepy, but blinked when he began sitting up groggily and moved to help him, guiding up to a slightly hunched sitting position. Itsuka's arms weakly let go of him as he moved, making her groan a bit as her source of warmth suddenly disappeared. "Are you all right?" she asked in a hushed voice. "Do you need anything? Some water?" "No, I'm okay. I'm actually feeling a lot better," Izuku sighed, rubbing some crust from his eyes, thankful that his nose didn't feel as clogged anymore. "Just trying to wake up from my nap." What's that noise?" Ibara blinked in confusion, and then realized what he had been talking about, the low rumbling, and let out a small giggle. "That would be Itsuka," she laughed, pointing with her finger, and Izuku turned to see Itsuka laying on her side, snoring away. Once he saw her like that, it made perfect sense. Of course, her nose was clogged, so the only way to breath would be through her mouth, hence the snoring. Although, he couldn't help but smile weakly at the drool escaping her mouth as she snored, her hair all over her face. Izuku was about to turn to Ibara, to joke about how undignified she looked, but then he caught sight of her face, the small frown on her face, and he blinked in confusion. "Here. What's up?" Ibara snapped out of her brief daze, blinking. "What do you mean?" "It's just, you look upset." "Oh, no, I'm not upset." She weakly waved her arms, trying to give him a smile. "Why would you no more hiding, lies, or half-truths?" Ibara faltered to a stop when Izuku said that, although there was no anger in his tone. He gave her a small smile, sitting up so he could properly face the girl as she sat on the edge of the couch. "That's what Kendo said yesterday, right? So if there is something bothering you, I wanna know. You don't have to say it, I won't make you, but..." Ibara took a few seconds to stare at him, blinking some shock out of her face, but then her frown deepened, and she suddenly felt the slight sting of tears in her eyes. "Shiozaki why do you like me?" Izuku blinked, his mouth hanging open. Ibara looked away from him, a small blush on her cheeks, but she still looked surprisingly sad, glancing at her nightgown with a forlorn expression. I know you said you did not hate us," Ibara admitted, feeling her eyes continue to sting with unexpected tears, "but I have a hard time believing you when you say that you have feelings for me. The girls, they did such cruel things to you. And my reaction was to blame you for everything. I refused to even consider the possibility you were the victim. I'm supposed to be a hero, and I couldn't see that you were the one in trouble. I accused you of being a terrible person, someone despicable. And you responded to that by saying that you like me." She felt a tear drip down her cheek. "So, please, Midoriya, please be honest with me. Why do you like me? Because I cannot for the life of me see why myself." Izuku stared at her in shock for a few moments, taken entirely aback. But then he closed his mouth, understanding starting to fill him. Yesterday. As embarrassing as it was to think about, no matter how much he wanted to crawl into a hole and die rather than think about it, he realized that he hadn't done a good job acknowledging them personally. He pretty much just ran through them, telling them the parts of what he liked about them so he could get to the ending. So he took a deep breath, sitting up properly, and turned to properly face Ibara. Trying hard to smile. "Why do I like you?" he repeated, and Ibara gave a stiff nod, still not looking at him. "Well, like I said yesterday, we do cook that isn't enough." Izuku stuttered to a stop as Ibara finally looked at him, tears starting to drip down her cheeks. "That isn't enough to justify what I did to you," she insisted, her words starting to wobble. "I hurt you so badly, and you think us cooking together will make it better. I know what you said yesterday, about regaining your trust, and God, I'm going to try so hard. I want it back, but I don't know how. I don't know how to regain your trust, and it's eating at me. Please, Midoriya." She reached out, grasping his hand, and bent her head down so he couldn't see her face anymore. "Please tell me how to make this better, because I'm so scared I won't be able to." Izuku stared at her for another few seconds, not sure what to say, before a sudden impulse overtook him, a memory from the past that always helped him. A part of him was yelling at him to roll over and go back to sleep, but he remembered how she cared for him today, how caring she was in general, and how much pain she was suddenly going through, and he knew that he could not ignore her. He ignored the consequences, the embarrassment, the potential hypocrisy of his words yesterday, and reached out to cup her cheek. Ibara started at the soft gesture, realizing quickly what it was, and raised her head to look at him, shock in her eyes. Before she could say anything, Izuku let go of her other hand, and raised it to cup her other cheek, using his thumbs to wipe away her tears. He went very red in the face at the gesture, but he saw the surprise in her eyes, and tried hard to keep calm. He didn't say anything at first, letting her get used to it, and soon, Ibara's eyes closed, and leaned into his touch, letting out a soft hum. My mom used to do this when I was a kid, to help me calm down, Izuku explained, feeling his face still go red. Hopefully it helps you too. It does, Ibara confessed, smiling softly as his thumb wiped away another tear. After another few seconds of silence, Izuku finally spoke. It's like I said yesterday, Shiozaki, he explained. I like you because of your kindness, your empathy, your belief in people. It's not some super specific thing, it's because I look at you as a person and I like what I see. You said that you were afraid when I took your first kiss, it meant nothing to me. She nodded once, stiffly, and Izuku sighed. I'm sorry that you felt like that. I should have let you know sooner. Izuku leaned in slightly, watching as Ibara's eyes opened to look at him. Izuku was suddenly aware of how NTMT this was, in the dark room with only the moonlight as a light source, but he still pushed forward. I enjoyed our kiss together, Izuku confessed, feeling his face go even redder. It was. I know that I've kissed girls before, but ours was. It was special. I felt so safe, kissing you. It made me feel so special. I had thought it was just because of the game, because you were dared to do it, but it was so special to me. I won't lie. Izuku took another deep breath. Despite every part of him screaming not to say it, he still forged onward. If I hadn't said I wanted you guys to distance yourselves securely from me, I would want to kiss you again. Ibara's eyes widened at that, a blush dusting her cheeks. For a few seconds, they stared at each other, Izuku unsure as to how far he went with that, before Ibara took a deep breath. You still don't trust me. I still need to regain your trust. He winced. Yeah. Yes, she nodded, but her words came out as a whisper. But when you said you didn't want us to look at you as a SXL partner. She blushed ever brighter at that. Were you talking about all of us? Or just the 5? Izuku gulped, realizing suddenly how close they were, practically being nose to nose. But he couldn't back away. I don't know. I want you guys to regain my trust before I do that again. With any of you. I understand, Ibara nodded, and suddenly reached up, cupping his own cheeks. It's just, and you're allowed to say no. She gulped, trying to find her bravery. But if I were to kiss you now, without those intentions, would you let me? Izuku stared into her dark green eyes, lost in them, and brushed his thumbs against her cheeks. You mean, if you kiss me, romantically, instead of sexually? Ibara gave a stiff nod at that, glancing between his eyes and his lips. Izuku took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled. I would. Abandoning all reasonable though, both of them broke and leaned in at the same time. Ibara let out a quiet hum as their lips met, pressing against each other, and her eyes closed. Izuku also closed his eyes, enjoying the feeling of her soft lips on his, and leaned forward slightly, deepening the kiss. Ibara's hands went to his hair, enjoying the softness, and Izuku's own went to her own hair, enjoying how surprisingly soft the vines felt under his fingers. For about a minute, they gently kissed, enjoying how comforting it felt, until they finally disconnected. Their eyes slowly opened, looking into each other's. Until they realized what had happened. Ibara's, for jumping the gun and kissing him before anyone could work towards fixing things up with him, and Izuku for seemingly forgiving her right now, ignoring everything he said yesterday. Both of them froze, but before he could say anything, Ibara quickly got up, reaching over to grab her book from the nightstand. I should not have done that. I'm sorry, Midoriya, she quickly said, turning around and walking towards the stairs. I'll be going to bed now, good night. Shiozaki Izuku tried to say, but she was already gone, walking quickly up the stairs. Izuku stared after her for a few moments, feeling guilt and remorse overcoming him, before he sighed and stood up. Luckily, the medicine he took had done the deal, and he didn't feel as wobbly anymore. But right now, that was the least of his worries. 24 hours. It only took 24 hours for him to go back on what he said. He told them that he wouldn't pursue any of them like that, wanting to make them fight for his trust back. And the moment he felt a little lonely, a little sorry, he broke and kissed Ibara. There was a part of Izuku that knew that it wasn't just because he considered her appealing, someone he liked, but it was because he had felt a strange loneliness. He hadn't kissed her because it would make her feel better, he did it because deep down, he thought it would make him feel better. He felt awful, like he was about to vomit. He broke his promise to himself, and all it took was him feeling a weird need to feel special. He was such an idiot. He turned to go upstairs, into his room so he could lay down and despair, and consider what a gigantic idiot he was. But a hand suddenly reached out, grabbing his. Izuku jumped, shocked, and turned back to the couch. To his horror, he saw Itsuka staring up at him, an unreadable expression on her face. Izuku stared back at her, realizing in mounting horror that he didn't notice her snores fade away, and how she had been turned to look at them. Oh God, she saw everything. She saw the kiss, she saw how much of a massive hypocrite he was, she saw how weak-spirited he was and how, "You're not." Izuku blinked, and realized quickly that he had been muttering out loud. He looked down at her, shocked, and saw understanding and sympathy fill her face. "Please don't feel guilty about this," she whispered, staring up at him. It's okay. I understand why you did that. I won't tell anyone. But please come here," she asked, and with surprising strength, she pulled Izuku back down onto the couch. As his back met the soft cushions, she wrapped him up in a hug, making him freeze up with red on his cheeks. She tucked her head under his jaw, her hair slightly tickling him, and continued to whisper. "I don't blame you," she continued to explain. "You needed something to comfort you. And Ibara did too. I heard everything. So don't feel guilty," she wrapped him in a tighter hug. "I don't think anyone in this house would blame you. Yesterday. It must have hurt you so much. You needed something to comfort you, and you kissed her. I understand. It was just a moment of weakness. Everyone has them. And Ibara. I know she understands. You aren't a hypocrite. It's okay." So. Her lips were pushing against his neck, tickling him slightly as she spoke. "So please, don't feel sad anymore." "I don't." She felt slight tears in her eyes, not sure if this was the sickness talking, her tiredness or her unrestrained thoughts. "I don't want you to be sad anymore." Izuku blinked, and then felt tears build in his eyes. Silently, he began crying, and wrapped her up in a hug as well, his hand going to the back of her head as they laid side by side. "I'm sorry. Don't be. I can do. Midoriya. I'm. Can do, I'm. Itsuka." At that, he stopped, taken aback. He moved so that he could look down at her, seeing her peer up at him from where she was laying. He shuddered when he saw her own tears in her eyes, and let out a small gasp as she smiled up at him. "I want you to call me Itsuka," she told him, rubbing her hands against his back, and if you let me, I want to call you Izuku. We've known each other for a while now. Can you please call me by my first name?" Okay. Itsuka." Her smile practically stabbed him in the heart, it was so appealing. "Thank you, Izuku." After that, they laid in silence on the couch, Izuku eventually falling asleep first, and Itsuka watched him as he silently slept. She hoped that he would wake up feeling better tomorrow, needing to wake up feeling better than he did today. As he slumbered quietly, she raised a hand to gently caress his cheek, her own thoughts tormenting her. She had seen the kiss, of course, they were quiet, but not quiet enough that she would sleep through it. She woke up when Ibara confessed how she didn't see how he would like her, and watched in silence as Izuku confessed how special he felt during their kiss. She watched as they hyped themselves up for it, and then kissed again. And she couldn't stomach the jealousy that filled her when she saw it. How she wanted to be the one in that position. How she regretted not kissing him yesterday, during their fight. How she didn't see this coming from a mile away. She was in love with him. She really couldn't deny it any longer. First it had been infatuation, after seeing him in the shower then having him kiss her stomach, then the talk at the bike had started those feelings going even steadier. Then the argument. And the fight in the rain. And now she couldn't even kid herself. She loved him. She was in love with Izuku Midoriya. And so was Ibara. And Pony. And, let's face it, everyone else. It was going to be a trying time when this inevitably exploded, but Itsuka shook it away, resting her head against his chest. At least she could have tonight. Izuku still needed to go through a lot, getting the girls to regain his trust, and she wanted to stand behind him, making sure that they fixed their broken ties with him. But even as her eyes gently closed, dozing back to sleep while holding him, she thought of what he said earlier with Ibara. Or what he didn't say. When you said you didn't want us to look at you as a SXL partner. Were you talking about all of us? Or just the 5? I don't know. She knew she wouldn't make a move, wanting Izuku to salvage his relationship with the other girls. But that, in case of future reference, that was useful to know. Once Monday morning came around, Setsuna, Kinoko and Leo immediately left once breakfast had been served. Once Izuku, Pony, Itsuka, and Ibara sat down to eat, the 4 quickly sped by, wishing each other quiet good mornings while saying it generally in the direction of the table, trying not to catch anyone's eye, before abruptly opening and closing the door. Once they were all gone, Izuku sagged a bit in his seat, feeling a bit sad at the exit of half the house, but Itsuka was quick to pat his arm, giving him a sympathetic look. Just give them some time, she advised him, glancing at the closed door. They've all got a lot to think about, so it might be a while before they can start trying to become your friend again. I know, Izuku sighed, picking up his chopsticks, and I know that it's probably for the better if they keep their distance for a bit. It's just, I don't like intentionally making people uncomfortable. It reminds me of bad memories. Bad memories? Ibara glanced up at him, and Izuku tried to control his blush when she addressed him. The memory of their innocent kiss was still fresh in his mind, and it took every ounce of his willpower to not curl up into a ball and die inside. Are you referring to how you grew up? That was what you told Setsuna, that you had a rough time growing up with teasing. Yeah. Amongst other things, Itsuka frowned a bit, poking at her breakfast while glancing at him. You still haven't told us about that. Are you? I mean, not right now, obviously, but eventually. You'll tell us more about your past. I dunno. Izuku gulped, and turned back to his breakfast. Now that the emotion of the last few days had kind of calmed down, other than half the house trying to avoid him, he was starting to regret some of the things he said during their talk. Not what they needed to talk about, of course. He knew setting the ground rules of how this was going to go forward was important if they were going to fix the dynamic in the house. No, it was the smaller things, like Izuku confessing his feelings for everyone, which still made him wither inside from the embarrassment, and mentioning to Setsuna a small fragment of his past, which he knew would be another awkward conversation down the line. Well, you don't have to if you don't want to, Itsuka told him, giving him a soft smile, patting his arm, just. Maybe it'll help if we know more about what you went through as a kid. At a later time, obviously, maybe sometime next week. Or the week after. Izuku sighed, thinking about it. Now that she mentioned it, it would be weird to leave them hanging with such an intriguing topic. He saw Ibara and Pony looking at him with a bit of concern in their eyes, and he caved, knowing that it was pretty much inevitable at this point. Okay. I can tell you guys more about it. But later, okay. It's kinda a lot. And if I have to tell you guys, I want everyone there to hear it. I think it'll be better if everyone sat down to hear it instead of me talking to someone and them relaying it to everyone else. Okay, Itsuka nodded, patting his arm again. "If that's what you want to do, Izuku." Izuku nodded, happy she understood, and quickly began scooping up his cereal to finish breakfast so they could keep going. Neither of them noticed Ibara and Pony's eyes going wider, looking between the two of them. Itsuka eventually noticed Pony's confused expression, however, and glanced up from her black coffee, confused. Izuku also glanced up, and wrinkled his brow when he saw two stares of confusion being aimed at them. What's up? Since when are you two on first-name basis?" Ibara asked. Izuku choked on his cereal, realizing what they slipped up on. Itsuka had a better time controlling herself, not choking on her coffee, thank God too, or that would have hurt, but her cheeks went bright red, staring at the two of them with a look of surprise on her face. Neither of them had noticed Itsuka's slip-up, and now they were subjected to Ibara's surprise and Pony's eyes narrowing at the pair of them, a dangerous pout on her lips. We got to talking and, Itsuka patted Izuku's back while he tried to recover from choking, trying to come up with an excuse while her cheeks went redder and redder, feeling more than a little endangered under Pony's judging glare. I thought how weird it was that we call each other by our first names and he's just Midoriya, and it was truly a sight to see, the normally cool-headed Itsuka going steadily redder and redder as she tried to get an explanation out. The time. Ibara gasped after glancing at the clock on the wall, standing up and managing to stop Itsuka's rambling good thing too, because there was so much BLD rushing to her and Izuku's faces they might pass out, and went to grab her bag. "We should get going. If we go now we can be 10 minutes early. I have to speak to Jiroto about the assignment 𝐶𝐿mentos assigned us." Yeah, okay." Itsuka quickly stood up, avoiding Pony's pointed pout as though the horse girl was shooting lasers from her eyes, and grabbed her bag from the side. Izuku, after recovering from his little choking incident, grabbed their dishes and put them in the sink, sighing as he decided to do them when he got back later that afternoon. After grabbing everything, the girls and Izuku walked out onto the porch, with Ibara locking the door behind them, and they started to walk towards the school in the distance together, not noticing Momo, Kyuka and Toru walking behind them, pausing slightly and not hearing Kyuka snigger and Toru giggle while Momo reprimanded them quietly. Thankfully, Izuku wasn't feeling as awkward as he should have been after the long weekend they had together. Once Sunday rolled around, Izuku and Itsuka woke up early in the morning, embarrassed that they were cuddling all night, and made the agreement not to talk about what happened with Ibara the night before. Izuku then spent the rest of his day in his room, catching up on all the homework he had to work on that he missed after a day of emotional trauma and beatdowns, and then the next day of recovering from his illness. By the time dinner rolled around, Izuku was feeling much better, to his relief, with his nose unplugged and the coughs slowly fading away. The only awkward part was going downstairs to help Ibara with dinner, which was done in silence. Izuku hadn't had the energy to talk to her about the kiss, and it looked like she didn't either, only making small talk about the weather with a blush on her cheeks. Izuku sighed as he walked a bit to the back of the group, thinking while Itsuka and Ibara chatted about the exam Vlad King had emailed them about yesterday, and Pony feeling foreboding at the detention she would have to go through after school. He honestly hadn't planned on kissing Ibara on Saturday night, it had seemed like the right thing to do at the time, but now that he had some time to think about it, he stared to lighten up on the guilt he felt. He could probably chalk it aside as a friendly kiss, but, as Izuku suddenly realized while paling, it could also open up a huge can of problems. Pony admitted she liked him too. So what was he doing, kissing Ibara? Hell, why was he kissing any of them? Not to mention how awful it would be if any of the other girls saw him kissing her, a day after telling them not to approach him about such a thing. Izuku was quietly muttering to himself the possibilities of what would happen if the girls caught them, not really paying attention to where he was going. The girls subtly allowed him to mutter to himself, not really hearing what he was muttering about now, and opened the door for him, walked up the stairs to their classroom, and left him to walk past their door to his own. Itsuka had the thought to poke him in the back of the head to get him out of his stupor, but Awase had quickly distracted her by asking about 𝐶𝐿mentos assignment. Izuku was about to walk completely past his classroom, still muttering to himself about how this entire situation could backfire, when an earphone jack poked him in the back of the neck, startling him and making him turn around. "You were about to miss," Kyuka said in a teasing manner, twirling around one of her jacks with her finger. Izuku blinked and glanced up in surprise at his classroom. "Oh, I didn't even notice. Thank you, Jiru." "No problem," she laughed a bit, still aiming a teasing look at him. "Just thought you'd need a hand. You seemed really distracted." "Yeah, I kinda was." Izuku rubbed a hand through his hair, feeling sheepish. "I bet you were," Kyuka smirked. "Considering the weekend you had." "Yeah," Izuku laughed, turning around to open the door. When what she said suddenly registered. Izuku froze with his hand on the door, feeling his eyes going slightly wider. He slowly turned to look at the girl, who was trying hard to suppress a snigger at his face, and Toru trying to stop her giggles. Momo, meanwhile, was looking at him with a mixture of pity and humor. Izuku managed to squeak out. "What? The weekend you had?" Kyuka snorted, walking past him and opening the door. "I think it was pretty busy. Wasn't it?" "Kyuka, please, enough with the teasing," Momo chided, shooting Izuku a sympathetic look. "And, Midoriya, I know that this may be a bit strange to say, but if you need any help with what you're going through, or if you do need anything, please don't hesitate to ask. Everyone in the 1A dorms would be happy to assist you in whatever you need." With that, the three girls entered the open door, Toru continuing to giggle behind them, leaving Izuku as still as a statue outside, staring ahead in horror and dawning realization. They knew. There was no other explanation for what Kyuka was hinting at, what Momo was giving advice for, what Toru was giggling for. Somehow they knew. They knew exactly what was going on at the house. The way they looked at him, the way they were laughing a bit amongst themselves, Izuku suddenly had the temptation to throw himself out the window. How? How did they find out? There was no way they could, unless they looked in through the window somehow and saw something. The only people who should have known was Aizawa-sensei, Vlad King-sensei, presumably the other teachers. Manoma. Izuku's stomach crawled at that particular possibility and Izuku blinked, realization settling in. If Momo, Kyuka and Toru knew, that might mean all the girls in 1A knew. And the only girl in 1A who knew what Izuku was up with them was. Horror crawling up his spine, Izuku quickly entered his classroom, looking around wildly for Okiko. He finally found her sitting at her desk, chatting with Ida and Todoroki, and she turned when she heard his rather loud entrance. She looked up to see him wide-eyed and manic, staring at her like he was trying to read her mind, and she furrowed an eyebrow in confusion. That is, until she saw Mina giggling out of the corner of her eye, and then they widened, realizing what exactly Izuku was so panicked about. Before she could say anything, Izuku quickly zoomed up to her, grabbing her wrist and pulling her up. He quickly looked at Ida and Todoroki, who were taken aback by his entrance, and said quickly, "Hey Geisha, where even need to talk to Okiko for a second." With that, turning on full cowling, Izuku quickly pulled Okiko with him out of the classroom, booking down the hall while Okiko yelped, unable to do anything but be dragged away. Beside them, Itsuka turned to see Izuku dragging his best friend out of sight, blinking briefly in confusion, before sighing and turning back to her own classroom. It may be better for Izuku to deal with whatever that was on his own. Around the corner, Izuku released Okiko from his vice grip, letting her rub her wrist from the pain, but he was quick to look up at her with panic and terror on his face. They know, he gasped, looking at her in betrayal. How, they know about me and the girls? How did they find out? Yeah, Okiko admitted quickly, raising her hands to try to soothe him over. I was gonna tell you when you came to class but, wait, did they tell you they knew? Jiru hinted at it. But why? Why did you tell them? I didn't tell them. Okiko waved her arms, panicked. I swear I would never go behind your back like that. Then how? Izuku grabbed his hair in his hands, staring at her in horror. How did they find out? How? Well. Okiko coughed, unable to stop a look of guilt on her face. They may have snooped. Okay. Mina slapped a hand onto the table Saturday night, quivering in excitement. This meeting has been officially called to order. Okiko sniffled, still wrapped in her warm blanket and shivering slightly. It was a bit after sundown, and the girls had gathered up into the living room when Mina bombarded their group chat with pleads to meet up after returning from their run with the rest of the class. Okiko had been in her room all day, pouting and being cared for by her sweet girlfriend, and it would have been calm too, if Nejiya hadn't insisted in wearing some revealing nurse outfit she had just for the occasion. Which definitely did not help Okiko when she was trying to recover from being sick. Thankfully, Nejiya had to go help Tamaki with something, so she left Okiko in the care of Tsuyu, which definitely helped Okiko from getting distracted by her Seki girlfriend, 𝐂𝐸𝐷𝐚𝐴 her and her 𝐂𝐸𝐷𝐚𝐴 curves. Although now she was just sitting in their living room, a few blankets covering her that was not doing anything to help her stop shivering, and wondering when the medicine she just took would kick in and she would finally be able to go to sleep. So, Mina turned back to the group, having to consciously stop herself from jumping up and down. The reason I called for this meeting is due to Momo and Kyuka finding out something particularly juicy today. Mina, Momo said tiredly, her head on Kyuka's lap. Midoriya was just dragged into his house by Shiozaki. It's not that big a deal. Wait, Deku was what? Okiko blinked, turning to look at her. Kyuka sighed and relaxed against the couch to get more comfortable. We were walking to go meet up with everyone, she explained, and Midoriya just came out of his house and fell off the front porch. His okay, by the way, landed on the grass. But before we could go to help him, Shiozaki just dragged him back into the house. All horror movie-like. She said he was okay, but it was just weird. Mina's the one making a big deal out of it. Of course I have to, Mina proclaimed, jumping up and down, and meanwhile Okiko had to struggle to stay awake due to the medicine she took earlier starting to kick in, feeling her head start to droop. Because I never even considered what might be happening in that house. Honestly, I'm stupid for not even thinking of the possibility. Tsuyu glanced around, feeling a bit lost. The possibility of what? Isn't it obvious? Toru jumped in, everyone hearing the excitement in her voice. What if he started dating one of them? And that was what woke Okiko right up. She felt her eyes go wide and her lips thin as she realized exactly what the girls were talking about, and why it would be a very bad idea for them to poke their noses into that house. After how she saw Deku yesterday, all miserable and needing to talk to them, the girls of this house barging in to see what was happening was only going to make things worse. She tried to refocus, trying to find some way to get the conversation away from that particular topic about her best friend, but the medicine was still making her incredibly droopy, and she had to try as hard as she could to focus so she could steer this direction away from the house. I'm not sure why it's our concern, Momo put a hand to her cheek, looking exasperated at Mina. If Midoriya wants to date anyone from 1B, it's his business, not ours. But still, think of what could be happening. Mina gushed, her eyes practically twinkling with delight at the very thought of it. He could be dating any one of them, and it would be the most romantic and cute thing ever. Like, what if he was dating Shiozaki? Wouldn't they be perfect? They would. Toru nodded excitedly, the only one completely happy to talk about this. Like, two green-haired cinnamon buns, dating. It would be so cute. It'd be like hand-holding and gardening and long walks on the beach. Right. Mina nodded along with her. Or, maybe 𝐒𝐭𝐻. That'd be a good combo, right? MMHM. Doesn't she love to tease everyone? Can you imagine if she got in a relationship with him? He'd be bright red all the time. Okay, Kyuka sighed, trying to get their attention. Before you both go off to Lorland, you have to also remember this is Midoriya we're talking about. The guy could barely look at a girl in the eye when we started school, and even after that he still got flustered when someone with melons talked to him. You guys think he could get a girlfriend in the 3 weeks he's been there? Feels like he's been there for much longer, Tsuyu mused. So yeah, sorry Mina, and no offense to the guy, but I don't think Midoriya can get a girlfriend in that time, Kyuka finished, leaning forward to play with Momo's hair, the rich girl giggling at the sensation. After another pause, Kyuka raised an eyebrow, smirking. Besides that, if he's going to date any girl in that house, it'll have to be Tsunotori. She's as awkward as he is, I bet they'd be a good couple. I agree with that, Tsuyu put a finger to her mouth, smiling. Those two would be a very cute couple. Well, don't count out Kendo, Momo said fairly. She's very kind, forward, and thoughtful. I imagine she would be a great girlfriend for Midoriya. As the other girls laughed and started taking sides in who Izuku would pair up with, well, Okiko was in hell, trying to get out of her medicine-induced confusion to get this conversation anywhere else. She already knew who Izuku was with, or the several people he was already with, and all it took was for Mina to poke her head in through a window and see Izuku in some compromising situation, and that would be game over for everyone. Of course, she did trust Izuku to come to a resolution on his own, and make sure the girls knew what to do going forward in their relationships. He had texted her before going to bed, telling her about what he had decided and receiving her stamp of approval, but if they stepped out of line even. Once, Okiko was dragging the girls out for a demonstration of gunhead martial arts. But right now, she really needed to make sure the girls from this house didn't make things more complicated. Okay, but what about threesomes? Kyuka laughed. Midoriya, Tokage, and Shiozaki, 3 green heads, pretty seki people. I can see it. Kyuka. Momo laughed, a bit scandalized. No way, no way. Toru giggled. Shiozaki's way too religious to sleep with anyone before marriage, right? Hey, we don't know if she follows all the passages. I think you guys are sleeping on Midoriya and Kendo. Mina brought up while giggling. Those two have got enough muscles between them to bench press a car. What do you think would happen if they got together? Beds would be broken. Okiko managed to say, intending to speak up to get the attention off Izuku, but Mina realized she was in the room, and the shipper queen immediately wheeled around to the sick girl, making her cringe as the pink-haired girl zoomed over to her, not really caring for her sick appearance. Okiko, did he mention anything to you? You're his best friend, he would have told you if he was dating anyone, right? Oh, my God, is he? Mina, He might have texted her about it. Toru pointed at her flip phone on the table, and before Okiko could turn to look at it, the invisible girl snatched the phone off the table and flipped it open. Let me check. Wait, Toru. Okiko tried to jump up to grab the phone back, but wooziness immediately overcame her, and she flopped onto the ground, groaning. Tsuyu let out a shocked ribbit and knelt down to help her up, making sure she didn't hit her head off the table or anything. As Okiko recovered, she immediately realized the invisible girl had gone silent, and quickly looked up to see Toru looking at something on her phone, and she felt a lurch in her stomach, probably at the most recent entry. Hey! What's up? Why are you? Mina had also peeked over her shoulder, looking at Okiko's phone. The brunette girl couldn't see Toru's reaction, obviously, but she could definitely see Mina's. The pink girl's smile faded off her face, wrinkling her brow in confusion for a second, before her eyes widened and her jaw dropped. Okiko could only stare in despair as Mina continued to blink. 5. Momo sat up, looking curious. 5 what? 5 girls, Toru whispered, sounding shocked. He's sleeping with 5 girls. At this, Okiko finally found the strength to leap up, grabbing her phone straight from Toru's hand and collapsing back on the ground again. She was quick to bring up her text messages with Izuku, quickly making sure she knew which text they were talking about. Deku, I mean, that makes sense, right? Sleeping with 5 girls with no relationships. You hear that, dozu? It's even worse than she thought. Okiko looked up in horror as Mina's face became stormier, looking suddenly very murderous. She obviously hadn't scrolled very far up in the group chat, so that was what she was going off of. And that did not paint a very good picture for Izuku. Mina turned her to her roommate, who got off of Kyuka looking very confused at what Toru said. Can you please make me a cannon? I have to visit Midori. Wait, hold on. Okiko grabbed Mina's hand, accidentally bringing all 5 fingers down and floating her, making her sail over them like a balloon. There's an explanation for this. Girl, he's sleeping with 5 girls with no relationships with any of them. Toru proclaimed, sounding scandalized and angry. What the hell is wrong with him? Gee guys, that's not it. Midoriya, sleeping with 5 girls. Momo's brow wrinkled, while Tsuyu looked confused. That seems very out of character. Guys, doesn't matter if it's out of character, Mina said from the ceiling, trying to push off it. If he's just using everyone to get off with, then we've got to go over there and kick his dash. Guys! Okiko shouted, which led to her starting to cough up a storm, hunching over and coughing her lungs out. Tsuyu was quick to hop over and help her out, looking concerned as Okiko groaned, and the other girls waited for her to finish her hacking fit, feeling concerned and a little sorry for the girl. Finally, the brunette found her words, and looked up at her friends, sniffling through her stuffed nose. Guys, it's not what you think, she managed to say, it's a lot more complicated than that. Thankful that they at least listened to that, Okiko let Mina off the ceiling, caught by Tsuyu's tongue, and sat down to, reluctantly, explain what had been happening, as Izuku had told her. The girls listened, at first looking a little skeptical, then curious, then concerned, and finally shocked at how it had ended yesterday. At least the murderous look on Mina and assumedly Toru's faces had faded away, replaced by concern for their friend. Wait, so they just used him? Kyuka repeated, looking angry. And then started fighting over him. Literally, what the F? That sounds... It's hard to believe, Momo said reluctantly, looking lost. I thought we knew the girls over in Class 1B, it's hard to think that they were doing such cruel things to Midoriya. And letting it go that far. Should we confront them over this? Tsuyu put a finger to her mouth. I mean, it really isn't any of our business, but Midoriya's my friend. It'd be weird if we just let this go. Trust me, Ichu. If anyone's beating them up, it's gonna be me. Okiko shook her head, frowning at the thought, but Deku said that he did talk to them about it, and is going to give them a second chance to make it up to him. Not like Sek or anything, but prove that they actually want to be his friend. And not, their DLD. Still. Toru folded her hands together, sounding unsure. I trust Deku to do this, Okiko confessed, at least sounding like she knew what she was talking about. If he had a plan, then I trust him. I'm probably still going to talk to them, make sure that they know not to do any of that SHT again, but it'll have to be another time. I feel like I'll collapse if I go do it now. So for now, can we at least drop it? At least unless Deku gets in trouble again. The girls shared another glance between themselves, but nodded at Okiko, deciding to trust her and Izuku. Okiko sighed a bit in relief, and laid down on the couch, feeling sleep start to overcome her as the medicine started really kicking in. Tsuyu had a sudden thought, and couldn't help but let out a small laugh. I just had a thought, she giggled while Okiko began snoring on the couch. How do you think it would have turned out if Midoriya came to stay with us? Do you think it'd turn out the same way? Oh, please, Zu, Kyuka laughed. If he were here, and the same thing was playing out, it'd be between you, Toru and Mina. And I really hope that it wouldn't come to what happened over there. I was going to text you after the conversation, but then the medicine really kicked in, and I passed out for like 16 hours, Okiko grimaced, leaning against the wall while Izuku tried to calm down. And then I lost my phone all Sunday, so I couldn't just go over and tell you. Honestly, even if I did come over, I might have been tempted to beat them all up. Maybe, Izuku mumbled, leaning against his own wall while rubbing his chest. Okiko looked at him with sympathy. Deku, I really am sorry, she said sincerely. I know you didn't want anyone to find out. And really, I was gonna tell you when I saw you this morning. It's okay, Uraka. Izuku sighed, pouting a bit. It's not exactly what I wanted, but I guess you did enough damage control to make sure this doesn't come back to bite me. Are you sure they won't tell anyone? No, Okiko assured him. I made sure yesterday when I woke up that everyone would keep it a secret. Mina and Toru looked like they wanted to gossip, but once they heard what you told the girls to do, they decided to keep it to themselves. Honestly, Deku, if you really do need anything, just come to us. We'll help you. Okay. Izuku sighed, glancing up at the clock. In that case, should we go back to class? It looks like it'll be starting soon. Yeah, Okiko nodded, and the pair went back around the corner to head back to their classroom. A little along the way, Itsuka poked her head back out, shooting Izuku an inquiring look, but he only shook his head and mouthed, "I'll explain later," and she nodded, shooting him a tiny smile, and headed back into her classroom, avoiding looking at a solemn Manoma on the way to her seat. If he said anything she might break and beat him up. Izuku, meanwhile, headed back into his classroom, trying hard to avoid Tsuyu, Mina, and Toru's amused glances as he felt himself go slightly red again. Lunch finally rolled around, with ectoplasm exiting their classroom after a hard math test. Izuku sighed as he put his notebook away, not listening as Kaken growled something at Kaminari for being dumb enough not to study for the test, and Okiko and Ida walked over, ready to go to lunch with everyone. Izuku grabbed his bento and followed them out of the classroom, but once he looked up, he noticed the two girls waiting outside of his class, and he felt himself freeze up. Midoriya, 𝐂𝐿 nodded, getting up from how she had been leaning against the wall, Kinoko glancing up uncertainly at him. "I was hoping that we could catch you before you left." "Why Yanagi? Komori?" Izuku glanced between the two, a sudden spike of worry shooting into his gut at the sight of them. Neither of them looked happy to see him, looking rather unsure of themselves, but they still got off the wall and approached him. "I was wondering if you would eat lunch with us today," 𝐂𝐿 asked, glancing at Izuku's friends looking curiously at them. "There's something we need to talk about." Izuku gulped, turning back to look at the rest of the Deku squad, but they were already walking down the hall, pushed by Okiko and Tsuyu. Ida was flinging his arms around while Todoroki only raised an eyebrow but allowed himself to be pushed away. Sighing, Izuku realized that he didn't have much of a choice, and turned to nod at the two girls, who nodded back. "This way, we have our own spot," 𝐂𝐿 waved to him, and together, the three walked down the hall and outside the school building into the campus, in the opposite direction of the cafeteria. Izuku followed them nervously as they walked towards a canopy of trees, going under the shade to sit down and open their bento boxes. Both Kinoko and 𝐂𝐿 sat together while Izuku sat across from them, opening his own lunch while Kinoko and 𝐂𝐿 glanced at each other and nodded, as though this had been rehearsed and were now waiting for the ghost girl to begin. "All right, Midoriya," 𝐂𝐿 sighed, glancing up at him. "Firstly, I would like to apologize for avoiding you this morning. We wanted to have this conversation then, but with you eating with everyone, we felt it was an inappropriate topic to discuss with you in front of everybody." "Yeah," Kinoko mumbled, glancing at her feet, "we would have done this a lot sooner, but we didn't want to make it a huge thing." "Okay," Izuku nodded, glancing between the two girlfriends. "So, what's going on?" "Well," 𝐂𝐿 sighed, glancing away, "we firstly want to start by saying that Kinoko and we are taking a break in our relationship." "Oh. Wait, what?" Izuku sat forward, glancing between the two in surprise, feeling guilt start to rise within him. "You broke up?" "Well, not exactly," 𝐂𝐿 confirmed, while Kinoko glanced to her right. "We had a long talk on Saturday, just the two of us, and we discussed, well, how we used you to our advantage. It didn't sit right with either of us, the fact that we found it okay to simply use anyone, even if it was not you, like that and expect everything to be okay. So, what we are going to do, while we are mending bridges with you, is take a bit of a break from our relationship." "But dash." Izuku turned to Kinoko, who was sitting to the side watching 𝐂𝐿. "Explain. But you guys don't need to break up to do that. It isn't dash. Are you blaming yourself?" 𝐂𝐿 asked, and Izuku stuttered to a stop, glancing back at her. "Do you think you are at fault for our break?" You aren't, Midoriya," Kinoko finally spoke up, scooting closer and taking both Izuku's and 𝐂𝐿's hands in hers, giving Izuku a small smile. "None of this is your fault. We got really caught up in the idea that we needed to add some spice to our relationship, so we brought you in without thinking. It's our fault." "But, Midoriya, we haven't broken up," 𝐂𝐿 explained patiently. "We're simply taking a step back and thinking about things. I love Kinoko, and I believe that she loves me. But we also work together to take advantage of you when you were in an emotional state, and that does not sit well with either of us. We did have a fight about it on Saturday, but after spending the night to ourselves thinking about it, we used yesterday to discuss how our relationship will go forward. We did talk about the possibility that when we receive your forgiveness, if you ever give it to us, we may try going out again. But 𝐒𝐿𝐽 sighed, pouting. But that would seem like we're only trying to get back into your good graces for our benefit. So, even if you do forgive us, we'll still take some time to think it over. Don't think this is your fault, because it is not. While we are trying to fix things with you, please give us some time to think things over, and if it doesn't work out, then that's fine. Izuku glanced down at the ground, still unsure, but Kinoko patted his hand. We just want to be friends with you right now, Midoriya, she said, a slight mischievous look in her eye all of a sudden as she tried to change the topic away from such a sour mood. I still remember your promise to let me grow mushrooms all over you. We need to do that soon. I have no idea why you agreed to that, 𝐒𝐽 sighed, sitting back and scooping up her food. Sure, it doesn't hurt, but it definitely must be uncomfortable. Nonsense. Kinoko was suddenly back to her excitable self, which, while Izuku was still feeling guilty, was a welcome sight to see. Seeing her downcast and sad hurt him, so seeing her smile filled him with a slight warmth. Sure, it might look uncomfortable, but I'm sure it would be a pleasing sensation. You wanna do it now, Midoriya? Right now. Izuku blinked, taken aback, and then glanced around, seeing that they were in view of the windows of the school, with some students walking and talking. Normally, I'd be down, but I don't think people want to look outside and see a fungus zombie walking around, right? Kinoko glanced up at the windows too, seeing some students looking outside, and pouted. Oh, fine. But soon, okay. Yeah, I'd be happy too. Great. I'm glad that you both are excited to get the mushroom apocalypse started, 𝐒𝐽 sighed, bringing up her phone. Meanwhile, Midoriya, I'd like you to look at this. Izuku blinked as 𝐒𝐽 scooted over, showing him her phone. On the screen was a katana, wrapped up in green wrappings, with a string on the hilt. He was suddenly very interested, looking at the price. It's only 15,000 yen, 𝐒𝐽 told him, smiling down at it. I think I'm going to get it. Really? Izuku looked up, surprised. That's awesome. I really like the green, just don't cut yourself on the edge, Kinoko teased, and 𝐒𝐽 threw a grain of rice at her. The rest of the lunch actually passed by relatively well, Izuku having a fun time catching up with the girls after the disastrous weekend they had. It was nice, feeling like there wasn't any ulterior motives to why the girls were hanging out with him. 𝐒𝐽 went back and forth about ordering the sword now or before her allowance came in, while Kinoko had the smart idea to grow a mushroom on Izuku's ankle as a prank, which scared him a bit and made him throw his bento in the air in surprise, not expecting the sudden fungus on him. After apologizing and guiltily giving him her rice as repayment, they realized how close it came to class starting again, and they stood up, brushing the grass off of them, and walked back into the school. We'll have to go to midnight's detention once school ends, 𝐒𝐽 explained to Izuku as they walked in, but we will see you tonight. Yeah, Izuku smiled at the pair, warming their hearts. See you then. With that, he turned and started walking upstairs, the girls needing to head to the bathroom before class began. As the two walked away, Kinoko stole a glance at 𝐒𝐽, her smile fading from her face. You didn't tell him why we really argued, she said calmly, not accusing her of anything. 𝐒𝐽's own smile fell off her own face. I didn't, she sighed, opening the door to the bathroom. I was tempted to, but we don't need to put any more guilt on his shoulders than we already have. Kinoko nodded, not really liking the answer, but not wanting to have another fight about it. Upstairs, Izuku reached his floor, checking the time on his phone and seeing that he had at least 7 minutes before classes started again. As he turned the corner, he suddenly blinked, seeing Pony looking over her phone with a small pout. Izuku was taken aback by the upset look on her face, and walked over, not being noticed by the smaller girl until he was right beside her. Tsunotori. Eek. Pony jumped a bit, twirling around and looking up at him. Me, Midori. What's up? Izuku glanced down at her phone. You looked upset over something. Oh. Pony glanced down the hall, as though unsure how to answer, before she sighed and stood back a bit, looking down at her feet with a small pout. Do you, Do you remember what I said about how the guys in the other classes treat me? Here. Oh, you mean like you were fragile? Izuku blinked, then realization settled in. Wait, do you mean? I had another guy do that to me a few minutes ago. Pony looked cross, folding her arms across her chest and glancing away, treating me like I was some little kid. He patted my head and called me super kawaii. She had a look of disgust cross her face. Like, I don't mind it sometimes, but when they go overboard it gets on my nerves. Yeah, Izuku sighed, feeling a bit annoyed on her behalf. It must dash, what are they thinking? Just coming across as condescending. Pony began ranting in English, surprising Izuku into silence. They come over being all, Utsunotori's so cute, it makes me so flippin' mad. Like, how would you feel if someone came over and started petting you? I bet you'd flip out. And the last thing I need is everyone going Utsunotori likes Disney movies, she's so cute, why is she being a hero, she should be like a princess's. Well, F you guys. I'm gonna be the most violent hero ever. I stab people with my horns. That doesn't get any more metal. And they thinking I'm just some princess to be coddled. Hell no. I'm a dash. Oh, Tsunotori. After Izuku's small interruption, Pony took a few seconds to breath after her mini-rant, breathing slightly, then her eyes widened and a blush exploded on her cheeks as she realized what just happened. Oh, I mean, Midori, I'm sorry. I always speak English when I get super mad, it just slips out. It's no problem. Honestly, no, I shouldn't have done that. Pony pouted, looking to the side as a pang hit Izuku in the heart at the sad image. I'm here trying to be a hero, I should be able to speak Japanese. I shouldn't be slipping into my language so much. I don't think. Anyway. Pony tried to brighten up, giving him a smile. During class, I had an idea, Midori. Yeah. After what happened Friday, I was thinking about how I can make what I did up to you, she explained, and I've decided that I'm going to be your best friend. My best friend. Izuku nodded, showing that he understood and praying that Okako didn't somehow get Kyuka's earphone quirk and is now planning Pony's brutal murder. Yeah. So I was thinking. If you wanna, of course. Pony cleared her throat, a small blush on her cheeks. I really like watching anime. I try to do it all the time with the girls, just to unwind and have something to watch. If you want to, and it's completely up to you. We can watch a show together. Watch? Like, just me and you? Yeah. Like, we just sit back and watch something neither of us have ever seen before. It'll give us something to talk about, right? Yeah, Izuku nodded slowly, warming up to the idea the more he thought about it. It'll be something that we can talk about, or bond about. Watching something we both like or dislike can open up a lot of conversations. Yeah. Yeah. Sure, let's do it. Great. Pony nodded excitedly, bouncing up on her hooves. It can't start tonight, since I'm going to be in detention, but soon. Okay. That sounds good. Great. Pony nodded excitedly, then glanced over at the clock and felt her eyes widen. Whoop, I said I'd return something to manga. I'll see you later, Midori. With that, she quickly made her way back to her classroom, jogging. Izuku watched her go, feeling at least a little better about having something to bond with her over now. The idea of watching something and talking about it with her made him feel good, knowing that it would be a topic that didn't include what they did together. However, there was another part of him that didn't feel okay with what she said before, and it filled him with sadness. I'm here trying to be a hero, I should be able to speak Japanese. I shouldn't be slipping into my language so much. Izuku frowned at that thought, and the implications behind it. Did that mean that Pony was insecure about her language? Whenever she struggled with her homework, Izuku was happy to help her out, but did it go deeper than that? Izuku thought about her mini-rant, how more comfortable she was speaking in English while complaining, and then her embarrassment when she reverted back to Japanese. Was she struggling? Izuku sighed, feeling a bit lost. The more he thought about it, actually, he noticed something he hadn't before. All of Pony's Japanese, at least, the parts where she would talk to the others, they always sounded a bit unsure. Like, she was second-guessing everything she was saying. Was it because she was unsure? The occasional slips into English, was it because she forgot how to say something in Japanese? Was she embarrassed? Izuku felt a lurch in his gut for never picking up on it. Of course, Pony wouldn't be 100% comfortable talking exclusively in Japanese, she was raised in America. How did he never notice? Why didn't he do something to make her more comfortable? Was there anything he could do? Obviously he didn't mind helping her with her homework when she needed it, and thinking about it a bit more, she did seem to have a good grasp at Japanese after being here for a year, but it seemed like all that would be doing was conditioning her to talk in Japanese. She shouldn't feel uncomfortable talking in her own native language. But Izuku was a bit lost at how to comfort her. Until he glanced down the hall and saw the familiar back of a teacher with long blonde hair poking over his head. Izuku's thoughts ground to a halt, then reassumed, thinking. He wanted to do something that would make Pony more comfortable, show that it was okay to speak English. If he wanted to do that, he'd need to. And the only person who could help him out. Knowing there was 5 minutes before the first bell, Izuku quickly ran down the hall, following the teacher, and called out. "Present MIC Sensei." "Midoriya." The teacher immediately turned around as he heard Izuku call out to him, as though waiting for Izuku to call him out. He quickly assumed a pose while pointing at his student as he ran up to him, a wide smile on his face. "How can I help you, listener?" "Hey, I was Dash. Maybe it's about the English report I gave." "Oh, no. Or some hero training." "No. Maybe it's about how you wanna be on my show." "I can squeeze in some time for one of my students." "That sounds great, but no." Present MIC sagged, the wind taken out of his sails as he slumped over. "Well, there goes all the cool stuff we could talk about. Thank you for offering, Present Sensei, but there was actually something else I wanted some help in." Izuku took a deep breath, feeling his face blush somewhat, and asked, I was wondering if you could help me learn how to say something specific. In English." "Here. My bike." "Yeah," Izuku nodded, walking away from the school at the end of the day back to the house. "I talked to Pony about doing something with her on our own, and I kinda got to thinking, maybe I could start doing things with everyone. For friendship purposes." School had ended a few minutes ago, with everyone relieved to be let out for the rest of the day. As Izuku left, he had been met by Ibara and Itsuka, who asked to walk home together. The rest of the girls had already been picked up by midnight, who took them to her own classroom to start their detentions. While Pony, Leiko, and Kinoko had bid them bye, Yui and Setsuna hadn't been able to look at them. Apparently, they had avoided everyone all day, keeping to themselves. The guys had been a bit confused, but Itsuka asking for them to not bother them made them back off. Manoma himself was in a mood, growling under his breath and stalking out of the classroom the moment the bell went off. Itsuka thought as they walked down the path with Ibara, who was putting away a water bottle in her bag. "Yeah, that does sound like a good idea. So you want to find out how my bike works? Like, how to build your own?" Maybe." Izuku shrugged his shoulders, adjusting his backpack on his shoulders. "I was thinking, maybe if I found out more about your hobby, you can find out more about mine. Like, hero study, and stuff. And we can bond over it." "Yeah. I think I know what you mean." Itsuka nodded, smiling slightly, and decided to get some teasing in. "Just so you know, though, I'm gonna work you to the bone. You'd technically be my assistant, and I work hard. I'm afraid you won't be able to keep up. I'll keep that in mind." Izuku laughed a bit, the thought of him being forced to work hard by Itsuka funny to him. He turned to Ibara. I was also thinking, maybe we could garden together, Shiozaki. I can find out a bit more about how you maintain it." Ibara jumped, whirling around with a blush. Perhaps." Izuku blinked at the blunt statement, a bit taken aback, before remembering why she was looking so awkward, a small bolt of guilt shooting up his gut. Itsuka noticed the awkward air, and sighed, rubbing a hand through her hair as she decided to get this out of the way. "Is this about the kiss?" she asked, and Ibara froze, staring at her in horror. Oh, crud, she didn't know Itsuka was awake, right? Before Ibara could continue, Itsuka decided to just go forward. Yeah, I was awake, Ibara, but you guys don't need to worry, I won't tell anyone. Besides, look, it was a moment of weakness, right? Right, Izuku muttered, a blush on his cheeks. Ibara didn't answer, looking away. Listen, girl, Itsuka reached over and patted Ibara's head, minding the thorns. I know that you guys, it wasn't some SXL thing that you two were doing. It was more like a romantic kiss. Maybe. Anyway, you guys don't need to feel so guilty. It was just a kiss. Perhaps, Ibara sighed, glancing away. It's just, after the entire speech that I needed to regain his trust, I felt weak for 1 second, and the next I was kissing him. I do not want my Doria to come across as a hypocrite, and the fact that you saw it only makes me feel worse about it. Hey, Itsuka said softly, smiling, don't worry about it, okay? I understand. It took a few seconds for Ibara to respond, before she sighed and nodded, shooting them both a smile. Thank you, Itsuka. And my Doria. Perhaps we can start gardening together. I would be happy to show you how to set up your own garden. You might even be able to raise up some tomatoes, something for you to eat. Really? Izuku was taken briefly out of his small stupor, watching the two girls talk about the kiss as though it were the most casual thing in the world, but quickly shook himself out of it, smiling. That's great. After agreeing to put aside the kiss, the trio made their way back to the house, starting to set up for dinner. While Itsuka sat at the table, doing her homework, Ibara and Izuku got to work in the kitchen, a bit relieved that the awkward air had been dispelled somewhat. They worked together to make dinner, talking about the upcoming exam. Izuku was confident he could succeed on his own, but Ibara was a bit anxious about it. Once dinner was finished, they put some away for the girls to have after they were done with their detention, and sat around talking about anything in general, ranging from schoolwork to heroes to some parts Itsuka ordered to even movies. Soon, Ibara and Itsuka decided to take their showers, and Izuku went out for a run. An hour later, Ibara sighed as she wrapped her robe around her, sitting down in her room. She had just gotten out of the shower, her hair wrapped up in a bun, and was now ready to work on her homework. Itsuka had decided to go to bed early, so now she was on her own working. She had heard the girls return from detention, but no one visited her, letting her work a bit later into the night. At least, until she heard someone knock on the door. Looking around, Ibara was curious who was visiting her at 2 in the morning, not really wondering why she was up so late anyway, and stood up, suddenly aware that she was still only in her robe, completely naked underneath. For some reason, Ibara didn't really mind, deciding to just open the door anyway. Standing at the door was Izuku, who grinned at her awkwardly as she opened the door a bit wider. Hey, Shiozaki, he gave her a small wave, a bit red. Can I come in? My Doria. Ibara blinked, but then recovered and smiled back. Of course. She waved him in, letting Izuku walk into her room and look around with interest while she closed the door, not really aware as she automatically locked it. Is there something I can help you with? Maybe with homework. Oh, no, I finished that already, Izuku dismissed, waving his hand, until he turned back around and approached her. Ibara gulped when he stopped just short of her. He was standing strangely close, but she wasn't feeling anxious or nervous. A shot of excitement ran through her as Izuku gave her a small smile. I was. Izuku sighed, brushing a hand through his hair as he smiled nervously at her. I was wondering if we could talk about our kiss. Ibara blinked, going still, and she felt some redness come to her cheeks. She said weakly, looking away. Yes. Of course. I'm sorry that I made you feel awkward about it. Izuku looked sheepish, glancing down at the ground, and Ibara felt some pity in her chest as she reached out and took his hand. It's okay, my Doria, she said earnestly, making him look up with a smile. It was just a one-time thing. It was. Izuku looked slightly disappointed, and before Ibara could ask what that was about, she was stunned when Izuku suddenly wrapped his arms around her back, bringing her closer. Ibara gasped as she was suddenly pressed to Izuku, looking up to see his face barely a few inches from hers. She should push him away, or shove him off, or anything, but instead, she felt herself go still as Izuku began subtly walking her towards her bed, the back of her legs meeting the mattress. "I don't want it to be a one-time thing," Izuku confessed, glancing down at her lips. "I was wondering if we could continue where we left off." Ibara tried to say, trying to protest, but once again words failed her, unable to look away from his appealing green eyes as she was gently sat down on her bed. Izuku, I can't. It's not right." "Is that right?" Izuku asked, smiling down at her. Ibara stared up at Izuku as he gently pushed her back first onto the bed, staring at her with the love and adoration in his eyes, stunning her. He was quick to spread her legs so he could kneel in between, laying down on top of her with that look of stuckness in his eyes. Automatically, Ibara's legs curled around his body, as though they had a mind of their own, and she glanced down at his lips, feeling a strange hunger overcoming her. "If it's not right, why does it feel so good?" he asked, smirking down at her, and without warning dipped down and pressed his lips to hers. Instead of feeling shocked, or horrified, or shoving him off, Ibara couldn't help the escaping her lips as she wrapped her legs around his waist, bringing him even closer to her as her hands went up into his hair, grabbing it and squeezing. Her vines spread throughout the room as Izuku pushed aside her robe, exposing her naked form, and then without warning pulled his own shirt and shorts off in a matter of seconds, exciting her as she finally got to look at his naked body, those abs that she had caught a glimpse of only briefly before. Izuku then dipped back down and kissed her neck, making Ibara cry out as his teeth teased her, and she felt his hands begin exploring, grabbing her meaty thighs and rubbing the skin, and she could already feel his 𝐤𝐻𝐻 poking her entrance, making her breathe. Izuku resurfaced from her neck and took her bottom lip between his teeth, chuckling as he began lining up his pee-pee to her entrance. "This," Ibara gasped out, her hands rubbing against him, "this is sin." "Like I said, Ibara. If it's a sin," Izuku whispered, using his other hand to rub her cheek while his pee-pee began pushing in. "Then why does it feel so good?" Beep, beep, beep. Ibara gasped as her eyes flew open at the crisp hour of 5 in the morning, staring wide-eyed at the ceiling as the alarm beside her continued to beep loudly. She quickly turned it off, red in the face as she threw her hands over her eyes, groaning. What was she thinking? She got one kiss with Izuku and now she was seducing him. What was she thinking? Letting him into her room to Ibara blinked, wrinkling her brow. Did Izuku come into her room? Press her against the bed? Kiss her and undress her and, oh no, that was a dream. She only dreamed it. Ibara almost wanted to sigh in relief, until another thought entered her mind, making her freeze up. Wait. She had a dream of Izuku coming into her room and seducing her. A dream that almost felt real. The feeling of his lips and body on her, his hands, the feeling of his hair in her hands. It felt like she actually did it. And what he was about to do before she woke up. And the disappointment she was feeling that her alarm interrupted it. She had a sex dream. About her crush. Ibara wrapped her vines completely around her head, blocking out all sound, and let out a scream. After several days, Izuku was relieved that everything was somewhat going back to normal. Well, not exactly, but better than before. Setsuna and Yu still avoided everyone, but at least Leiko and Kinoko, while still going through their own problems, were more open to trying to work things out, being sure to talk to him on their breaks between classes and heading towards detention, which began in earnest once the week got started. Izuku, for the most part, was just relieved that he could sit back with the other girls and just relax. He spent some more time with Pony, trying to figure out some new things to do. She and Izuku settled on watching some random comedy anime, laughing about all the stupid jokes and avoiding looking at each other if anything slightly fanciful came on. Besides giving them something to watch, it also gave Pony and Izuku something new to talk about, excited to actually be watching something they both enjoyed. Izuku's side project with present MIC, meanwhile, was slowly coming to fruition, with Izuku reciting what had been written down by the teacher every night until he felt he was ready, reciting it in front of a mirror every night. Meanwhile, Izuku and Itsuka made a small schedule to exercise together, the orange-haired girl wanting to make sure they had some new things to bond over. Itsuka also took the time to start exercising with Izuku with the rest of the Deku squad, only being met by slight suspicion by Okiko, who got a dope slap from Tsuyu for being dumb. Besides that, she made sure to bring him outside to see her bike more often than necessary, showing him how her bike worked. In an effort to bond with him more, Izuku quickly taking notes behind her as she talked made her much more excited than the situation really demanded. She also took the time to have him go under the bike to point out some parts, acting oddly like a stern teacher. The only problem was Ibara, who for some reason couldn't even look him in the eye anymore without blushing. Izuku really hoped that he didn't do anything wrong. He knew that he was making the girls put in extra effort to make it up to him, and he was determined to make sure that they worked hard for it, but he was afraid that, despite Monday seemingly fixing their situation, the kiss somehow still made her awkward. He was tempted to ask her more about it, but he forced himself to calm down, and just give her some time to figure things out for herself. But Izuku had a new problem, laying in his bed Thursday night while staring at his ceiling. The girls had gone to bed early, Ibara not able to look him in the eye while Itsuka decided to get some homework done. He had heard the girls come back from detention. They usually appeared 2 hours after school ended. He wasn't sure what midnight was making them do, but obviously it seemed efficient, if Pony's small pout on her face had anything to say about it. As he laid down on his back, however, Izuku couldn't help but feel off. He had noticed recently that his hot showers took a bit longer than he was used to, just standing underneath the hot water, feeling a bit comforted but still weirdly conflicted. He noticed that his anxiety was also strangely acting up, not about anything in general. Hell, even the upcoming exam that Aizawa talked about in class didn't bother him that much. He was also having a bit of difficulty sleeping lately. He didn't really know what was going on. Was he just feeling anxious for the sake of anxiousness? Or was there something going on that he wasn't picking up on? As he thought more about it, he suddenly heard his phone vibrate on the side table, put down to charge once he got into bed. Glancing at the time and seeing that it was around 10, Izuku wondered who was messaging him now, and grabbed it, bringing it up so he could unlock it and see who just texted him. Emesis winking and tongue-poking smiley. Hey, can we talk? Izuku blinked, staring at the text message for a few seconds before it registered. MS-. Oh. It was Setsuna. She put that as her nickname on his phone after they had sex for the first time. Wait, he was getting distracted, Izuku realized as he sat up, staring at the message in worry. Setsuna, she wanted to talk to him. She had been avoiding everyone all week, either keeping to her room or leaving before everyone got up. She wanted to talk to him now. Presumably alone. Oh, God, now he was feeling incredibly nervous, almost tempted to roll over and go to sleep. But Sion, it was already in read, she knows he saw it. Izuku sighed, feeling nervousness crawl all over him, but steadied his nerves, and wrote her a message. You sure? What about? Emesis winking and tongue-poking smiley. Meet me outside CRP. Izuku groaned, feeling a sinking in his stomach. This could not possibly be good. But maybe it could be. Izuku blinked, leaning forward on his bed and thinking. It was more communication than he had from her all week. Maybe she wanted to finally come out and talk to him about what's been bothering her. Maybe needing some time to think, and now she wanted to go over it with him. As much as he was afraid of going downstairs and speaking to her, he knew that it would be better than letting her stay in her room at all times of the day to avoid them. He may have had problems with how she used him these last few weeks, but he meant what he said during their talk. He didn't hate her. He couldn't hate her. Izuku sighed, and quickly got off of the bed, walking to his closet to put on some socks. After making sure he looked somewhat presentable, thankful that he had a shower before this, he quietly opened his door and snuck downstairs, wincing slightly as he remembered the last time he snuck downstairs was to Setsuna's floor, but to visit Yui. But there wasn't time for Izuku to wallow down pleasant and unpleasant memories, heading straight down to the bottom level. He still felt incredibly nervous, wondering what she wanted, but Izuku shook those fears aside. Now wasn't the time to get cold feet. Finally reaching the bottom stair, Izuku looked into the kitchen and living room, and winced slightly when he saw Setsuna by the door. She was bent down and putting on her shoes, a frown on her face. She was dressed in black leggings and a t-shirt, her hair tied up in a bun. She looked tired, but she looked up when Izuku stepped down into the living room, and her frown only deepened, a dead look in her eyes when she saw him walk towards her. "Hey," she muttered, glancing back at the ground. Hey." Izuku gave her a weak wave. What did you want to talk about?" Outside, she motioned with her head, turning back to the door and opening it. "We're not going far." Okay," Izuku gulped, slipping on his red shoes. "Let's go." Setsuna nodded, and Izuku followed her out the door. On Friday night, once everyone broke up the group talk, Setsuna immediately made way to her room, avoiding everyone's gaze as she quickly went up the stairs to the second floor. Closing the door quietly behind her, Setsuna walked over to her desk, sitting down in the green chair with a tired sigh. There was a part of her that wanted to just put the long conversation behind her, turn around and distract herself with some homework, or grab her laptop and turn on a movie while she bundled up underneath her sheets. Anything to distract her from what had happened during the last 2 hours. But instead, she turned to face her desk, laid down her arms, and plopped her head on the wooden surface, sighing quietly as she shut her eyes. Everything that they had talked about kept rolling around in her head. Kinoko's tearful breakdown, Leiko's regret, Pony's confession, Ibara's sorrow, Yui's guilt. They kept echoing around in her head like they were shouting in a cave, not letting up at all as she let out a shuddering breath. Each and every one of them. They felt like this was their fault, but they shouldn't. They shouldn't, because all of this was hers. Everything that had led up to today, making Izuku break their table and run away and get beat up by Itsuka and Vlad King's accusations. They could all be traced back to her. She was the one who was responsible for all of this. She was the one who overheard Yui and him and wanted to get in on it. She was the one who blackmailed him into having sex with her, so that she could belittle and insult him just to satisfy her twisted K&K. She was the one who subtly challenged Yui, who Izuku was already sleeping with, in a small, petty competition. She was the one who initiated the truth or dare game, just so Izuku could get some more confidence in the bedroom. She told Pony to just skip through the romantic parts to just F him God. The fact that she knew Pony was interested and focused her on just fing him was awful in and of itself. She didn't see the signs that Izuku was getting more and more uncomfortable about how the girls were treating him, only seeing him as an opportunity to get off. She ignored Itsuka's warnings, thought of her as just having a stick up her, but when she was the only one in the house actually talking sense. Everything that happened today. It was all her fault. Setsuna couldn't help but sniffle a little, feeling some tears well in her eyes, but she roughly rubbed it away. She sat up, taking a deep breath to try to calm herself down, but for some reason, she couldn't. She tried to count up to 100, a tactic taught by her parents when she was young to try to calm herself, but she only got up to around 20 before she faltered, feeling her heart hammering in her chest, and slowly stopped counting. She tried to get up to grab her laptop, turn on anything to distract her from the hurt she was feeling, but as she reached for it, she faltered again, quietly pulling her hand back. No matter what she tried to do, her heart wasn't in it. The memory of Izuku shouting at her, accusing her of playing with his emotions, would not go away. Setsuna stared vacantly at the floor for a few minutes, his yelling and how disappointed in them he had looked kept hammering at her. And then the confession. That he liked them all. That he liked her. As in, he was romantically interested in her. And the only thing she thought, feeling tears swell in her eyes and begin to drip on her cheeks, was that he was a liar. Letting out a small sob, Setsuna threw herself onto her bed, grabbing the nearest pillow and burying her face in it. It was impossible, she bemoaned, impossible for him to like her. He might have in the past, when she was only starting to use him, but now, when she literally planned to make a sex schedule with everyone. Talking to everyone about it as though he weren't even in the room. Being shocked by the fact that he obviously had his own feelings about it. And then he said that he had feelings for a selfish bitch like her. It was impossible. It was not possible. Setsuna let out a choked sob as she laid down on her stomach, pushing her face further into the pillow. The nicest boy she had ever met, used so callously by her, having enough of the games and yelling at her about all the horrible things she had done without thinking about the consequences, and then just told her that he liked her. As in, loved her. It was impossible. So she would have to stay away from everyone, especially Izuku. Give them space. Let them realize that Setsuna wasn't innocent in all of this. She was the bad guy here. And bad guys don't deserve forgiveness. Sunday was spent entirely in her room, not being able to summon the strength to go out and face her friends. She had laid in her bed all day, either staring at her ceiling with a look of desolation on her face, or trying to find anything else to distract her from the raging emotions in her heart. She tried to read, do homework, watch a movie, browse on her phone, anything, but the look of anger on Izuku's face, the disappointment he felt, it just wouldn't leave her alone. She didn't cry, at least, having cried her eyes out last night until she finally fell asleep from exhaustion. She didn't bother going downstairs at all, scared of what she would find, only sending her eye and hand out to grab some food. She spied on Izuku and Itsuka recovering from their colds, being cared for by Ibara and Pony, and quickly made her exit. She had no idea where she even stood with her friends, and wasn't looking forward to interacting with them on Monday. She had a feeling that they didn't much like her anymore. Once Monday inevitably rolled around, Setsuna left the house as quickly as she could, only giving a weak bye to the general direction of the table before she ducked out. She made way immediately to the classroom, sitting down at her desk and doing her homework. The day went by very slowly, being taken to the gym by Vlad King to practice their moves for the upcoming exam. Setsuna was chosen to spar with Sen, but she was so distracted he beat her easily, although she didn't really care. Once lunch rolled around, she quickly made way out of the classroom, wanting to avoid everyone. She spotted 𝐒𝐿 and Kinoko leading Izuku away from their classrooms, but didn't follow. She didn't really deserve to be in any of their company right now. Once lunch was over, having spent it in some abandoned hallway far away from the class, the rest of the day dragged on just as slowly, probably due to how many thoughts were swirling around in her head. Thoughts of how much Izuku truly hated her, how the rest of the house probably despised her, how much she had fed up everything, kept her from properly paying attention in class, staring at the blackboard blankly, not even noticing Manoma growling to himself a few seats away. Finally, the school day wrapped up, the bell going off, but before anyone could stand up to go back to their houses, the door to Class 1B's classroom slid open, and a familiar figure stood in the doorframe, looking into the class and seeing who she was after looking straight at her. Very good. Midnight nodded, a hand on her hip. Tsunotori, Tokuji, Kodai, Komori, and Yanagi, follow me. The girls wordlessly got up, ignoring the confused looks the guys were sending them, and followed their teacher out of the classroom. They knew that it was time for their punishment, and none of them complained, least of all Setsuna, who knew that they had this coming. As they slowly walked out of the classroom, they heard 2 footfalls behind her, and then heard Itsuka call out, "Izuku!" Setsuna stopped for a second, briefly taken aback, before she slowly turned her head to look. She saw Itsuka and Ibara approaching Izuku, who looked around in surprise as the 2 girls jogged over to him. Behind them, Mina's eyes were open with interest, looking like she was about to tease him only for Okiko to appear out of nowhere, swatting her head with a growl and dragging her and Kyuka where had she come from. Away by the ears, ignoring the girls' protests as she went somewhere to chew them out, for some reason or another. Meanwhile, Mineta was crying tears of jealousy, being dragged away by the tape Zero had wrapped around him. "I was wondering if you wanted to walk back with us," Itsuka explained as she approached their roommate, twirling a hand through her hair. "Ibara's gonna get started on dinner soon, so I thought we'd go to the house together." "Why yeah. Sounds great. It's Itsuka." Izuku managed to say, going bright red. I actually thought of something I wanted to talk to you guys about." Together, the trio walked down the halls, chatting about something or another. Setsuna felt guilt bubbling in her chest, and another ugly emotion in her stomach as she saw how close Izuku and Itsuka were to each other. Shoving it down, Setsuna knew she had no right to feel this way, and quickly turned around to catch up with the rest of the girls, heading for their well-deserved punishment. Midnight led them to an empty classroom, opening the door wide and gesturing for them to go in. The girls trooped in, glancing around. The front 5 desks each had a large stack of paper on the surface, hundreds of papers there. Beside them were pencils and a small piece of paper, with a bunch of sentences typed neatly on them. Without being prompted, the girls sat down at each desk, avoiding each other's gazes as they looked down at the written piece of paper. Reading it, each of the girls felt their mood sour, guessing what was about to happen as Midnight shut the door and strolled to the front podium, being sure to fix each girl with a look of disappointment. "Now, then, girls, Vlad King, let me know what has happened," the R-rated heroine started, being sure to sweeten up her voice. It did nothing to assure them, only making it clear that Midnight was holding back a lot of venom in her words. "And I want to start by saying that I am very disappointed with you all. Using Midoriya like that, disregarding his feelings while doing so." The teacher let out a sigh. "We can't stop you all from sleeping with him, it would be hypocritical, since we know that there has to be some houses here with roommates in relationships already. We know that dating is allowed here, and we can't exactly spy on you guys in the house, but the fact that you all thought it was okay to use Midoriya for sec, without any regard for his personal feelings, is unacceptable." The girls kept quiet, feeling guilt building up within them the more Midnight spoke to them. "I would like you all to imagine, just for a second, if the roles were reversed," Midnight continued. "If you all went into some house filled with guys, used by them as a sec toy without any regards to your feelings, wouldn't that be awful? Wouldn't you want to make sure that didn't happen to you? Wouldn't that be a blow to your self-esteem, feeling terrible about being used by 5 different guys for the sheer purpose of pleasure?" None of the girls answered, but slowly nodded. "Do you understand the double standards here? If us teachers would punish the guys for using a girl like that, wouldn't it make sense for us to give you the same punishments?" Again, the girls nodded. Midnight sighed, and turned to Pony, gesturing to the small card in front of her. "Tsunatori," Midnight requested, the smaller girl jumping a bit when directly addressed by the pro-heroine, "on the card in front of you, please read the definition of consent." Pony cleared her throat, glancing at the page in front of her, and read aloud, "Permission for something to happen or agreement to do something." "Very good." Midnight nodded, then turned to Yui. "Now, Kodai, please read the definition of duress." Yui didn't bother hesitating like Pony, picking up the page and reading aloud, in a monotone voice, "Duress is pressure exerted upon a person to coerce that person to perform an act they ordinarily would not perform." Very well read. Midnight clapped her hands together, pointing to the several stacks of paper in front of each girl. "Now, in order for us to trust you with Midoriya, I would like you all to write these 2 definitions over and over again, for the duration of the next 2 hours. You will write each definition, one after the other, for the next 3 weeks until your detentions are over. Only after that, I believe that you'll know the definitions by heart, and will never, ever forget them." The girls glanced at the stacks, then Kinoko raised her hand a bit meekly. She cleared her throat, "Can I ask how many times today we'll be writing this?" "Until I'm satisfied." Midnight's smile did not leave her face, but it did sharpen, "and then we'll pick up on it tomorrow until your punishments are over." The girls glanced down at the papers again, feeling a bit foreboding that this was going to be a very long 2 hours, but Setsuna wordlessly picked up her pencil, sliding the paper with the definitions on top of them, and got to work, writing down the definition of duress and consent. Midnight nodded at her when she got started, and one by one, the other girls picked up their pencils, sliding a piece of paper to them, and began scribbling. This went on for 2 whole hours, the room silent except for the scratching of pencil on paper. Midnight sat by the desk, watching each of them as they worked, as though looking for any sign of weakness. None of them showed it, only wincing slightly as their wrists became sore from writing as more time went on. By the end of the first hour, everyone's hands were cramping, the girls letting out small noises of discomfort from the soreness, but none of them complained or tried to get out of it, knowing that compared to what else Midnight could have cooked up, this would be much preferable. Setsuna herself didn't look up at all, making sure that her writing came off as neat as she could. After 2 hours, Midnight called out, "All right, that should be enough for now. Please bring up all the papers you wrote on." The girls wordlessly scooped up the multiple pages decorated front and back with the definitions, and brought them to Midnight, handing them to her. After she collected them, she nodded briskly and put them down in a neat pile. We will resume this tomorrow after classes, and then for the next 3 weeks. You'll have weekends off, of course, but remember, she was sure to look each of them in the eye, not a trace of playfulness on her face at all. This could be much, much worse. You are excused. Nodding, the girls filed out, leaving Midnight by herself. Wordlessly, each of the girls began making their way back to the house. They rubbed their hands and wrists, wincing slightly in pain, but if any of them wanted to complain, they kept it to themselves. 𝐿𝐴𝐾 and Kinoko didn't walk together, the mushroom girl choosing to walk with Pony. 𝐿𝐴𝐾 and Yui also walked together, neither girl looking at the other as they massaged their wrist. That left Setsuna in the back, looking down at her feet, and feeling that the punishment Midnight gave them could have been worse. It could have been much worse. It should have been worse. In the blink of an eye, Tuesday and Wednesday passed, with the girls returning to Midnight's classroom to write out the definitions of duress and consent. If any of them were complaining, they did it secretly on their own, as they wordlessly worked on Midnight's punishment. In the meanwhile, Setsuna continued to stick exclusively to her room, not wanting to bother any of her friends, if they were her friends anymore, that was, or they decided that they wanted nothing to do with her, which she definitely couldn't blame them for. She no longer joined them for dinner, instead sticking around in her room and waiting for the girls go up to their rooms before grabbing something to eat from the cabinets. During that time, Setsuna got to observe discreetly how the girls were working to fix their relationships with Izuku. The boy sat down with Pony in front of the TV, watching some anime they picked, giggling over the weird jokes. At night, she peeked out the window, and saw Izuku crawling underneath Itsuka's bike, the orange-haired girl giving him advice on how to work. While she didn't see how 𝐿𝐴𝐾 and Kinoko were working to make things up to him, she did see him talking to both of them from time to time, a small smile on his face while they hung out. She would occasionally hear Ibara and him hang out in the kitchen while they cooked, but would also peek out the window early in the morning to see them watering her garden. The only mystery was Yui, who seemed to be mimicking Setsuna and staying as far away from Izuku as possible. Right now, as Thursday night rolled around, Setsuna sighed as she got dressed in her comfy clothes, waving her hand around. After 3 long days of writing the same definitions over and over, her hand continued to cramp, but she dared not complain about it, knowing that she deserved it. Tying her hair in a bun, she sent her eye out to scout the kitchen, making sure that it was empty before she got some food. Today had been particularly awful. The girls seemed to know that she needed some space, so they had kept to themselves. But the guys didn't get a hint, best exemplified when Jirota came over to her desk and asked her what was wrong. She had quickly brushed him off, a bit louder than she intended, as though she were a few seconds from shouting at him. Immediately after yelling at him, she had realized what she had done and apologized, feeling awful for shouting at her classmate unprovoked, and left the classroom to find somewhere private to eat. But now, for some reason, those thoughts just kept swirling in her head, after her eye confirmed that no one was downstairs in the dark kitchen. As she left her room to go downstairs, she could feel the awful feeling in her gut intensify with each step. 3 long days of avoiding everyone, especially the boy whose heart she broke, was continuing to gnaw at her like there was some monster in her chest eating its way out. She had thought that giving them all some space from her would help them and her. But the fact that she had shouted at one of her classmates, someone who had nothing to do with what she was going through, made her sick to her stomach. This wasn't working, Setsuna sighed as she finally reached the dark kitchen, turning on the kitchen light so she could see while her eyes slid back into place. This avoiding everyone, trying to make sure they didn't see her, it was only making her feel worse. No one was talking to her, seemingly content with giving her space, and her own thoughts swirling around in her head were killing her. She reached for her box of Dino crackers, feeling a sense of emptiness as she pulled the box down onto the counter. She had no idea what she needed to do. She wanted some sort of confirmation of what to do going forward. She needed to know that what she was doing wasn't working, what she needed to do instead of hiding. But wouldn't that mean Izuku would have to tell her he hated her? She let out a shuddering breath at the thought. She was still recovering from his shouting on Friday, every word that came from his mouth stabbed her in the heart, and they were all well deserved. What she needed? She leaned against the counter, taking a small breath. What she needed was confirmation that he hated her. That her thoughts that she was hopeless, that she couldn't get his forgiveness, weren't unfounded. And the only way to do that, to find out that she was a lost cause, was for him to tell her himself. She needed to hear from his own lips the confirmation that what she feared, that he secretly loathed her and didn't want anything to do with her, weren't just some random thoughts in her head, and had some basis in reality. And it couldn't be through a door or through a phone. She needed to hear it directly from him, face to face. Without thinking, she pulled her phone out of her pocket, pulling up Izuku's number, and quickly typed in a message. Hey, can we talk? After waiting for about a minute, standing in the kitchen while leaning on the counter, she saw that his status went to read, and she gulped, looking down and hoping to high hell that he answered. She saw him typing out a response, and held her breath, her heart hammering as she waited for him to tell her to F off. But beach, sure. What about? Setsuna stared at the nickname for a few seconds, remembering that it was her little nickname for whenever they were together. It was supposed to be a naughty term of endearment, but now, staring at it, it made her sick to her stomach. She quickly went into the settings and reset his name to Midoriya, not trusting herself to make any kind of nickname for him, and feeling like she didn't have the right to give him a cutesy name. She let out a little breath of anticipation, knowing that this was going to be the hardest thing she'd ever gone through, and quickly typed out another message. You meet me outside. Nodding, Setsuna put her phone back into her pocket and made way towards the front door, not bothering to turn on the light. She glanced down and saw that she was still dressed in her comfy clothes, nothing she would normally wear outside, but she didn't have the energy to get changed, and after thinking about where she wanted to go, she knew that there wouldn't be much chance of anyone walking in on them. After putting on her shoe and bending over to get on the other one, she heard footsteps on the stairs, and glanced up to see Izuku stepping into the living room, dressed in his white t-shirt that said flannel, and a pair of black shorts. He looked a bit unsure, and a bit intimidated to be there, but he took a subtle deep breath and approached her, which made her immediately drop her attention back down to the ground, unable to look the boy she hurt so badly in the eye. Hey, she muttered. Hey, Izuku waved weakly at her, which only made her feel worse. God, he was so adorable. Why the F did she think he'd be okay with her using him like that? What did you want to talk about? Setsuna was tempted to just come out right and say it, but she didn't feel comfortable doing this here. Not where anyone could come down the stairs and get dragged back into this mess. Luckily, she knew where to go, the place she would go to train her quirk, a large open field where they could do this uninterrupted. Outside, she gestured with her head, turning to the door and opening it wide, exposing them to the warm summer night. We're not going far. Oh, okay. Let's go. With that, Setsuna walked out into the night, trying hard not to crack so early. She just needed to take him to the field, ask her question, and get the confirmation that he wouldn't actually forgive her. And then that would be that. And now here they were, walking down the driveway, passing Itsuka's parked bike and out onto the sidewalk. It was pitch black, the only lights coming from the moon overhead and the street lamps showing the path towards the school. Setsuna didn't look back at Izuku as the two walked down the street, the green-haired girl walking a bit faster than Izuku to keep ahead of him. The boy himself was starting to feel more than a little nervous. Her posture and the way she was carrying herself filled him with foreboding. Tokage, Izuku asked, hoping to get her attention, but the girl didn't turn back at all. Can I ask where we're going? Not far, was her only answer, and Izuku couldn't help but purse his lips somewhat in worry. She wasn't acting like her usual goofy self at all, and that only made him feel a bit more anxious. Before he could ask her anything else, she suddenly veered off the sidewalk, going on the grass and continuing down a field. Izuku gulped, but followed her anyway. He saw the large open field ahead and really hoped that this wouldn't turn into another fight, or at least, it would be restricted to a verbal one if he had no choice. He really didn't want to have to fight any more of his classmates. After about another minute of walking, Setsuna stopped right in the center of the field, turning around to look at Izuku with those same tired eyes. Izuku gulped again and stopped just a bit short in front of her. Thankfully the moon was shining pretty brightly tonight, so both of them could easily be seen by one another. Setsuna noticed how nervous he looked, let out a tired little sigh. Relax, she said, it's not like I dragged you out here to beat you up or anything. Wouldn't be the first time that happened, Izuku mumbled. Anyway, Setsuna looked away again, finding it very hard to face the boy. I wanted to talk to you. Yeah. Izuku nodded slowly, shifting back and forth on his feet. What's up? Setsuna didn't answer immediately, instead turning back to look at her feet. Izuku waited for a few moments, wanting her to go at her own pace. Until a minute passed and nothing. Then another. 3 minutes passed, and Setsuna continued to study the ground. At this point, Izuku, feeling more than a little awkward, looked a bit closer, and saw that her face had froze into a grimace, staring vacantly at the ground with her mouth in a thin line. If Izuku didn't know any better, he almost thought that she was about to be sick. 𝐻𝐭𝐽𝐲. Do you hate me? Izuku blinked, taken aback by the words that finally left her lips. She had said them so quietly, Izuku almost didn't hear them. But then he realized what she actually said, and his eyes widened a bit. Did he hate her? Of course not. Why would she? Wait. Izuku suddenly remembered how distant she had been all week, how she had been avoiding everyone in the house and in class, according to Itsuka. Maybe. 𝐻𝐭𝐽𝐲. Why are you dash? Just tell me. Setsuna said shortly, and Izuku winced slightly. There really was no putting off this answer. So he took a deep breath, trying to steady his nerves, and answered, No, I don't hate you. There was another pause, as though Setsuna was slowly digesting his answer. And then, why not? I'm sorry, what? Why don't you hate me? She asked lowly, her voice pretty much drained of every emotion. It was so unlike her that it practically gave Izuku whiplash. I treated you like SHT. I'm awful to you. I avoided you all week. And you don't hate me. She shook her head. That doesn't make sense. It shouldn't. You should hate the utter SHT out of me. I'm the reason you got hurt so much. 𝐻𝐭𝐽𝐲. So I don't believe you. She finally glanced at him, and Izuku was taken aback by the fact that, while not having any expression on her face, there were fresh tears in her eyes. I don't believe that you don't hate me. Please just tell me the truth. What? Izuku shook his head briefly, confused. I did. I don't hate you, 𝐻𝐭𝐽𝐲. Bullshit. It's not dash, it's bullshit. Setsuna suddenly snapped, and Izuku's eyes widened as she finally turned to him with her expression finally changing. There was nothing but anger and pain on her face, and her hands were balled into fists as her voice wobbled. Stop being so nice, stop being so understanding, and just tell me the truth. I've been such a piece of SHT to you, there's no way that you actually like me. So just cut the SHT and tell me the truth. I am telling you the truth. Izuku felt an unexpected bolt of anger in his stomach, and took a step forward. I don't hate you. I like dash, don't say it. Setsuna yelled suddenly, scaring him. Don't say that you like me. I don't believe you. 𝐻𝐭𝐽𝐲, what is going on? Izuku tried to ask her, feeling an odd mixture of confused, angered, and concerned. Why don't you think I like you? Because you can't. That's not an answer. Yes, it is. Setsuna insisted, taking a step forward. I didn't do anything to justify you liking me. I blackmailed you into having sex with me, I degraded you the whole time, I manipulated you into having sex with the other girls. I was about to make a thing schedule so we could all F you at different times, like you weren't even a person. I hurt you so much you thing snapped and yelled at everyone. I did that. She couldn't suppress a sob now, her tears finally escaping and trailing down her cheeks. You're the nicest guy in either of our classes, and I broke your heart. You're the kindest person I've ever met and I hurt you so bad you screamed at us. You have no idea how much I hate myself that I made you feel like we didn't like you. Now Setsuna couldn't help but begin to sob in earnest, hunching over and grabbing her chest as though her heart were in pain. It hurt Izuku to see her like this, wanting to comfort her, but he forced himself to hold back, letting her vent. It was obvious that she had been holding back on this all week, and he wanted her to let it all out. And when you came back, all bruised and bloody, I knew that was my fault. I shoved Itsuka to the side too. She told me how much it would hurt you to use you like this and I just ignored her. And then you hear me just sell you off, like you're not even a person, just a DLD I pass along to the other girls. I didn't think about how much that would have hurt you, and why the hell didn't I? You're so soft, so kind, so caring, and I thought you'd be okay with just being used. What the F is wrong with me? So please stop acting like I'm like the other girls, who can actually make it up to you, because I'm not. I'm the bad guy here. So please, stop pretending and tell me how much you hate me. Setsuna took a few seconds to finally breathe, her throat a bit raw from all of the yelling, and Izuku let her try to calm down. He was feeling several emotions running throughout him, pity for how much this must have been hurting her, sadness that she really thought he secretly loathed her, anger that she assumed he was lying. So Izuku took a deep breath, knowing that this was not going to be resolved without more yelling, and spoke once she finally caught her breath. I am not going to lie to you, Izuku started, and Setsuna was quick to look back up, the tears on her face not stopping. When this all started, I wasn't really sure what to do. I just slept with Kodai and I thought that I betrayed Vlad King's trust. Then you teased me that you knew, and then we slept together. I'm not going to lie, how we got together was. It was a bit weird. And the way you pushed me towards the other girls. It made me more than a bit sad. It made me feel awful. Setsuna let out a hiccup, but she nodded, hearing exactly what she wanted. Izuku pursed his lips, trying hard not to show any outward emotion. Then came the schedule. I don't think you would have seriously pushed for it, but it was the last straw. That was what broke me. At that moment, I was angry at everyone, and I was really angry at you. You're right, that a lot of this was it could be considered your fault. If you hadn't pushed everyone on me, if you just let things go, we wouldn't be here. This is your fault. Setsuna quickly nodded again, tears still dripping down her face as she heard what she wanted to hear. Izuku studied her for a few more seconds, a storm of emotions within him, as she accepted the blame for everything. But I don't hate you. Setsuna's hiccuping and crying almost immediately ceased, staring at the ground with wide eyes, before she wiped her gaze straight to his face, seeing his look of understanding on his face. I don't hate you, 𝐭𝐽𝐻. I never have, and I never will. Izuku gave her a soft smile. I'm really angry at you, and I think that you have a lot to make up for, but I could never hate you. I like you. I always have. So please don't accept the blame for everything, because as much as you want to be the bad guy here, you aren't. Everyone shares the blame. Tsunotori, Kodai, Yanagi, Komori, Shiozaki, Kendo, even me. There isn't a bad guy here. We're all to blame for this. You might have encouraged a lot of this to happen, but at the end of the day, everyone chose to take advantage of me. So please, stop putting everything on your shoulders, and come back. Stop hiding in your room and come and hang out with us. Izuku let himself fall silent, letting Setsuna digest what he said. As angry as he was at her, due to the way she goaded everyone to sleep with him, he couldn't stand there and let her wallow in self-hatred. That, and if she continued blaming herself, she may never be able to move on like the rest of the girls were trying to. He let her stare off to the side for a few minutes, thinking, before she suddenly shook her head, her lips thinning into a line. No, she muttered, before looking back up at him. No, I can't, no. This is all my fault. Stop pretending like I'm not. 𝐭𝐽𝐻, you're not I am. She suddenly shouted, making Izuku jump a bit. The tears continued to streak down her cheeks as she denied his words with all her might. I'm the bad guy here. Everything is my fault. I couldn't leave well enough alone, and I pushed everyone on you. Itsuka kept telling me not to do it, but I refused to listen. I had no idea how much it was hurting you when it should have been so obvious, because I had my head so far up my own but I couldn't see it. She grabbed her hair in both hands, practically pulling it from the frustration. You should hate me. You should tell me to go F myself. I don't deserve your forgiveness at all, so why are you offering it to me? Come on, tell me to screw off. Tell me to leave you alone. Tell me that you never want to see me again. Please, stop being nice and tell me how much you hate me. Izuku stared at the despairing girl in front of him, feeling tears well up in his eyes as pity and sorrow overtook him, staring at the girl as she broke down in front of him. She wasn't going to accept any other answer from him. She wanted to be the villain of this situation, he realized numbly, and wouldn't accept any other substitute. There was a part of him, a deep, ugly feeling that weirdly sounded by Kaken, that was satisfied with what he was seeing, thinking it great to see her readily accept the blame for the entire situation. But every other part of him refused to see her as the sole responsibility. And she needed to know that. I'm not going to tell you to F off, 𝐭𝐽𝐻. I won't. Pause, Midoriya. 𝐭𝐽𝐻, I won't. Setsuna stared up at him for a few seconds, her breath coming out in jitters as tears continued to run down her face, a bit of snot coming out of her nose. She looked more unsure of herself than Izuku had ever seen her, as though having no idea of what to do anymore. Izuku had to physically suppress the sudden need to bring her into his arms and hug her, seeing that she just needed something to comfort her, but it would be inappropriate. But before he could speak up, tell her more about how this wasn't entirely her fault, and how she could fix it, her expression hardened, and she glared up at him, more tears 𝐒𝐻𝐿 down her cheeks. What do I have to do, then? She demanded, balling her fists. Do I have to beat you up? Hurt you? Tell me what I have to do to make you hate me. What? Tell me what I have to do to make you hate me, she repeated, taking a step forward and trying to look tough despite the tears and snot clinging on her face. I'm not accepting anything nice about me as an answer. I need to be the one responsible. Please, just tell me what you need me to do to make you hate me. Izuku blinked, staring at her as though she grew a second head, and felt the pit in his stomach clench painfully. She wasn't going to accept anything nice about her as an answer. She wanted him to hate her, needed him to hate her. But he shook his head, making Setsuna let out a tense breath. You can't. Izuku looked away, trying hard not to start crying himself. He wondered how on earth he had toughed it out so far. You can't make me hate you. Nothing you say can make me hate you. Setsuna stared at him for a few seconds, breathing hard through her nose, before her glare intensified and she roughly wiped her face with her sleeve. I used you. She snapped, and Izuku blinked, looking around at her in confusion. I used you for secretary. That's all I wanted from you. That's everything I wanted from you, and it was so easy how you gave it to me. I toyed with you. I got to insult you. Everything you said during your speech about me was true. I just used you for my sick kicks. Izuku stared at her in shock, letting out a shuddering breath at the sudden venomous words she spat at him as she continued glaring up at him. The words she just spoke hit him straight in the chest, as though she had stabbed him with them. There was a part of him that felt like crying at the harsh words that just escaped her mouth, and the ugly part of him felt enraged, tempted to shout back at her. And yet, I don't believe you. I pushed everyone on you so you'd get better at secretary. That's all I did this for. So you could be a better lover. All I wanted was for you to get better so I'd have more fun. I don't believe that. It's the truth. Setsuna yelled again, balling her hands to fists. You're nothing but a walking, talking DLD to me. I don't care anything about your feelings or all that SHT. All you did was make me feel bad for something we had going on. So stop pretending that you actually like me, that you have feelings for me, because that's utter horseshit. No. Izuku finally managed to steady his voice, her words hurting him, but he refused to buckle. I don't believe you. You wouldn't be doing this if I was nothing to you. You wouldn't have dragged me outside to talk if all I was to you was walking and talking entertainment. We wouldn't be out here talking, you wouldn't be yelling at me about how much I'm supposed to hate you. I know that I mean something to you, 𝐭𝐽𝐻. Just like how you mean something to me. Setsuna let out a small scream of frustration, clenching her hands into tight fists as she stomped on the ground, and then ran straight up to Izuku, one of her fists flying. It hit him directly in the chest, making him wince slightly. She was training to be a hero, so obviously her hits would hurt, but stood there as she started beating on his chest, grunting and breathing raggedly as she went to town. It was obvious after the first few punches, however, that she had lost strength in her hits, only hitting him weakly in frustration as she started crying uncontrollably, her hair shadowing her eyes as her hits grew weaker and weaker. Izuku stared at her in pity, feeling some tears escape his eyes at last. All of this. He supposed he should feel angry that she was acting like she was the most despicable person in the world, disgusted that she wouldn't listen to him at all, roll his eyes at her insistence that she deserved to be written off as a lost cause. But the truth was that he just felt sad. He felt sad that she had been thinking these awful thoughts, and that they had plagued her all week with no one to turn to. He knew at least that this didn't require a fight, as he didn't feel like fighting one of his roommates right now. But he still had no idea what to do to comfort her. He had no idea how to stop these thoughts of hers, other than. Izuku wrinkled his brow at the sudden impulse, and tried to shake it away. There was more than a likely chance of it backfiring on him, making her feel worse. But as he felt her hits to his chest weaken even more, the sound of her crying hitting him where it hurt, he suddenly remembered their first actual time together. The first actual time that they had secretary. She had done her degrading, KNKY insults, and while at the time they had excited him more, once they were done he could feel a small tinge of hurt as he got dressed. Then she gave him a small smile leaned up to his face, and he had felt much better. If that had worked. Then maybe. Izuku glanced back down at her as she finally stopped hitting him ineffectively, grabbing the front of his shirt tightly and staring at the ground with despair on her face. "Why?" she asked brokenly, her voice cracking in several places. "Why don't you hate me? I treated you like SHT. I used you. I didn't think about you as a friend. Why? Why do you like someone like me?" Izuku looked down on her head, letting out a small tense breath, before he spoke. He knew what he had to do, he knew how it could backfire, and how it could send the opposite message, but at this point, he didn't see any other way to calm her down. Because I know that you didn't mean for it to go that far," he muttered, bringing his head down to that it almost laid on top of hers, talking into her green hair. "I know that you weren't being intentionally mean, 𝐒𝐭𝐻. I think that you only did that because you weren't thinking of the consequences. I mean, I know 𝐭𝐻𝐿 told you not to, but if I asked you to stop, like asked you to stop having sex with me, would you?" Setsuna couldn't answer vocally, but she did nod her head once. Izuku nodded as well. I thought so. 𝐒𝐭𝐻, I'll admit that I'm angry at you. Everything you said. About taking advantage of me, of making me feel awful, of making me feel small. You weren't wrong. I am angry at you for all that stuff. Then. Setsuna gulped, and looked up, desperation written all over her face. Then why are you dash? Izuku, seeing the opportunity to finally do this, took a deep breath, screwed his eyes shut, and leaned in. Setsuna's eyes widened as Izuku gave her a soft kiss, raising a hand to cup the back of her head. Izuku didn't go for their usual hard kisses, tongues invading their mouths, something that would lead to KNKY seki times. He wanted this to be softer, less SNSL, more loving. He brought his other hand to rub her back, only pressing his lips against hers, before he finally disconnected, opening his eyes and continuing to rub her back in a soothing manner. But he took a deep breath. "But I don't hate you, because I know what you're really like. You did get carried away with what we were doing, and you may have hurt my feelings during our time together. But what we had was special. I felt. Whenever you teased me, I didn't feel like I did back in junior high, when everyone was making fun of me. I knew that you were coming from a good place. I know that you're a good person. You aren't the bad guy." "You're not," Izuku insisted. "You aren't a bad person. I do like you. Both as a person, and someone I like." He couldn't help but blush at that, despite the serious conversation. "I will never hate you. Because as much as you hurt me, you also made me feel special. I'm still angry at you, and I meant what I said last Friday. Concentrate on being my friend rather than someone focused on sec, and I can't forgive you that easily. But it's better than standing around and hating yourself, right? Making yourself feel bad. Isn't it? Setsuna stayed silent for a few moments, digesting his words. While her tears started to slow, looking vacant, before nodding slightly. Izuku gave her a small smile, glancing down at her lips, and then shuddered, making her look back up as he closed his eyes. I'm sorry, I know what I said, but he couldn't even finish that sentence, instead bending over to kiss her again, suddenly craving the need for those touches. He knew he had taken her by surprise again, but for some reason, he couldn't care. The feeling of someone's lips on his, he realized how much he had missed it. But that wasn't normal, right? Why did this feel like nirvana? Before he could think any more about it, he suddenly became aware that she started pushing her lips back on his. He squinted his eyes open, seeing her tear-filled eyes slowly shut, and her arms were brought up to wrap around his waist. Again, this wasn't like their usual kisses. There was no roughness or tongue wrestling or biting, rather it was a soft pressing of lips, a far more NTMT feeling than their usual bouts. And that's where they stood in the middle of the empty field, the moon shining over them as they slowly kissed. Finally, they disconnected, breathing slightly from the lack of air, and Setsuna opened her eyes gently. I thought you said, she whispered, that there wasn't going to be anything like this anymore. I said there wasn't going to be any more SXL stuff, Izuku shrugged, rubbing her back, and this isn't meant to be SXL. It's more of a, I guess I'm clarifying my interest. Clarifying your interest, Setsuna said, raising an eyebrow. He was relieved, however, that sad, despairing look was fading off her face. I mean, I was going to kiss you one more time, Izuku blushed, glancing away, but if you're saying you don't want to. Setsuna gave him another few seconds of deadpan staring, before she let out a small sigh. F it. One more for the road. Izuku let out a small huff of amusement, and leaned back in, giving her the third kiss of the evening. Like before, he wanted to make sure that this wasn't like the last few times they kissed, where it was lead up to sex, where it was more her dominating him. He wanted this to be more innocent. Like he said to her, a clarification of interest. He did feel a little bad with this being the second time he broke his promise to himself, but seeing how much this was hurting her, he couldn't resist. Setsuna definitely seemed like she needed it, raising her arms to wrap around his neck and returning the soft pushing of lips. After another few moments, they broke apart, Setsuna not being able to resist planting another tiny kiss to the corner of his mouth before she went, and both of them backed away, taking a few steady breaths. Both of their hands were still on each other's hips, though, and Izuku couldn't help but shudder from an unexpected feeling from her hands on him. It wasn't a bad feeling, quite the opposite. It felt strangely good. Before he could think more on it, though, Setsuna sighed. I'm sorry, she mumbled, eyes downcast. I'm sorry. Okay, Izuku nodded, understanding. Is this about everything, she clarified. Everything. Seducing you, setting you up with everyone, ignoring your feelings, hurting you so bad. Dragging you out here yelling about how much you hate me. I was so obsessed with being the bad guy. I ignored that. I just wanted to justify that I'm the worst. But I was just ignoring the problem and trying to avoid dealing with it. I'm so sorry. It's okay, Izuku sighed, rubbing some circles on her hips with his thumbs. I'd say I forgive you, but I made a promise to myself. That you guys would have to work for it. I'm sorry I can't forgive you. Setsuna looked at him for a few moments, then couldn't help but smirk a little. You're sorry that I'm sorry. Wait, what? Izuku blinked, confused. I said I'm sorry for not accepting your apology, wait. He turned to the side, wrinkling his brow in confusion while a small smile graced Setsuna's lips as she watched him figure out how that worked, knowing that she got him with her little mind game. I'm sorry that I can't. I'm sorry that I can't accept your apology. I'm sorry that I'm sorry that I can't forgive you. There. That's what I meant in the first place. Izuku turned back to her, grinning. I'm sorry that I can't forgive you. Setsuna couldn't help but start laughing, doubling over in giggles. It was probably the stress of the last few days, all the mental anguish she had been pouring onto herself, which made the situation even funnier. Izuku had watched her laugh for a minute or so, happy that she was back to normal. Until a minute stretched to 5, and Setsuna started huffing in pain from the laughter. That's when Izuku grew concerned, trying to help her stay straight up and not die from laughter. Finally, Setsuna's giggles faded away, and she managed to stand upright, rubbing her face to wipe away the leftover tears. Izuku stood relatively close by, in case she fell apart again, but she seemed to have managed to get control of herself, sighing a bit. "Do you, feel better?" Izuku asked, a bit timidly. Not really," Setsuna sighed, not really wanting to lie to him anymore. "Better, to be honest. I still got a lot of SHT to deal with. But I think that this definitely helped. At least I know what to do now." "Hey, what's that?" "Well, everyone's gotta work to fix things, but I'm the one with the most to fix." Setsuna nodded to herself, slowly feeling her usual peppy self come back. "So I'm gonna be the best freaking roommate you've ever had." "Oh, the best." "Hell yeah." She pumped a fist in the air, giving him a shark grin. "We're gonna have it all. Sleepovers. Hangouts. The works. You and me are hitting the mall at some point, because you're fashion SC case." "My dash." Izuku balked, whipping his gaze down to his t-shirt. "What's wrong with my fashion?" "Honey, I'm not sure if you noticed, but you wore a shirt with the word bedsheets on it the first night you moved in, and I had to stop 𝐒𝐿𝐼 from strangling you." "She hates my shirts." "She hates bad puns in general, so yes," Setsuna patted his hair, making him smile, "but besides that, you and me are going to be the bestest of friends. We'll do movie night, game night, homework. She stopped short, eyes going wide. "I forgot about Vlad King's homework. I was gonna do that tonight." Izuku couldn't help but snort, which prompted Setsuna to hit him half-heartedly as they wordlessly started walking back to the dorms, a bit closer than before. As they walked, however, Setsuna quickly stepped over, wrapping an arm around him and laying her head against his shoulder. Izuku shuddered a bit from the feeling, not really knowing why, but it wasn't out of discomfort. "I really am sorry," she mumbled, hugging his side as they returned to the house, "for everything." "I know," Izuku nodded, leaning slightly down to put his cheek against her hair. They were silent all the way back to the house, walking with Setsuna's arm wrapped around him, both evidently needing a bit of physical comfort. While Setsuna silently thought a bit more about what she was going to do going forward, Izuku, meanwhile, let out a small sigh of comfort from how closely she was pressed to him. Which made him think, why was he so comfortable right now? Normally he'd like the hug, of course, all his life. The most hugs he'd ever received was from his mother, so anyone showing him physical affection was pretty rare. But why did this feel so good? Her arm wrapped around him, her pressed into his side, her head on his shoulder. Why did it feel like he had missed this? "So," Setsuna finally said, shaking Izuku out of his thoughts. "Prez is calling you by your first name, here." When did that happen?" Setsuna had a small smile on her face, showing that she was only teasing. Thank goodness, too, Izuku wasn't ready for any huge accusations of favoritism between their friends. She said that, well, we were close, and relax, she chuckled, a much softer expression on her face than usual. I was just wondering if I could call you Parsley again. I know that nickname might be connected to some bad memories. I can just call you Midoriya, if you want." "No, it's okay, you can call me Parsley," Izuku nodded, but then a thought suddenly came to him, and he couldn't help but blush. Actually. Hey. If you wanted to call me my first name, you." Setsuna raised her head to study his blushing face for a few moments, then snorted. "Nah. Parsley's my nickname. Like how Uraraka calls you Deku. I'm not giving that up." Oh. Izuku gulped nervously, looking away. "Oh, okay." Before he could say anything else though, Setsuna disconnected her hand and brought it to his opposite cheek, pushing his face to look at her again. she was wearing a more confident smirk, although if Izuku looked closely in the light from the street lamps, he could see a dusting of pink. Although, if you wanted to call me Setsuna, I wouldn't mind. Set. Relax, big boy, she grinned, I'm not expecting you to dash, hey. Both Izuku and Setsuna jumped, whirling around. They hadn't realized that they already made it back to the house during their little walk of silence, seeing the light on the front porch on, which they definitely hadn't turned on when they left. Sitting out front on the steps was Itsuka, dressed up in pajamas with her hair down from its usual ponytail, holding a can of soda in her hand, obviously enjoying the warm night. She saw them walk by the house and called out to them, seeing them laughing and talking about something, which was a relief to her, seeing Setsuna's moody and depressed state the last week had hurt her, and now looking at her with a smile on her face made her feel so much better. Hey, Izuku gave her a weak wave, feeling awkward. Were you waiting for us? No, Itsuka shook her head, standing up. I was just out here for a bit 'cause I couldn't sleep. I assume everything's good with you too. Yeah. Izuku nodded as they walked up the driveway, noticing that Setsuna seemed to shrink a bit as they walked up. Which made sense to him. The two of them settled things between them, Setsuna determined to make it up to Izuku now. But obviously the dinosaur-loving girl didn't know where she stood with the rest of her roommates, especially the one she purposefully spited and insulted. Itsuka, for her part, didn't look angry to see her, rather, she seemed glad. Hey, Setsuna said shyly, glancing away, but jumped when Itsuka hopped down from the front porch, putting the can of soda down, and immediately pulled her in for a hug. The green girl froze for only a few seconds, before letting out a sigh and wrapping her arms back around her, squeezing. Izuku stood a bit to the side, letting them hug it out, before Itsuka finally separated from her, holding her shoulders and giving her a little smile. Wanna have a girl night, she asked. I need someone to paint my nails. Setsuna let out a small little laugh, and nodded. Sounds great, Prez. Together, the girls turned to walk back into the house, smiling at Izuku as they went, and he gave them a good-natured wave as they went inside. Once the door closed, Izuku let out a small sigh, rubbing a hand through his hair, and decided to grab something to drink before going to bed, walked back inside the house. As he closed the front door, turning off the porch light, he let out a sigh of comfort, knowing that he did the best he could tonight. The more he thought about it, the less he felt guilty for kissing Setsuna. She obviously needed something to confirm that he didn't hate her, and that was the only logical thing he could have thought of at the time. Sure, he might have been able to find something else if he had thought about it more, but at the time, he just wanted to make sure she didn't blame herself for this any more than she had to, and jumped to the quickest way to do that. At the very least, Izuku could sleep comfortably tonight, knowing that he helped Setsuna out. As he turned to the couch absent-mindedly, he thought about how Setsuna would make it up to him, and caught sight of a pair of bright blue eyes staring at him in the darkness. It was very lucky that Izuku didn't let out a high-pitched scream, only staring at the eyes staring vacantly at him in brief horror as he felt himself freeze in place. What was that? Those pair of scary eyes staring at him in the dark. What the heck? Before he could decide it on if he was going to go into fight or flight, there was a shifting of clothes on the love seat, and the lamp beside the furniture turned on. Midoriya! Leiko blinked up at him, looking confused in her pair of pajamas. Why are you just standing there? And why are you bent over? Izuku let out a tense breath, grabbing his knees while he tried to calm down from the mini heart attack he just had. It was just Leiko. He forgot that, strangely unrelated to her quirk, her eyes would somehow glow in the dark. She had joked before that it was because of her deals with the devil, or it was a side effect of her quirk, but in reality, she said that it was just weird. Weird enough that if Izuku wasn't careful, he would think that there was some kind of monster waiting for him in the dark. Are you alright? Leiko leaned back in her seat, her hands folded in her lap. You look like you've seen a ghost. I guess I did, Izuku sighed, rubbing a hand over his face as he calmed down from the scare. What are you still up for? I was thinking, Leiko admitted, glancing away uncomfortably. I've been having a lot of time to think to myself lately, and I'm afraid that it has been cutting into my sleep schedule. I planned to sit down here while I thought. Oh. Izuku blinked, looking over at her in concern. Is there anything I can help you with? No, not really. This time the ghost girl was looking fully away from Izuku, but he could spot a hint of red on her cheeks, easily picked out due to her pale skin. Izuku furrowed his brow, and without thinking, walked over and sat on the love seat beside her. Is it about Friday? Izuku inquired, and saw 𝐒𝐿 cringe somewhat, making him feel regretful for poking his nose into it. You don't have to say if it is, but if it's something I did, I wanna hear. It wouldn't sit right with me if I made something worse for you. Well, more worse than I already have. 𝐒𝐿 studied the wall for a few seconds, before letting out small exhale. Well, if I'm being honest, she hesitated for a second, before shaking her head. You are correct. It does have something to do with you. Well, if you wanted to talk to me about it, I'd be willing to listen. For a few more seconds, they sat in silence, Izuku glancing at his silver-haired roommate before glancing away, while 𝐒𝐿 continued to study the wall. Finally, she looked away, studying the small table in the middle of the living room with a forlorn expression. I'm sorry, Midoriya, 𝐒𝐿 sighed as she pouted. The truth is that I'm afraid that I wasn't honest with you when we met up for lunch on Monday. Here. Izuku looked at her in concern, a tight sensation suddenly gripping his chest as she leaned forward, continued to stare at the table anywhere but him. Kinoko and we went for a very long walk on Saturday, to discuss everything that had happened, 𝐒𝐿 confessed, a look of remorse on her face. We spent several hours talking about what happened, how we would make it up to you, and the such. The truth is, well, we ended up talking a bit about you during our discussion. And your confession. I hope that it is not inappropriate to confess to you that both Kinoko and I find you very attractive, both emotionally and physically. Izuku felt himself blush a little. It was still so jarring to think that both Pony and Ibara had feelings for him, even if he purposefully didn't think about it, and the fact that the other girls did find him attractive in other ways than just physical threw him for a loop every time. Still, he was still feeling a bit frightened about what 𝐒𝐿 had to say. It's okay. Am I the reason you took a break? I'll admit, yes. But not for the reason you think. Oh, what do you mean? I mean, 𝐒𝐿 sighed, closing her eyes, that both Kinoko and I asked each other a question about you, and neither of us were able to answer it. We decided to take a break after that to re-evaluate ourselves. What was the question? 𝐒𝐿 didn't answer for a few seconds, evidently mulling over how to phrase this. Finally, she let out another long sigh, and opened her eyes, turning over to finally look at him in the eye as she spoke. We asked ourselves. If you ended up asking one of us out, and it was a choice between you and each other, who would we choose? She looked away, her eyes misting. And neither of us could answer that question. We asked ourselves. If you ended up asking one of us out, and it was a choice between you and each other, who would we choose? And neither of us could answer that question. It was rather strange, but for all the reasons 𝐒𝐿 and Kinoko could have broken up for, Izuku had not expected that. For a moment, he stared at the pale girl with a confused look on his face, as though not really getting it at first and really needing to think about it for a second, and then her words, and the reality of what that meant, settled in, and Izuku felt himself freeze up, staring at her in rising horror as he realized exactly what she was saying. You don't have to say anything, Midoriya, 𝐒𝐿 quickly interrupted, raising a hand. The look on her face practically screamed that she had immediately regretted saying anything. I asked Kinoko if it would be alright if I told you this, and she was okay with it. I do not want you to feel that you're responsible for this. Ultimately, this is something that must be dealt with between Kinoko and myself. We just, after how we treated you, we did not want to hide anything else from you. If you would like to tell anyone else, you are welcome to. Just, please, do not feel responsible for this. This is something that Kinoko and I will handle. Izuku started to say, then he let out a small sigh, obviously not really okay with it, but still nodded. Okay. 𝐿𝐿𝐼 repeated, much softer than she would usually, as though she knew that the state of mind that she had just unintentionally sent him spiraling into. I do not blame you if you are angry that I sprung this on you. No, Izuku sighed. Okay, obviously I'm not okay hearing why you two broke up, but if you say that you want to handle it by yourselves, I guess that all I can do is hope that it works out. All right. She nodded and stood up, getting ready to go to bed. Again, I'm sorry, Midoriya. I probably shouldn't have told you this when it's so late, but like I said, I will handle this. With that vague sentence said, 𝐿𝐼 said her goodnights and went up the stairs, leaving Izuku alone. Now that he was the only one in the room, Izuku sighed, leaning forward on the seat and placing his face in his hands. Obviously he was lying through his teeth when he said that he was comfortable with them handling it themselves, and the whole thing in general. To know that he was the one responsible for ruining a relationship, especially one between his roommates, didn't sit well with him at all. He may have had conflicted feelings about 𝐿𝐼 and Kinoko, especially after how they used him for their pleasure a week ago, but the fact that neither of them knew who they'd choose in a question of who they wanted between the three of them. It made the pit of worry that Izuku felt in his stomach clench. Not only because of the guilt he felt, but because looking back, his stance on letting the girls redeem themselves, to make everything they did up to him. He felt that it wasn't working. Not because of the girls themselves, obviously, but because of him. After going over what 𝐿𝐼 said again in his mind, Izuku was forced to think hard about what had happened in the previous week. He had told the girls, under no certain terms, that in order to get his forgiveness, they'd have to work hard to redeem themselves in his eyes, to take genuine steps to becoming his friend. The romantic parts that had been confessed could be dealt with afterwards. But the fact was, while the girls were attempting to see him in a platonic light, he was having a hard time doing the same. Kissing Ibara 24 hours after shouting at them was one thing. He might be able to barely excuse that as a friendly kiss, but after thinking about what happened tonight with Setsuna, he couldn't say the same about her. He had intended to kiss her as a means to calm her down, and tried to justify to himself how kissing her wasn't a big deal. Now that he had thought about it a bit harder, he realized that he had been overcome by the need to kiss her more. It was a guilty thought, thinking about how he practically couldn't resist kissing her, needing to feel her lips on his, and he had no idea why. And now with the revelation that he was responsible for 𝐿𝐼 and Kinoko's breakup, Izuku now had no idea what to do. He kissed Ibara and Setsuna. He was the reason 𝐿𝐼 and Kinoko couldn't choose each other. What next? Would he unintentionally flirt with Pony and get her hopes up? Hold Itsuka's cheek again and decide to say screw it and make out with her? Eventually break down and beg Yui to give him attention again, because he desperately needed it? Letting out a small sigh, Izuku stood up and turned off the light next to the couch, turning around to walk back up to his room. He already knew that he was not going to be getting a lot of sleep tonight. We really need to stop meeting like this, Shiozaki. The Vine girl gulped nervously as Izuku laid back against her bed, sitting comfortably against the pillows and smiling. The room they were in was completely dark, no light except for some invisible one above the bed, perfectly illuminating the bed in front of her and the boy on top of it. But Ibara didn't notice any of that, her eyes only on him. He was only in his underwear, his muscular frame more appetizing than she had ever seen them. She knew she was dressed in her nightshirt and nothing else, but even that didn't matter, as she looked down briefly at what little clothes he was wearing, seeing a bulge pushing against the boxes. She already knew this was a dream, it was so strange, so off, but she didn't care, her eyes only on Izuku. This was only the latest in a series of dreams that she'd been having this week, all of them ending with her, Izuku, a bed, and actions that made her wake up and blush bright red. But she could worry about that when she woke up. Now she had the boy she'd been crushing on for weeks now sitting in front of her, looking peaceful and inviting, and she needed to somehow regain some semblance of control. I'm sorry, Izuku. I can't. Not this time. Really? Dream Izuku blinked, downcast, and Ibara immediately felt bad, but she shook herself out of her small inkling of pity. Yes. Really? I can't. It's not that I don't like you, or anything, it's just, with so much going on with everyone, I can't. I guess I understand, Dream Izuku pouted, glancing away and sending another spike of guilt through her gut. It's just, I thought what you and I have was different. Different? Why, Dream Izuku confessed. Like how I feel for you is different than how I feel for everyone else. Everyone, they used me for sec, and it hurt me. I know that they all care about me, but it's so hard to just forget it. But you love me. And he smiled shyly at her, and I love you too. Don't break, Ibara lambasted herself, trembling as Izuku sat forward, giving her one of his radiant smiles that left her weak at the knees. I love you. And I want to become one with you. Dream Izuku asked innocently, although there was a playful fire in his eyes as he smirked up at her. And I know that you're dying to be with me. So, what are you waiting for? Ibara took a deep breath, about to tell him no again, to try to wake up, to do anything else, and then pounced right on the bed, unable to stop herself giggling in excitement as Izuku cupped her face and kissed her roughly. She immediately straddled him, Izuku's hands moving from her face to her lower back as she began lightly moving her hips, creating some distracting friction between them. Izuku's lips moved from hers to her neck, kissing and making her out as her hands began grasping at his stomach, tracing his abs while she continued to grind. She felt his erection through their clothed parts, and Ibara was tempted to get up and pull them away so she could get at his PP and have him finally enter her, but then she felt a sudden sting on her wrists, as though they were being squeezed, and her senses returned to her, realizing what she was doing. As quickly and carefully as she could, she jumped off of him, her face burning red as she tried to adjust her shirt to hide anything revealing. Izuku's face wrinkled in confusion, sitting up as she quickly soothed out her dress. I'm sorry, Midoriya, Ibara apologized, looking anywhere but him. I can't. Here. Well, okay then, I guess I get it, Izuku sighed, sounding disappointed. But, hey, Shiozaki, don't worry about it. You see, I do have others to help me out if you don't want to. Ibara blinked, confusion briefly overcoming her, and looked back towards the bed. And what she saw made her gasp out loud, feeling her face burn an even brighter red. Izuku was laying naked on the bed, his PP out in the air and pointing straight up in the air, but he wasn't alone. He was somehow surrounded by their roommates, all of the cooing and giggling as they tended to him, feeling him up. His head was in Itsuka's lap, the orange-haired girl liking her lips as she played with his hair. Pony and Kinoko were in between his legs, using their tongues to like up his manhood slowly. Setsuna and Leiko were naked, giggling and aiming as Izuku's hands played with their entrances. Yui, meanwhile, had his right arm wrapped around hers, his biceps sandwiched between her breasts. Ibara tried to take a step forward, whether to stop this or do something else, but both of her arms suddenly jerked back, making her gasp in pain as she was restrained. She turned around, trying to see what was holding her back, and was aghast to see that it was her own vines wrapped tightly around her wrists, preventing her from moving forward. See, as long as you keep holding yourself back, you can't have any fun, Izuku pointed out, and Ibara turned her attention back to him, seeing Yui and Itsuka lean in and like at the sides of his face, cooing, but hey, as long as I have them, why do I need you? Ibara gasped as she jerked awake, staring at her ceiling with wide eyes as she breathed raggedly. Her covers had been shoved to the side, exposing her to the suddenly chill air. Shivering, Ibara weakly sat up, rubbing some of the crustiness from her eyes. She could feel a bit of wetness in her pajama bottoms, but she chose to ignore it for now. Not when her heart was hammering in her chest, a feeling of sudden jealousy overcoming her as she remembered Izuku in the middle of all of her friends. And guilt that she was feeling jealous. This was the 4th time in a row. The 4th time that Izuku appeared in her dreams, handsome, stucked, and tempting her to crawl into bed with him. And each and every time, she would. She shivered for a different reason now, remembering his hands on her skin and his lips on hers, but they didn't actually happen. The dreams felt incredibly real, almost to the point that she was wondering if someone did touch her like that and she had forgotten. It felt so realistic, but they weren't. All they were fantasies that would make her feel incredibly good then incredibly bad once she woke up. She sighed as she threw her covers aside, standing on shaking legs to drink some water from the bottle near her nightstand. Glancing at it showed that she woke up 5 minutes before her alarm, meaning that she could just lean over and turn it off so she could get ready. She felt a jolt of something negative in her stomach, to meet Izuku outside to garden. They'd been meeting in the morning every day to garden, something that they could bond over, and as each day went on and the dreams became more detailed, the harder it was to look him in the eye. It wasn't fair, Ibara pouted as she reached into her wardrobe to get her overalls and a t-shirt. She had been trying hard to make it up to Izuku after her harsh judgment of him last Friday, trying hard to redeem herself in his eyes, and now she was trying hard not to explode into a blushing mess whenever she met his eye. It was unfair, especially to Izuku, who had no idea why she was acting so awkward. Well, no more. Ibara nodded in determination at her reflection in the mirror, ignoring the vines spread everywhere from her tossing and turning while asleep. No matter how awkward it was to look at him, she would not let this ruin the chance to make up with him. Nodding again, Ibara turned on her heel and made her way downstairs to shower and wipe the drool from her sleep, as well as cleaning up other places. 15 minutes later, Ibara was presentable, dressed in her work clothes and her vines tied back, and went outside. She saw that the light in the kitchen was on, meaning that Izuku was already awake and waiting for her outside. She paused outside the door, taking a deep breath to steady her nerves, and hopped on one foot just to pep herself up. Once she was satisfied, she opened the door and stepped out into the slightly chilled morning, the sun starting to poke out over the trees, and saw Izuku bent over tying his shoelace. She tried to fight down the blush on her cheeks, and tried for a smile. "Good morning, Midoriya," she called as she went down the steps, seeing him turn at the sound of her voice. "I hope that you slept, oh, my goodness." She had faltered, of course, because he had turned around and she caught sight of his exhausted face. While not as bad as Friday, it did send a spike of worry down her spine. There were dark rings under his eyes, he looked pale even in the dark with the sun about to peek out, and his hair was a mess. "Oh, my," Ibara said with worry, putting a hand to her mouth. You look like you didn't get enough sleep." "Not really," Izuku agreed, standing up and trying to suppress a yawn. Kinda had a busy night." "Oh, no." Ibara scared. "What happened?" Nothing like Friday, if that's what you're thinking," he assured her, moving to pick up a can to fill with water. Do you want to get started?" "Are you sure? You could probably go back inside to get some more sleep." "Really?" No, I'll be fine." Izuku waved a hand. "I did get a little sleep last night, so it's not too bad. I should probably tell someone what happened last night anyway. No more secrets, I think that's what Itsuka's been saying." Indeed, Ibara still felt a bit doubtful, though, but is it personal? Perhaps you should talk to Itsuka herself about this. "I think I will, eventually," Izuku shrugged, looking over and giving her an awkward smile. I feel like I should talk to you about it too. It's kinda about everyone else, too." That didn't exactly do much to make Ibara feel calm, but she did feel touched that he trusted her enough to confide in her, so she nodded, and moved to pick up the other water can, moving to the side of the house where the hose was. After they filled both cans up with enough water to go through both rows of plants, they walked back to the front of the house, where Izuku decided to begin explaining. "So, he sighed, rubbing a hand through his hair as they carried the cans to the first garden bed. "Tokaj ended up texting me last night, asking to talk." "She did?" Ibara bit her lip, bending over to begin watering her turnips. How did that go?" Well," Izuku laughed a little, a small smile on his lips. "It was interesting." Interesting how?" "Well," he shook his head, trying to find his words. She ended up dragging me out to some field, and wanted me to blame everything on her." "Blame? You mean what happened on Friday?" "Yeah. And everything. This entire situation. She wanted to be the bad guy. She wanted me to tell her that I hated her. I didn't, in case you were wondering, but I think she really just needed to vent, and then afterward she calmed down, and now I think she's going to try to make things better. Not just with me, but with everyone else too. Izuku winced though, rubbing his chest through his shirt. She did hit me a few times, but I think they'll just bruise a little. I see. Ibara pursed her lips a bit, moving around to get at the rest of her plants as Izuku moved to the tomatoes. I was worried about her, she's been avoiding us all week, but if she's open to working on fixing things up with all of us, I won't complain. But was that why you didn't get much sleep? Did she ask to talk to you around midnight or something? No, actually, that was something else. Izuku shook his head, not facing her now. When we got back, Yanagi was sitting up, and we got to talking. Oh, dear, Ibara muttered, already fearing where this was going. She told me that. Izuku took a deep breath, Ibara immediately noticing the wobbling in his words. She told me that I was the reason she and Komori took a break. Oh. Yeah. Because neither of them were sure if they would leave each other for me. Ibara slowly turned to look at Izuku's back, seeing that he was hunched over and not moving. She couldn't help her jaw from dropping, extremely shocked at hearing that. They weren't sure. Like they weren't sure if the other would ditch them for Izuku. She was surprised to hear that they were dating, initially, but she knew how much they hung out ever since school started, being best friends, so them graduating from friends to lovers wasn't all that surprising. In fact, in hindsight, it should have been pretty obvious that the two girls who clicked at the start of school and became best friends should eventually see themselves as romantic interests. But were they saying that their relationship wasn't that strong? That they would leave each other for him? Ibara took a deep breath, trying to figure out what to say, before hitting a mental roadblock. How exactly was she supposed to answer that? She went to bed right afterwards. Izuku continued to explain, not noticing Ibara's brief falter, but she told me that Komori was okay with telling me. They have a lot to figure out between themselves, but I think that Yanagi regretted telling me what really happened. Izuku let out another sigh, standing up and wiping some of the sweat off his brow as the sun finally peeked over the trees, showering them in light. I honestly have no idea what I'm doing, he admitted. I'm trying hard to keep to our original agreement and not see you guys in that light, but it gets really complicated. I've already slipped up a few times. Can I ask you an honest question, Shiozaki? I suppose. Izuku gulped, trying to find his words, before he sighed again. I'm wondering if this is working. I'm sorry, Midoriya, I'm afraid I need a bit more clarification. What is working? If this redemption thing is working. I know you guys are working your hardest to make it up to me, and I really appreciate that. It's just, it feels like you guys are working your best to see me as a friend, but I'm stuck seeing you guys as Dash. He took another shaky breath, trying to steady himself and the blush on his cheeks. I originally saw you guys as my friends, and now I have a hard time seeing you guys as just that. I care about everyone. Like that. And now I'm afraid that my own feelings are making me feel off. I'm afraid that I'm weak. Ibara took a deep breath, trying to control her own blush. It was so jarring to hear Izuku refer to his feelings for them, even though it sent a pleasant shiver down her spine. She shoved it down, knowing that he needed some words of support, and took a shaky breath. She walked up to him and took his shoulder gently, making him jump slightly and turn around, looking at her and seeing her smiling softly at him. Fighting down the blush on her face, she raised both of her hands to cup his cheeks, making him jolt in surprise. Shiozaki. This is what your mother did, right? To make you feel better. He looked like he was about to protest, but the warm feeling of her hands made him falter, and he closed his eyes at the touch. Yeah. Good. Ibara smiled warmly at him, before glancing slightly away. Midoriya. I know that this must be quite difficult for you, seeing us in that particular light, especially after what you and the others got up to. She gulped. I know that you are aware, after what happened last Saturday, about my feelings for you. Especially after our kiss. Izuku felt himself go red again at that reminder, but Ibara soldiered on. This entire thing is very complicated, Midoriya, but as you implied on Friday, this isn't going to simply be resolved overnight. We'll come to a conclusion to all of this, all of us, together. We all knew that it would eventually get much more complicated. But that's why we all now have each other to lean on. She tried to swallow down her own unpleasant feeling at that, reminded of what she'd been dreaming every night and how she kept that particularly close to her chest, and forged onward. So, Midoriya, I don't believe that you're weak. You are one of the strongest people I've ever met. Izuku still looked unsure, but her quietly confident words did help lessen the pit of worry in his stomach. He gave her a soft smile of his own, and Ibara let go of his cheeks so he could turn around to continue watering the plants. Ibara knew deep down that he wasn't really all that better, but she hoped that her quiet words could help him out at least a little bit, picking back up her water can to continue watering the other side of the garden. She felt a bit like a hypocrite for talking about leaning on others when she had been hiding how she'd been dreaming of him, but she knew that adding this to his list of problems wouldn't do any good. So instead, she sighed to herself and resolved to keep it secret, for now. If these dreams got out of control, she'd have to bite the bullet and just come out right and tell someone what was going on. The only problem was, she had no idea who she was going to talk to about this. She couldn't talk to any of the girls, as they had their own problems to deal with, and Izuku didn't need more weight added on his shoulders. So, who? I'm sorry, guys dash. Every girl sitting at the table, plus Izuku, jumped in surprise and shock as Setsuna bent down to bow in apology, and smacked her forehead against the table. It was now breakfast, with everyone dressed and ready to get to school after eating, with everyone eating something quickly so they could get to school before the predicted temperature rose and everyone was hit by heat. Setsuna had come downstairs, asked for everyone's attention, and made to bow in apology before she literally hit the table face first, not calculating how close to the table she was standing. The dinosaur girl let out a grunt of pain, holding her hands up to grab her forehead in pain as she wobbled. Oh, CRP, Set. Pony gasped, standing up in worry. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm good, Setsuna groaned, rubbing her forehead as it went red. Just, oh, that woke me up. In any case, Leiko prompted, Izuku doing his best not to notice how she was sitting right beside him, and how Kinoko was sitting on the other side of the table away from them. You're sorry because I'm a piece of CRP, Setsuna sighed, lowered her hands and giving everyone a sincerely apologetic look. I pushed everyone on Parsley, and I'm pretty much to blame for all of this. Parsley, don't say anything defending me, it's true. Izuku closed his mouth, pouting that he didn't get to defend her from herself. I told everyone to hit on Parsley. I made that stupid truth or dare game just to get everyone interested, and I didn't consider the consequences of what that would do to him. I ended dragging Parsley out last night trying to make him blame everything on me, but he didn't let me. I kinda, actually, she turned to Izuku, grimacing. I'm sorry for hitting you last night, Parsley. That wasn't cool of me. And, you know, everything mean I said, I was getting kind of desperate to make you hate me, I just started spewing it's okay, Izuku waved a hand. In any case, I ended up not bruising at all, so it's cool. She nodded, and turned her attention back to the group, balling her hands into fists. But now that I know how stupid I've been, I'm gonna make it up to all of you. She nodded to herself, determined. I'm gonna be the bestest friend any of you ever had. I wanna make sure that this doesn't get another repeat, so I wanna make sure everyone feels like we're all friends. So, Palsy, I'm gonna include you in all our girl stuff. We can do sleepovers, hang out in the cafeteria, and go to the mall and get you new shirts. Izuku scowled at that particular drag, crossing his arms. You know, you and Yanagi are the only ones I heard complain about my t-shirts. I bet everyone else likes them. Pony coughed. Ibara shifted uncomfortably. Itsuka cleared her throat. Kinoko glanced pointedly away. Izuku's jaw dropped. Seriously, guys. They are cute. Itsuka assured him, trying to suppress her smile at his obvious shock at the revelation of something that should have been pretty obvious. It's just, you own a lot of them. Too many. I don't think I've ever seen you wear a normal shirt, you know, like a polo or a blank t-shirt, it's always the ones with the puns on them. I do own regular shirts. Then why don't you ever wear them? My pun t-shirts give me character. No offense, Midoriya, Leiko sighed, standing up to throw out her banana, but 2 days ago you wore a t-shirt that said breathes on the front, and I could physically feel my brain cells leaving my body. Izuku crossed his arms and glared at the ceiling. You guys SCK. Your shirts SCK. Setsuna teased, smirking. Your dinosaurs SCK. What dash? No, they don't. Setsuna gasped, looking shocked. They give my room character. Itsuka only hummed in response to that, which made the dinosaur girl WHP around, scandalized. Oh, you want to talk, motorcycle girl. After some more friendly roasting and Izuku vehemently defending his fashion, the group left for school, the green-haired boy pouting about no one liking his t-shirts despite the girls saying that they were nice, just that he needed other pieces of clothing, and they all bid each other bye as they left for their own classrooms, Itsuka and Ibara promising to see him after school to walk back. While he did put on a show of being upset about them not liking his shirts, Izuku couldn't help the warm feeling in his chest, thinking happily about how the girls seemed to forget about their problems for just a minute, teasing each other and themselves. He was so happy about it, he didn't notice the girls of the class pointedly avoiding Okiko's glare, and as soon as the roll was called and Aizawa entered the room, class began. It was a pleasant day at school, Izuku going to lunch with Okiko and Ida for a change and talking about the exam coming up. He was sure to wave at Pony and Kinoko as they passed by, going over to eat on their own. Afterwards, having the afternoon to themselves to practice their quirks for the upcoming exam, they went to the USJ, practicing their special moves in the simulated environments. Izuku took the time to go to the landslide area, practicing between using black WHP and full cowling to move around. After they were done and showered, they headed back to the class, having their lessons wrapped up by Aizawa and excused for the weekend. As Izuku got up to grab his things, intending to wait outside for his roommates, the erasing teacher turned to look at him. Midoriya, he called out, wait in the classroom, please, I'm going to get Eri. I'm trusting you to look after her while I do some work for the afternoon. Oh! Izuku gasped, eyes going wide. I completely forgot I was supposed to look after her today. Sorry, sensei. He quickly sat back down as Aizawa left behind Kaminari and Mineta, off to go get her. Izuku let out a small sigh as he put down his yellow backpack, feeling some warmth go through his body at the thought of the little unicorn girl. He had forgotten about taking care of Eri for the afternoon, as he had been pretty sick when Aizawa mentioned it offhandedly on Saturday, but he wasn't complaining, the opposite, actually. It would be very nice to see the small girl again, it had been a while after all. The only problem, Izuku realized suddenly, was that there wasn't much to do at the school to keep her entertained. So if they were going to do anything, they'd have to do it back at the house. That normally wouldn't be as bad as one would think, what with Eri being pretty easy to entertain as she always enjoyed doing things she hadn't had the opportunity to do all her life, but he also wasn't sure about the girls at the house. Not that there was anything wrong with them, since most of the girls would be at detention, it'd have to be Itsuka and Ibara hanging out with them, and out of all the girls, Izuku felt that Eri would be the most comfortable with them. It was just that it was one thing to think about how Eri would react to them, he wasn't sure about how Eri would actually be to them. She had warmed up to Okiko, Tsuyu, Kirishima, Nejaya and Tamaki pretty quickly, but that was because they were directly involved in her rescue from overhaul. Itsuka and Ibara would effectively be strangers to her, and he wasn't sure how she would react to the other girls either. It would go either very well or very awfully, and he really hoped that it went well. He sighed again and shook his head, realizing that he was doing nothing but briefly worry, and deciding to take his mind off of it at the current moment. He reached into his backpack and pulled out the piece of paper Present MIC had written for him to practice, and flipped it open to start reciting. Hopefully by the end of this week he'd have memoized it enough to say out loud to Pony. As his eyes scanned the page, he didn't notice that he wasn't alone in the room, as 4 shadows ended up falling over him. Midoriya. Izuku jumped, taken briefly out of his thoughts, and looked around to see Kyuka, Mina, Tsuyu and Toru looking awkwardly and guiltily at him. Kyuka in particular was clicking her earphones together in nervousness. Izuku blinked up at them, glancing around the classroom in brief confusion, It looked to be that they were the only ones left in the classroom. Hey, guys, Izuku blinked, sitting back in his seat to look at them all. What's up? Well. Kyuka sighed, while Mina and Tsuyu shifted uncomfortably behind her. I guess. We wanted to apologize to you. Well. I teased you about, what happened last week, Kyuka mumbled, looking plenty guilty as she looked awkwardly away. I know that it's not an excuse, but for some reason, I thought that you resolved everything during the weekend, and thought it was okay to kind of poke fun at you about it. I didn't consider the possibility that it wasn't okay yet. I probably made you pretty uncomfortable. Stiffly, she bowed low, not looking at him at all. I'm sorry. Same, Mina nodded, feeling some tears in her eyes. Honestly, I really jumped the gun when I found out about this, thinking you were sleeping around. I don't even know why, you aren't anything like that. I just jumped to the first conclusion I thought of. God, I feel stupid for even thinking like that. She bowed her head as well. I'm sorry too. Okay, hold on. Izuku waved his arms, already cutting off Tsuyu and Toru before they could say anything. I do understand that you guys didn't mean anything really by it. It was just teasing. You guys don't have to apologize. No, we have to, Kyuka sighed, standing up properly. Okako pretty much dragged us all off Monday and yelled at us for making fun of you, and we realized that we were taking something really awful that happened to you and rubbing it in your face. Honestly, even if you were okay after what happened, it was a PP move. Can you please forgive us? Yeah, of course. Izuku nodded, giving them all concerned looks, and they all sagged in relief. Thank goodness, Kero, Tsuyu shook her head. In any case, we promise that we will never do that again to you, Midoriya. We wanted to apologize earlier in the week, but with everyone around all the time we couldn't do it without Ida or Mineta poking their noses into it. Anyway, if you do need anything, Kero, I wouldn't blame you for going to Okako, but if you do need us, just let us know, okay? We really want to make it up to you for laughing about what happened. Okay. Of course. Okay. We'll get going now, Kero. I imagine you still need to wait for Eri. Yeah. See you guys later. The girls waved goodbye, and trooped out of the classroom, Kyuka and Mina still looking incredibly guilty. He furrowed his eyebrows at that, feeling the pit of worry in his stomach tighten. Just what he needed, worrying about how Eri would be reacting to his roommates, then Leiko and Kinoko's reason for breaking up, and now he had to worry if the girls from Class 1A would be okay. Before he could think more about his situation, and how he could possibly fix anything, the door at the front of the classroom slid open. Deku. Izuku jumped a bit, getting yanked out of his thoughts yet again, but the sound of the door opening took him straight out of it. He looked around quickly at the open door, but no one stood there, and then he heard sound of pattering feet as someone ran inside, turned the corner near the desk, and there was a small little girl with white hair and a horn on her forehead smiling at him, wearing a t-shirt and shorts with a pair of small red and white shoes with a pink backpack. Izuku's conflicting thoughts immediately were pushed to the side, and his grin grew wide. Hey! The little girl nodded, and quickly made her way to his desk. Izuku stood up and knelt down, opening his arms so the little girl could jump into them, the boy unable to stop the laugh that left him as her tiny body slammed into him so hard he almost toppled over. He managed to regain his balance, squeezing her lightly as her arms circled around his neck. Soon, after exchanging hugs, Eri backed out of his arms, blushing a bit as though taken aback by how enthusiastic her greeting was. Hi, Deku, she said a bit shyly. Hello, Eri. Izuku smiled at her, standing up. Are you ready to hang out with me this afternoon? She nodded, glancing up at him. Are we going to the dorms? Oh, right. He had been so happy seeing Eri after the last few weeks, he had almost forgotten his problem with where they were going to hang out. For 1 second, he was half tempted to tell Eri that they would be hanging outside today, but one glance out the window showed people walking miserably through the hot air, and he sighed, knowing that he couldn't possibly risk her getting heatstroke on this hot day. Steeling himself, he turned to the little girl, realizing he didn't have a lot of options. Well, he sighed. The truth is, I actually moved out of the dorms. I'm living in a boarding house. A boarding house? She wrinkled her brow in confusion. Yeah. It's like a regular house, on the campus. I live up in the attic. The truth is, I had to move in because my room got destroyed in a fight. Everyone's okay, by the way. So the people I live with. You wouldn't actually know them. Here. Eri's small smile fell, looking up at Izuku. People? I don't know. Like, not Okiko. Or Lemillion. Oh, no. They're girls from the classroom next door. I'm just staying with them until my room gets repaired. Oh. She now looked worried, which in turn made Izuku worried as he saw the little girl falter a bit. I wouldn't be too worried, Izuku bent back down, taking her shoulders gently. The girls I live with are awesome. All of them are super friendly. And I bet they'd all love you. Really? Really? Like Itsuka. She's awesome, she's so supportive and cool. Shiozaki too, she's super nice. Tsunotori's, she's got horns on her head, just like you. Just like me. Yeah. And Toka, Setsuna's pretty cool too. Eri still looked a bit worried. The prospect of meeting new people always made her scared, clinging to either Izuku or Mirio. But before Izuku could say anything else, worried that she wouldn't want to go with him, she took a deep breath and looked back up at him. Do you think they'd like me? I'll like you. They'll love you, That I definitely know. Eri sighed again, still looking a bit worried, but she shook her head and looked up at him with determination, balling her hands into fists. I am a little scared. But if Deku likes them, then I'll like them. Izuku's face scrunched up, briefly overcome with Eri's cuteness that it almost crippled him and let the waterworks begin. After getting his sensitive feelings under control, Izuku gave her a smile and offered her hand. In that case, do you want to come with me back to the house? It's a bit of a walk, but with you, I bet it'll go by really quick. Eri smiled at that, and reached out to wrap her hand around his fingers, the boy smiling and standing up, grabbing his backpack from the side. He walked with her out of the classroom, slowing his pace a little so she could keep up, and closed the door behind him so they could start walking back to the house. Before they could, however, they heard someone calling him down the hall. Sorry if we kept you waiting, Izuku. We got asked to deliver something to the 1C room. Izuku turned around to see Itsuka and Ibara jogging lightly down the hall, the orange-haired girl giving him a smile while Ibara waved. So, do you wanna walk back? Her request to walk home faded, however, when Izuku turned fully around, and they saw Eri clinging to his hand, avoiding looking at the girls out of a sudden case of shyness. Both Itsuka and Ibara stared down at Eri for a few seconds, blinking, before looking back up at Izuku. He was about to introduce them, realizing that outside Manoma, no one from Class 1B had ever met her, but the dawning realization on both of their faces as they glanced back and forth between the two of them put pause to that, making him confused. The same round face. Itsuka muttered. The same eye shape. Ibara noted. He has the same facial proportions as a 6-year-old. They must be. Guys. Izuku asked unsurely, shocking them out of their brief analysis of both of them. What's up? Oh, nothing, Izuku. Itsuka quickly shook her head, forcing a smile. I wasn't aware. I wasn't either. Ibara mused as well, raising a hand to cup her chin while looking at Izuku in a weird way that he couldn't really figure out. He glanced down at Eri, who was still hiding behind his leg, and back up to his roommates. He glanced between the two of them. What are you guys talking about? Ibara and Itsuka also exchanged a glance, before nodding and, without intending to, spoke at the same time. I didn't know you had a sister. Was I unaware, or have you always had a daughter? A silence fell between the four of them as Izuku and Itsuka turned to look at Ibara in shock, the Vine girl blushing bright red immediately once the words escaped her lips and quickly turned away, hiding her face in her hands. No, forget I said that. A sister makes much more sense. What? Izuku squeaked, going BLD red and glancing quickly down at Eri, who looked up at him in confusion. Didi daughter. Wait, what? Itsuka looked aghast. I mean, a sister makes sense, but a daughter. He's only like 18, and she's like, 7. Eri muttered. 7. I know. Ibara shook her head quickly, obviously humiliated. I had no idea why I jumped to that conclusion. I mean, I see why you would think that, but dashed you, Eri muttered, pulling on his breed's leg. Who are these people? Oh. Izuku managed to get his blushing under control, looking down on the little girl as she studied the two women before her. Hey, this is Itsuka and Shiozaki. They live with me right now. In the house. Shios. Eri tried to pronounce the name, but found herself struggling. Izuku remembered how little she learned under the care of Overhaul, so even a year after being rescued, she wasn't sure how to pronounce certain words or names. Before she could struggle anymore, Itsuka turned to the little girl, smiling and kneeling down. You can call me Sucker, if you want, she offered, and Eri looked up at her quickly, seeing the orange-haired girl grin at her. It's really nice to meet you, honey, what's your name? Eri, she said shyly. Eri. That's a appealing name. Ibara knelt down as well, and Eri turned her gaze to her. My name is Ibara. Ibara. Sucker. Emmimichum. Itsuka nodded, and Izuku smiled down at the little girl. Interestingly, now that she had a good look at her, Eri squinted her eyes a bit at Itsuka, as though confused. The orange-haired girl faltered a bit, glancing up at Izuku in confusion, but only saw him shrug in return before she looked down. What's up, honey? Eri continued to stare for a few more seconds, before her eyes widened and she gasped. You're the pretty lady. I'm sorry. The pretty lady. She quickly turned to look up at Izuku, who was also confused, glancing down at Itsuka as she slightly blushed at the nickname. It's the pretty lady from with the dress. The Lemillion called her the karate lady. The karate dash. Oh. Izuku blinked in surprise, realizing what Eri was saying. She's recognizing you from the beauty pageant. Itsuka sagged a bit, a sheepish smile on her face as she stood up. Well, I can't say I'm glad to be recognized as just the pretty lady, but at least she knows me from somewhere. Yeah, honey, I'm from the beauty pageant. Was the girl in the blue dress. Eri nodded, turning back to her in excitement. Deku voted for you. Eek! Izuku squeaked, going bright red at the unexpected and sudden betrayal by the little girl, while Itsuka wrinkled her brow in confusion and Ibara let out a small little noise, trying to hide a sudden smile on her face. Voted for. Itsuka repeated, trying to make sense of what Eri was implying, before it suddenly came to her. She felt her jaw drop, and her face go BLD red as she whipped her gaze to Izuku as his face turned a similar shade to her. You voted for me in the pageant. You voted for me to win. Izuku gulped, quickly whipping his gaze to the ceiling. I thought you had the best performance, why no, and you, oh, my. Ibara quickly looked away, trying very hard to suppress the smirk that suddenly came to her face. It's just, he thought you looked awesome, Eri told Itsuka, unaware that Izuku almost flopped back first onto the floor from the betrayal, and Itsuka quickly turned her gaze to the little girl while starting to feel woozy from the BLD rushing to her face. Lemillion voted for Nejaya, and he voted for you. Said you were. Eri scrunched her brow, trying to remember exactly how Izuku had described her. There was a lot of blushing and flailing when Okiko asked, but before she could, Izuku quickly bent down and hid her mouth behind his hand, surprising her. Thank you, but it's all good, she remembers. He tried to wheeze out, trying hard not looking up at his classmate at all. Itsuka, after taking a few seconds to remember how to breathe, managed to calm down the heat on her face to a more manageable blush, taking a deep breath. Still, she smiled down at the little girl, seeing her looking around in confusion as though she had no idea why two of their faces went supernova, while Ibara was trying to hide her mirth, and offered her hand to Eri, who jumped and stared up at her. Well, I'm glad to know I made a few fans that day, she couldn't help but tease, and Izuku tried hard not to suddenly drop dead from embarrassment. Tell you what, wanna go back to where Izuku's staying at right now? We can hang out and talk more about the pageant if you want. I want to know if I made a good impression on you. Oh, God, please no. Izuku groaned quietly as he sank to the floor, dreading more embarrassing secrets being spilled. He had to wonder how observant Eri really was. Okay. Eri nodded in excitement, bouncing forward and taking Itsuka's hand. The two began walking down the hall towards the stairs, the little girl no longer nervous around her and laughing a bit in excitement. Ibara watched them go with a small smile, and used her vines to wrap up Izuku's embarrassed form on the ground, beginning to drag him with her as they followed Itsuka and Ei out of the building. And here we are, sweetie. Itsuka opened the door to the dormitories, letting the little girl trot in and sigh in relief as the air conditioning immediately soothed her, after a long walk in the hot temperatures outside. This is where we live, and where Izuku lives for now. Wow, Eri looked around the living room, eyes alight with curiosity and awe. It's like a real house. Izuku and Ibara closed the door behind her, smiling at the little girl as she took off her shoes to explore a bit. The walk back pretty much consisted of Itsuka and Ibara doting over the little girl, calling her cute and admiring her fashionable shirt and breathes. It got to the point that Itsuka picked Eri up, holding her on her hip while Eri giggled. Izuku was content with standing back for once, holding the girls' bags while they cooed over Eri. It was a heartwarming sight to see, the little girl being doted on by his roommates, so he wasn't bothered by the extra weight. Do you guys have a pool? Eri asked with curiosity as she sat down on the big couch, grinning as she sank into the cushions. Isan says that we can't have a pool where I am now. But maybe one day. A pool? I'm afraid not. Ibara shook her head, but she suddenly tilted her head. Although, I don't believe Vlad King sensei would be opposed if we installed something like that. Perhaps a smaller pool. It would be nice after exercising in this heat. We'll have to ask Yorozu to make us one. I'm a mechanic, not a construction worker. Itsuka nodded, taking her bag back from Izuku and putting it on the floor to put upstairs later. Before anyone could say anything, they heard a tiny growl, and looked over to see Eri gasp, clutching her stomach in embarrassment. Are you hungry, Eri? Izuku asked, walking over and kneeling beside her. I can cut you up an apple if you want, but only one. I have to cook dinner soon, and I don't want to spoil your appetite. Yes, please. Eri nodded, and Izuku grinned as he scooped Eri up, the little girl laughing as he hugged her to him, carrying her to the kitchen to put on the counter. Unknown to him, both Itsuka and Ibara blinked at the action, seeing Izuku swing Eri up to him and walk away like it was the most natural thing in the world. Itsuka herself was already feeling strange from the realization that Izuku voted for her in the beauty pageant, and seeing him carry Eri away like that stirred something in her that surprised her. The two girls followed them into the kitchen, seeing him place Eri on the counter and the little girl swinging her legs as Izuku got to work getting out an apple and a cutting board. As he put them down, he smiled at the little girl. So how was your day? He asked her, grabbing a knife from the cabinet beside him. Good. I drew Lemillion fighting some robots while I was waiting for class to be done, she told him informatively, and I was about to draw one of you too. But I ran out of time. Izuku grinned, reaching over and ruffling her hair, making Ibara and Itsuka recoil slightly, for reasons unknown to them. He was glad that the little girl was becoming brighter and brighter every day, especially after the horrific things she had to endure her entire life. Seeing that she had fun just drawing all day definitely put a pep in his step, grinning as he cut the apple up into slices. What did you do today, Deku? What did I do? He mused, smiling as he sliced the apple into even pieces. Well, I did some studying for the exam I have to do in a week. I hung out with Uraraka and Ida at lunch. We went to the USJ to practice some stuff. You know what, today was pretty good. I didn't get to draw like you do, but I think I had a very productive day. Good. Eri nodded happily, and turned to Itsuka, who was still staring at Izuku with a weird look on her face, and jumped when addressed. How about you, sucker? How was your day? Isen always tells me that I should ask how everyone enjoyed their day. Me. Well, Itsuka couldn't help the smile that graced her face at the adorable little girl leaning against the counter beside her. I ate lunch with Setsuna, that's another girl who lives here, but you can meet her later. and then I got to study for the same exam Izuku's gonna take. I got to train a bit with Tsuburaba, one of my classmates, and I got to break his windshield a few times. But the best part of my day was that I got to meet the most adorable little girl I've ever seen in my life. Hey! Eri blinked in confusion. Who's that? You, sweetie. Itsuka poked her cheek, prompting a giggle from the little girl. Eri turned to Ibara, who already knew what was coming, and she took a seat at the table, smiling at her. As for me, she told her, I also studied for a while, before I went out to practice with my quirk. I also went to the USJ, although I didn't see my Doria anywhere. He probably went to the landslide zone while I went to the downpour zone. I was practicing using my vines in a watery environment. Your vines? Eri asked in curiosity, glancing at the top of her head. Is that why your hair is so weird? Indeed. Ibara nodded, brushing her hand through her vines. These are my quirk. I can control them and lengthen them. Would you like to see? Eri nodded in excitement, and Ibara smiled as she began stretching a few over to her. Eri gasped as the vines gently wrapped around her, lifting her up from the counter and keeping her steady in the air. Izuku paused his apple cutting to watch as Eri was brought over the table, giggling as she was wrapped securely in the vines so she didn't fall out, and plopped straight into Ibara's lap, the vine girl unable to resist giving her a hug while Eri laughed. That was fun. Eri said excitedly. Can we do that again? Faster. Maybe after dinner, Izuku advised, putting the apple slices on a plate and putting it on the table for her to eat. Speaking of which, I should get started with that. Ah. I should help. Ibara said quickly, and lifted Eri off her lap, standing and placing Eri back on the seat. After unwrapping her from her vines, Ibara strolled around to open the cabinet, planning to get out some ingredients for supper that night. Eri giggled as she bit into a slice of the apple, watching as Izuku turned on the oven for preheating, and Ibara strolled over to begin slicing up some peppers. So, honey, Itsuka said as she sat down beside the little girl, I'm guessing it's just you and me while they are busy. What do you want to do while we wait for them to finish dinner? Ah. Eri thought for a bit, glancing around the room, before she let out a tiny gasp. Can we play heroes? Of course. Itsuka nodded enthusiastically, patting her on the head as the girl enthusiastically continued to eat her apple. We'll just have to go outside to do it. I'm sure no one would appreciate it if we broke something in here. Nope. Once Eri was done eating her apple, Itsuka took her plate and quickly washed it, putting it in the rack by the sink while avoiding Izuku and Ibara working, and took the little girl by the hand to walk her outside to play. Izuku stared after them with a warm feeling in his heart and a soft smile, and Ibara couldn't help her own smile as she watched Itsuka be practically dragged out the door by Eri. She's adorable, she cooed, using her knife to cut some onions. She is, Izuku smiled, cutting up his own small cutting board filled with onions. I'm really happy that she likes you too. I'll admit, I was kinda worried. Oh. It's just. Well, she's been through a lot, and after everything I found out about what she's been forced to do, trying to adapt to a normal life. I kinda worry about her. A lot. Izuku continued cutting the onions, lost in thought. I know she's comfortable around Tagata-senpai and Uraraka, but I always worry that. She's not going to be comfortable around total strangers, she'll be too scared. So the fact that she likes both of you, it really makes me happy. Ibara couldn't help but feel a little touched by that, and was about to tell him so, until Izuku accidentally pressed down on the knife too close to his finger, cutting himself. Oh! Izuku waved his finger around, feeling blood start to escape from the cut. Oh, dear! Ibara gasped, putting down her knife and taking his hand in hers. Are you alright? Wire, I'm fine, just nicked me. Hold on. Ibara stretched out a vine to the top of the fridge, opening the first aid kit and bringing out some band-aids. She quickly sat Izuku down in the nearest chair, ignoring the blush on his cheeks as she held his hand and ignoring how red her own face felt, and unwrapped the band-aid carefully with her vines, wrapping it around his finger without too much pressure. She knelt down in front of him while making sure the band-aid was secure, not noticing at first how close their faces were. There, she nodded in satisfaction. Please be a bit more careful, Midoriya, I don't want you to accidentally hurt yourself. Okay. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. It's all right, she nodded, glancing up, and then noticing how close their faces were, practically nose to nose. Both of them froze up, going even redder than before, and Ibara was quick to stand up, letting go of his hand and putting her own behind her back. We should keep working. Ibara cleared her throat, glancing away. Make sure supper isn't late. Why yeah. They quickly got back to work, not glancing at each other as they got the supper for them and the girls returning from detention later would eat. Soon, Itsuka and Eri returned from outside. Dripping in sweat, Eri apparently chased Itsuka around the woods, which made the orange-haired girl look like she just stepped out of a shower, except she wasn't exactly smelling like flowers, and the girls decided to bathe a bit earlier than usual, Itsuka checking Eri's small pink backpack for a fresh set of clothes in the event something happened. During that time, Izuku stole a small glance out the window, and was shocked to see 5 girls walking down the path in the distance, rubbing their sore wrists. They're already back, Izuku muttered, feeling himself worry a little bit about Eri, not wanting 5 complete strangers to come in and startle her. Why? He quickly turned to the little girl, who had taken her clothes from Itsuka, and bent down quickly, getting her attention. Hey, Eri, he told her, 5 more of our roommates are coming back a bit earlier than we expected. If you go into your bath and come out, they'll probably be here. Is that okay? Other people? Eri asked, biting her lip. She glanced around, seeing Itsuka and Ibara glance out the window at the other girls, and asked in a mutter, are they as nice as Suka and Ibara? Izuku nodded in confirmation, and Eri sighed a little before balling her fists. Then I'll be okay. If they're as nice as them, I'll be fine. Izuku smiled at the little girl, patting her head, and regretting it a bit, because it was littered in sweat from her playing. As Izuku stood to quickly wash his hands, Itsuka swooped in out of nowhere, scooping the little girl up. Come on, honey, she told the giggling little girl, you stink. Pu. You stink too. Eri laughed, and Itsuka feigned shock at that fact as she walked her to the bathroom, Izuku smiling after them. He was relieved that Itsuka's big sister attitude naturally transitioned to the little girl, which probably really helped in making Eri feel right at home. Before he could turn back to the counter to get back to work, he heard the door open behind him, and turned around to see Setsuna stretching a bit, leading the rest of the girls in. Yo! She waved, trooping over and plopping down on the couch. God, it's hot out. I hate life, Pony grumbled, closing the door once everyone got in. Yui was quick to move past Izuku up the stairs, and the boy couldn't help but glance back at her, seeing the speed she moved to get away from everyone. He couldn't help but feel a bit worried, but he quickly pushed that part of him down. Yui was a problem that he would need to figure out later. Why are you guys back so soon? He asked as he stood back up, watching Leiko sit down at the table while Kinoko took the comforter. I thought you'd still be in detention. Midnight was asked to help out for some operation out of the blue. Leiko sighed as she took out her notebook, popping it open to get started on homework, so she had to cut our detention a bit earlier. She mentioned we might have to stay a bit later Monday, but we can't exactly complain. Izuku glanced away, still a bit unsure what to do with the situation with her and Kinoko either. But that was for another time. Right now, he needed to make sure Eri was comfortable. He didn't notice that Ibara had seen the worried expression on his face before he quickly changed it to a more positive one, and couldn't help but purse her lips in worry as she opened the oven, wincing at the heat. Guys, just to let you know, the girls who just came in all glanced up when Izuku addressed them all, letting Ibara complete dinner and get it ready to put on the table. I was asked to take care of Eri today. She's in the bath right now with Itsuka, but can I ask you guys make her feel welcome? I don't want her to be uncomfortable. Hey! Kinoko asked, looking around at him with a curious look on her face. Is that the little girl you were hanging out with at the culture festival? Yeah, her. Oh, the cutie. Pony gasped, eyes alight at the prospect of seeing her again. I only got to see her from a distance, but she was so cute. I wanted to squish her little cheeks. Maybe hold off on that. I'm not sure if she'd be comfortable with you doing that. 𝐒𝐻 Pony pouted. She'd probably love it. It only took 2 more minutes for Ibara to announce that supper was ready, putting everything down on the table and telling everyone to dig in. Izuku was quick to run upstairs and grab his desk chair, bringing it back down so Eri had somewhere to sit while she ate. While everyone sat and chatted about their day, talking and laughing, they heard the shower turn off, and both Itsuka and Eri came back into the living room, refreshed from running around outside. At the sight of the other girls, Eri froze up a little bit, clearly uncomfortable by being noticed by the other girls, but before anyone could ask if she was alright, she took a deep breath and trotted towards Izuku, sitting in the chair beside him as Itsuka seated herself between Setsuna and Ibara. They kept the seat for Yui open, just in case the girl wanted to join them. There wasn't much hope, but they would still remain optimistic. Eri glanced along the table, burning red as each girl looked at her in interest. "Hi," she said weakly, and the girls smiled back at her. "Hey there, hun." Setsuna grinned at her, dislodging a hand to zoom over and pat her head. Eri stared in shock at the hand as it sailed over, and as it patted her head, she reached out and poked it experimentally. Setsuna giggled a bit. Sorry, she laughed. "That just tickles. Doesn't it hurt, though?" Eri asked as the hand continued to lightly pat her head, reaching up to rub her palm in curiosity. "Nah, not really. Did a little as a kid, but since I'm big and strong now, it doesn't bother me." Setsuna brought the arm back to her, popping it back in place and sending Eri a shark's grin. "I'm Set. It's a pleasure to meet you, eh?" "Hi, Set," Eri giggled, and the other girls got around to introducing themselves as well, with Eri coming up with different nicknames for them in case she couldn't pronounce their names. Pony was okay, but Eri insisted on referring to Leiko as Rei and Kinoko as Kin. As everyone ate, Eri asked them about their quirks, with Pony quick to talk about her own quirk with the little girl. Eri was very interested in the 2 long horns on top of her head, and after a lot of talking, where each girl was won over by her lovely smile and adorableness, Pony eventually got her wish to squish her cheeks, Eri giggling as her cheeks were smooshed and making Izuku almost burst into tears from the cuteness. Once dinner was finished and Setsuna volunteered to do dishes, they made their way out to the front porch, wanting to play with the girls a bit more before Aizawa came to pick her up. They all agreed immediately, not bothering to put on their shoes as they ran around the front yard while Eri laughed happily. Itsuka, having already taken her bath, opted to sit on the porch and drink some soda, putting a few drinks into a cooler and watching in enjoyment as Izuku picked Eri up and threw her up into the air, the little girl laughing loudly as she was thrown high up and came down on a bed made of Ibara's vines, all of them thankfully thornless as the girl had learned to control her vines to make sure her landing was soft. Setsuna, coming out after washing each dish, joined in the fun by taking herself apart and playing tag with Eri, running around while challenging Eri to take her head or torso away. Only once did Ida have to stop his jog to stare in terror as a headless Setsuna chased Eri around while the little girl carried her head, wondering what horror show he just walked into. Pony would eventually join Eri in the chase, picking up the unicorn girl with her horns and zooming her away, and both Leiko and Kinoko stood a bit to the side, neither of them talking to one another but content with watching the little girl play with their friends. After about half an hour of running around, Izuku knew that he was sweating something fierce in the hot summer air, but Eri's excited giggles as she played with everyone kept him energized, with even Kinoko and Leiko eventually conceding and played around, Leiko using her quirk to lift a laughing Eri into the air by holding onto her clothes, and Kinoko created her biggest mushroom she could for Eri to bounce on. She did notice, and roll her eyes, at everyone giving the mushroom a wide berth, as though expecting Kinoko to go ham and begin showering them in mushrooms. Good lord, that only happened one time. It wasn't like she just shroomed people at random anymore. Sure, everyone remembered Away's screams when he woke up as a mushroom mummy from his nap, but he took it in good humor afterwards. Eventually, though, all fun had to come to an end, as the sun began gently setting in the distance. Aizawa finally came up the path, giving them all a polite nod and gesturing to Eri, needing to get her home to bathe and go to sleep. Izuku was quick to jog into the house to grab her backpack while Eri said her goodbyes to the girls, who had gathered around her and either gave her hugs or a pat on the head. Eri glanced shyly at the ground, twiddling her thumbs. If it's okay, can I come over again sometime?" "Of course." Ibara nodded happily, clapping her hands together. We would love for you to come back. Why don't we have a sleepover sometime soon? Itsuka asked, patting her hair. It can be a girls-only thing, no boys. Izuku'll have to find something to entertain himself for the evening. Oh okay. Here's your bag. Izuku jogged back down the steps and handed her backpack to her, letting her drape it around her shoulders, then knelt down and gave Eri one last hug, squeezing her gently while Eri smiled. While the two said their goodbyes, the other girls were now as taken aback by the image of Izuku hugging Eri, seeing how good he was with her, and how she acted around him was sending some strange feelings through their guts, although they weren't negative feelings, more of the opposite. Aizawa nodded to everyone one more time, and, taking Eri's hand, led the little girl back to where she was living. She turned around to wave at everyone, with the girls refusing to stop waving to her until she turned the corner and disappeared from their vision, and Izuku sighed a bit, smiling as he stood back a bit to enjoy the slight wind that suddenly came out of nowhere, which was welcome after an hour of running around and playing with the little girl. Suddenly, he felt something cold and metallic be pressed to the back of his neck, and jumped and looked around, seeing Setsuna's disembodied hand offering him a can of soda while the other girls were at the porch, reaching in for their own drinks. Here, she advised him, drink this. You look like you need it. Thank you, Izuku sighed, taking the can gratefully and pressing it briefly to his hot forehead, eventually popping it open and taking a long drink as he walked over to join the girls as they either sat on the porch or took their own long drinks. During that time, Itsuka sighed as she leaned back, crossing her legs and smiling at the sky. I've known her for like an afternoon, she said, chuckling a bit to herself, but I would die for that little girl. Oh, hard same, Setsuna laughed, lowering her drink to grin at Izuku. I've only known her for 2 hours, but if anything were to happen to her, I'll kill everyone on this porch and then myself. The other girls nodded in agreement, and Izuku let out a small laugh as he lowered his drink, smiling at the ground. I'm really glad you guys like her. And that she likes you. He didn't notice the other girls looking at him, too busy feeling a strange sense of calm. She's had a hard life. A lot of awful things happened to her, and for a while, I was kinda scared that she wouldn't properly recover. But seeing her with you guys, how much fun she was having today, it was so nice to see. So thanks, guys. I know that she had a good time. Ah, shucks, Midori. Pony laughed a bit, turning away trying to hide her little blush emotion repeated by the other girls as well. No need to thank us. We loved spending time with her, she's so adorable. You really care about her, heh? Kinoko asked, sitting down on the porch beside Itsuka and grinning up at Izuku. Yeah. Honestly, she's like the little sister I never had. I'm really glad that she likes you guys. Honestly, you reminded me more of a dad than an older brother, Itsuka teased, watching Izuku sputter a bit as he went red. Maybe you weren't that far off, Ibara. Ibara only sighed at the tease, shaking her head, while Izuku flailed his arms, miraculously not spilling his drink anywhere in his fluster. I'm not, no way, I'm not dash. Izuku stuttered, shaking his head. No, I'm not dad material. No way. Don't be so sure, Leiko leaned forward, smiling slightly. I agree with Itsuka. For a few minutes there I was thinking I could honestly be watching a father dote on his daughter. It wouldn't be dash, please, stop, Izuku begged, blushing bright red. I'm already as embarrassed as it is. Okay, let's leave the father figure over here alone. Itsuka laughed, standing up and casually ignoring Izuku pouting at her. It's Friday, and I think a bad movie night's long overdue. Do you guys want to shower first before we jump in? Hell yeah. Setsuna pumped her fist, jumping up and heading into the house. It's my turn to pick the movie, and I got just the one. The other girls shook their heads, a bit exasperated by her enthusiasm, mostly due to the fact that most of the bad movies she picked were particularly awful, but still trooped inside to get their bath times done. Ibara, Setsuna, Kinoko, Pony, and Leiko decided to jump in at the same time, running upstairs to get their shower stuff and a pair of pajamas to change into, and Izuku decided to grab his own clothes to wait. As everyone grabbed their stuff, Izuku came back down the stairs, seeing Setsuna's back as she went down the stairs towards the showers, and glanced down her hall unconsciously, and saw the door to Yui's room close. For some reason, he stopped, hesitating as he looked down the hall at the closed door. He was suddenly filled with a strange sense of pity. He knew that the girls playing with 𝐴 got pretty loud, and could probably be heard from outside. The thought of the stoic girl sitting alone in her room, hearing the laughter of her friends as they played with 𝐴 without her, it pained his heart. Not really thinking things through, Izuku turned on his heel and walked down the hall to her room, a small frown on his face as he approached the door of the first girl who seduced him and made him feel special. After a small moment of hesitation, Izuku raised a hand and knocked gently on the door. After about a minute of waiting, Izuku sighed and knocked again. This time, he heard someone shuffling around in there, and waited patiently as he heard footsteps approach, and then the doorknob turned, and Yu poked her head out. He could see her eyes shadow when she caught sight of who was outside her door, but it wasn't out of anger. For a moment, she looked genuinely scared, before she managed to get it under control. "Hey," she muttered, keeping the door slightly closed as she glanced away. Hey, Izuku gave her a weak wave, trying for a smile. I was wondering if you wanted to come downstairs and hang out. We're doing bad movie night, if you want to watch with us." Immediately, Izuku cringed. Bad movie night was when she seduced him. What if it brought back bad memories? But before he could say anything or apologize, Yui glanced at his face, her face still blank, and shook her head. "No, thank you. I'm not really in the mood." She moved to close the door, blocking herself off from him, and Izuku couldn't help but ask, "Are you okay?" Yui paused, leaving the door a sliver open, and Izuku, although regretting asking, still took a deep breath and continued. I know that you've been avoiding everyone lately, here and at school too. I know that what I said on Friday must have hurt you. I did mean what I said." He already had no idea where he was going with this, whether or not he was making things worse, but he still continued to wing it. "I know that you need to start making things up to me, but I don't want you to hurt by yourself. I just want you to not exclude yourself from everything." He took a moment to breath, barely stopping himself from going on a mutter storm, and nervously awaited what was going to happen next. Yui hadn't moved at all during his little outburst, as though she had froze, but before he could say anything else, the door slowly opened, Izuku moving back a bit to avoid being hit. Yui looked up at him without any emotion in her eyes, dressed in a t-shirt and pajama briefs. Izuku looked at her awkwardly, waiting for her to say what she needed to. Yui glanced away again, looking anywhere but him. Izuku blinked, and was about to speak up when she sighed. I know that I've been avoiding everyone," she told him, pursing her lips. I just have a lot of things to think about. I'm not like Setsuna who blamed herself for everything. At least, that's what I heard them talking about through the wall last night, but I know that I'm also a big reason why this entire thing spun out of control. Kodai. Just give me some time to think to myself," she asked, looking back to him with a look of pleading in her eyes. "I have a lot to think about, but when I do need someone to talk to, I'll come to you." "Okay." Okay, Izuku nodded, not really liking that answer but knowing that there wasn't much he could do against it. I did make dinner a while ago. Can you eat some of it? It'll be in the fridge." "Okay," she nodded as well, "I will. Yeah. Can I give you a hug?" Izuku blinked, surprised by the request. She looked away again, her cheeks blushing a bit, and Izuku was about to ask why when he caught the sight of a small tear welling in her eye. Izuku stared at it for a second, and realized slowly that, while she was putting on the act of being stoic, it was now obvious that she was probably hurting a lot right now. He felt that small inkling of pity return to him, and he let out a small sigh as he opened his arms, inviting her in. Yui took the invitation immediately, stepping forward and wrapping her arms around his midsection, pushing her head into his shoulder while she hugged him tightly. Izuku wrapped his own arms around her, holding her gently in place. He could tell that there was a lot she wanted to say in this hug, judging from how tightly and intimately she held on. But he couldn't think about it now, not when he suddenly heard Kaken's voice in his head, sneering and mocking him. There was a part of him, that part of him with Kaken's voice, that was shaking its head at him, growling at the sight of him showing weakness yet again, firstly with kissing Ibara, then kissing Setsuna, and now hugging Yui. The ugly part of him was criticizing him for being weak, but he couldn't help but squeeze her gently, letting her hug him as though he were a lifeline. After about a minute, they heard the shower downstairs turn off, and Yui let out a sigh as she let go, stepping back and giving him some room. "You should go shower," she told him, "you stink." "Irk." Izuku jerked back, eyes wide and a blush dusting his cheeks. "I totally forgot. I'm sorry." "It's okay," she nodded, turning back to her room. "And I will eat what you made later, once everyone goes to bed." "Okay," he nodded, smiling at her. "Just, like I said, we want you to come downstairs to hang out." You don't have to, but you're welcome." "I know," she said, gently shutting the door. "Good night." "Okay. Good night." Izuku sighed, and turned to walk down the hall and downstairs to shower. The entire way, he heard 𝐭𝐻𝐿 laughing in his head. "You stupid, shitty nerd," the dark part of him with. 𝐭𝐻𝐿's voice mocked him, "How the F are you supposed to make them earn your forgiveness if you keep hugging and kissing them but it's what they need." The part of him with Okuko's voice protested. "He doesn't mean anything by it, he's not trying to get their hopes up, he's trying to comfort them." Comfort them, round face. Or comfort himself. In case you aren't aware, he's all, look at me being all tough and unforgiving, but the moment one of them wants to even touch him he's falling over his feet too. Hear that, nerd? You're weak. Izuku closed his eyes briefly, trying hard not to think about it anymore. He tried to concentrate on the fact that he kept seeing 𝐭𝐻𝐿 and Okuko as the devil and angel on his shoulder, and if Itsuka had knocked something loose in his brain when they had their fight. Better than him being forced to agree with that stupid voice in his head. After that, Izuku swiftly ran downstairs to shower, seeing the girls sitting down or popping some popcorn for their movie night, and made sure to shower quickly. Once he was out, Setsuna cackled as she raised a DVD of the movie Van Helsing over her head, the other girls rolling their eyes at the enthusiasm she was showing. Putting it in, Izuku sat down on the comfortable chair, sinking into the cushions, while Itsuka got to cuddle pony on the couch beside Leiko, and Setsuna, Ibara and Kinoko took the love seat. While everyone roasted the movie, laughing at the cringe dialogue and commenting on the female lead's tight breathes, Ibara couldn't help but steal a worried glance at Izuku. He was laughing now, obviously feeling much better than he did this morning, but when he thought no one was looking, his face would occasionally fall, as though there was something he was worried about. And of course, that made Ibara worried. What he had told her this morning. Leiko and Kinoko's situation, even if they seemed fine with each other, was obviously eating at him. But as much as she wished otherwise, she knew that Izuku had a habit of hiding things from other people. His feelings from what the girls had been doing with him had been hidden until he couldn't hold them in anymore. And as unoptimistic as it was to think of this, people didn't just change in a week. The girls weren't bad people, they just made stupid mistakes that they were desperate to make amends to. Izuku might think he needed to be more honest, but there was a chance he would try to hold everything in again. He was still obviously hiding something about his past, even if he was open to talking about it with the others eventually, which wasn't a really assuring answer. What if eventually meant in a year or so? If what she was thinking would happen did happen, they may have a repeat of next week, with Izuku holding everything in until it inevitably exploded. And Ibara pursed her lips, turning back to the movie. She knew that he wasn't the only one who must be holding something back. Thinking more about it now, her dreams about him were only confirming what she had feared all along. Her feelings for him were getting out of hand. While she could confidently say that she loved the boy, if the dreams were telling her anything, her lust was beginning to spiral out of control. She loved Izuku, and the repeated dreams about him coming to her, laying her on the bed or couch or on her school desk in the middle of class. That dream in particular made her blush hard whenever she remembered it, was showing that she wasn't exactly looking at him in an innocent light, even despite what he'd gone through already. Ordinarily, she wouldn't be afraid of what she was dreaming about. She had made promises to herself about this particular kind of situation. While others in her religion would wait until marriage, she promised to herself that she wouldn't wait that long, only until she found the boy she thought she'd want to spend the rest of her life with. The problem was that the boy in question was currently in a very complicated situation with every girl in the house. He had told them that, even if they crawled on their hands and knees and begged him for sec, he would turn them down. She knew he was already uncertain in that area, unable to stop himself from kissing her, but she was sure that he would stick to his guns and refuse her if she asked. And she didn't want to make this even more complicated. Not only would it make his list of worries increase, attempting to hit on him and stuck him while each girl in the house was trying hard to make it up to him after doing the thing she was debating would only make things worse. But if she kept sitting on these feelings and let them build up until they exploded, or refusing to talk to anyone else about them in fear of what they would think, then nothing good would come of it. But telling the other girls, especially when they were dealing with their own issues, would only add to the problem. And adding her own issues to Izuku's worries would only make him feel worse. So, in that case, if she couldn't talk to Izuku about it, then who would know Izuku enough to know how he would think? And then the answer came to her, making her eyes widen a bit as the movie finally wrapped up. Wow, that was 𝐒𝐻𝐵. Itsuka sighed as the credits started rolling, standing up and stretching. The monster designs were pretty good, Leiko said fairly. It was just everything else that was bad. At least Hugh Jackman was hot, Pony said in defense of the movie. The girls laughed, giggling as they went to the kitchen to make some hot chocolate, wanting something relaxing to drink before heading to bed. Izuku tried to fix a smile on his face and stood up as well, stretching slightly, unaware that Ibara was giving him a worried look. She was quick to hide it, sighing and standing up as everyone gathered around to wait for the coffee machine to give them some hot chocolate. She knew that if she wanted to do this, she would have to wait for everyone to go upstairs and leave the house as quietly as she could. It took another 10 minutes, as the girls chatted a bit more about the weekend, before finally deciding to go to bed, wanting to go to sleep after the long day of running around with A. Izuku went first, heading straight upstairs so he could pass out, followed by Setsuna, Pony, Kinoko and Leiko. Itsuka was the last to go upstairs, turning off the coffee machine and bidding Ibara goodnight, buying her small white lie of wanting to read her novel for a bit. Once she heard her door close in the distance, Ibara sighed, put her cup back in the sink to wash later, and made to leave the house, opening the door quietly and closing it, walking out into the dark night with the moon shining over her. A few minutes later, Ibara was standing in front of the door, taking a deep breath for courage. She closed her eyes slightly, and then raised her hand to knock on the wood. She could hear someone shuffling inside, probably wondering who it was, but it was too late to back out now. She couldn't bother Itsuka or the other girls with her problems, and it would only add to Izuku's stress to confide in him about this. So, she needed to talk to someone else, someone closer to him. And the only person that would be. The door opened, and Ibara gulped when she saw who she had come to visit blink up at her in surprise. "Hello, Uraraka," she bowed stiffly. "I'm sorry to bother you at such a late hour, but I needed someone to talk to." Of all the people to come see Okako tonight, she did not expect Ibara Shiozaki. For the most part, she had a pretty good day at school, hanging out with Deku and Ida during lunch and class, before 𝐒𝐠 came around and hung out with her. The blue-haired girl had graduated that spring, working full-time as a sidekick to Ryuko, but was still invited to the school at any time, like all the seniors who had graduated, and she used that opportunity to spend a lot of time with her girlfriend. Okako certainly didn't complain, having fallen completely in love with 𝐒𝐠 and not looking back. The blue-haired girl kept her on her toes, taking her out on dates when they were at the internship which had been wrapped up by Nezu once the League of Villains was defeated, and the students got sent back to school, coming to the school to surprise her after class, and other activities that they loved doing together. So when 𝐒𝐠 had come around to take Okako back to the house for a little one-on-one time, the brunette girl had happily resigned herself to a full night of quality time with her girlfriend. 𝐒𝐠 had made it a point that, while she considered Okako very attractive, she wanted to find other activities to do with her besides sex to keep their relationship from going stale, including bowling and walks in the park and talking about school and laughing about Mirio and Tamaki. So the nights when 𝐒𝐠 was feeling up for seki times, Okako was more than happy to lay back, let 𝐒𝐠 tie her up, and let her do her thing. After 4 hours of alone time, 𝐒𝐠 had just fallen asleep, having not bothered to get dressed in her cute pajamas while snoring happily, completely naked on her bed. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 had returned from the bathroom in her pajamas, walking awkwardly, having cleaned up and rubbing her wrists lightly. The fur lining in the 𝐻𝐴𝐷𝐶FFS protected her from most of it, but it still got somewhat strained due to how roughly 𝐒𝐽𝐽 was. She was about to step back down to her birthday suit and jump into bed for some spooning when there was a light knocking on the door. 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐲 jumped in surprise, and glanced over at the time of 11 p.m., and wondered who that was. She knew Tsuyu was downstairs at this time reading. Toru was over at one of the boys' house hanging with Ojiru. Mina was still enjoying a very long bath after soaking herself in the downpour zone at the USJ all afternoon, and the sounds of squealing and bed squeaking from Momo's room indicated she and Kyuka were a bit busy at the moment. Wrinkling her brow, 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐲 shuffled over to the door, trying not to make her limp too obvious, and opened it to see who was there, expecting Tsuyu to be outside her door to ask if she wanted anything. So imagine her surprise when it wasn't any girl she lived with, but Ibara from Class 1B, looking awkwardly around in her pajamas, but she stood up straight when the door swung open. "Hello, Uraka," she greeted her, lowering herself into a brief stiff bow. "I'm sorry to bother you at such a late hour, but I needed someone to talk to." "Sure, Shiozaki." 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐲 blinked, staring at the girl as she raised herself back up, a small blush on her face. I'm sorry, how did you let me in?" Ibara explained quickly, the blush on her cheeks growing deeper and deeper by the second as she glanced into her room, confusing 𝐒𝐴𝐲. I was hoping to speak to you about something important. I would have spoken to one of my roommates, but I wanted an outsider's perspective on this." "An outsider's dash?" 𝐒𝐴𝐲 wondered out loud, before her eyes widened. "Wait, is this about Deku?" Yes." Ibara nodded bluntly, her face nearly completely red. Oh." 𝐒𝐴𝐲 glanced around, before nodding. "I guess so. Okay. Yeah, I can talk to you for a bit." "Very good." Ibara glanced away, again stealing a glance into 𝐒𝐴𝐲's room. "Perhaps we can talk somewhere else." 𝐒𝐴𝐲 blinked, a bit confused. Why would she not want to talk in her room? Why was she? And then her eyes widened. 𝐒𝐴𝐲 slowly turned around, looking over her shoulder, to see her very obviously naked girlfriend laying on top of her sheets, her butt in the air, and the 𝐻𝐴𝐷𝐶FFS still strapped to the front of the bed, making it pretty obvious what had just happened, and would have been obvious for the whole minute Ibara was standing outside her room with the door open. 𝐒𝐴𝐲 paled, jaw dropping slightly, and as though she had been possessed by Ida, quickly leapt out of her room, making Ibara jump back in surprise, and slammed her door shut, a furious blush on her cheeks as she breathed slightly. "Why?" she managed to gasp out, feeling like shrinking to the ground. "Let's outside." "Yeah. Outside." Ibara, for her part, decided not to mention what she had seen, and together, the two girls went downstairs, 𝐒𝐴𝐲 trying hard to get the blush off her face and Ibara looking anywhere but her. They decided to stop at the fridge to get a few drinks, 𝐒𝐴𝐲 a soda and Ibara a water bottle, and they waved to Tsuyu as the frog girl leaned back on the couch, reading. Together, the two girls stepped out onto the front porch, enjoying the breeze that was in the air after the long hot day, and sat down on the front step, getting seated comfortably while opening their drinks and indulging for a few seconds to enjoy the night. Finally, 𝐒𝐴𝐲 put down her soda, rubbing her cheeks. "Sorry about that." She glanced away from the Vine girl, embarrassed. "I didn't notice I had the door open." "Oh, that's all right." Ibara was quick to assure her, raising a hand. "Perhaps I should be the one apologizing. I shouldn't have looked in and saw your girlfriend in that position." "Well." 𝐒𝐴𝐲 shrugged, still a bit embarrassed, but looked over at the girl. "Well, anyway. You said you wanted to talk about Deku." "I did." Ibara nodded, putting down her water bottle beside her and staring up into the starry sky. Well, I suppose that as his best friend, you know what's been going on in our house." 𝐒𝐴𝐲 studied her closely, her eyes narrowing slightly. Oh, she very much knew. As much as Izuku told her that everything was progressing smoothly in the house now, other than a few inevitable bumps named Setsuna, she was still very irate with the girls in the household her best friend was staying at. She would be lying if she said that she was willing to sweep everything under the rug, while Izuku was being more courteous, giving them a second chance to redeem themselves. 𝐒𝐴𝐲 would be the one to remain skeptical. She had heard about what the girls did to Izuku, and the misguided way Ibara handled it. While the Vine Girl wasn't on the level of, say, Setsuna or 𝐻𝐸, was still peeved that Ibara instead thought Izuku was the troublemaker of the situation and didn't give him a chance to explain himself, firmly putting Ibara on the bottom of her SHT list, but on the SHT list nonetheless. Still, Izuku had asked 𝐻𝐸 to let them try to redeem themselves, and 𝐻𝐸 had relented, despite her skeptical thoughts about the situation. Didn't mean that she wouldn't eventually give the girls the shovel talk. I do, 𝐻𝐸 said carefully, looking away from Ibara. What about it? Is something going on? No, well, perhaps. Ibara continued to study the sky, her cheeks a bit rosy. I'll simply ask that you keep this between us right now. I do plan to tell my friends, and Midoriya eventually. But telling them is a problem in and of itself. 𝐻𝐸 raised an eyebrow at that, intrigued. She wanted to tell Izuku what the problem was, but it would create another problem. She was still skeptical, but if it was so bad she had to turn to outside help. Okay, she nodded. Just between us. For now. But only if you promise to tell Deku eventually. I promise. Ibara said immediately, looking at her and nodding. 𝐻𝐸 studied her face, trying to find anything that would suggest she was lying, but didn't find anything, so she sighed and picked up her drink, raising it to her lips to sip. Ibara took that as the opportunity to begin, and let out a sigh. So, you do know what's going on in our house. That would also mean that Midoriya told you what he told us girls. About his feelings for us. Kinda. An abridged version, 𝐻𝐸 admitted, glancing away. He told me on Tuesday that he confessed that he had crushes on all of you. Nothing specific, just that he liked you. I see, Ibara noted, looking down. Well, if. You obviously don't know, due to you not being in our house when it happened, but, yes, he did confess that he liked us, told us specifically what he liked about us. And you can probably guess that for a majority of us, those feelings are reciprocated. Many of us. We do have feelings for him. At this, Ibara's blush returned in full force, studying her feet. Myself, as well. Is that right? Yes. I don't want to say that I've fallen in love with him, but as the days pass by, I think it's more and more likely. My heart hammers whenever he's near, I find myself blushing more, and Ibara now was fully red in the face like she had seen Nejiya naked again, glancing anywhere but 𝐻𝐸. I confess that I've had some interesting dreams about Midoriya. Dreams. Yes. Dreams. 𝐻𝐸 wrinkled her brow for a few seconds, confused, but then it suddenly came to her exactly what she was implying. And now the blush on her own face returned in full force, realizing that Ibara Shiozaki, the Christian girl who everyone thought was the most innocent person in either one of their heroics classes, the airy, nice girl, just confessed to her that she was having sex dreams about her best friend. Oh. Yes. Ibara repeated, gulping. I've been dreaming that Midoriya has been coming to my room and seducing me. She stole a glance at 𝐻𝐸, seeing the blush on the brunette's face, and felt worried. That's not too much information, is it? And no, not at all. 𝐻𝐸 quickly waved her hands, trying to smile. I don't think it's weird. You must have gotten close enough to Deku that your dreams have started, fantasizing. And now, 𝐻𝐸 felt her shoulders sag, looking to the ground. I'm sorry, I'm not sure how to talk to you about this. It's all right, Ibara giggled, managing to get some control of her blush. It was pretty out of the blue, wasn't it? Kinda. 𝐻𝐸 took another sip of her drink, putting the can back down on the step beside her. Well, I know that it's got to be awkward having sex dreams about Deku. Especially for someone waiting until marriage. Well, it is awkward, yes, but I'm not waiting until marriage. Oh, okay, 𝐻𝐸 nodded, satisfied with that answer, until she actually registered the words. At that, she whipped around at Ibara, jaw dropping. Wait, you're not waiting for marriage. No. Oh. I thought I know what you thought, Ibara interrupted, but not rudely, smiling at her. I know that many followers of my religion would wait until marriage, which is respectable. But I made a promise to myself, if I met the person I thought I would want to spend the rest of my life with, the person I want to marry one day and have children, I shouldn't wait until marriage to, as Setsuna would say, seal the deal. Oh. And you think that person? 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐲 gulped, a little blush on her own cheeks. Is Deku? Yes. The more and more dreams go by, the more adorable and handsome he becomes in real life. But please don't think I'm that vain, Uraraka, that's not all. While I admit he's very easy on the eyes, she blushed more at that, he's also kind, loving, smart, and pleasant to be around. Every time we hang out, I have a great time. I acknowledge that I may have fallen in love with Midoriya. But like I said, the only problem, she then sighed, looking away, is that I'm not the only one. And you're sure? Indeed. After I failed to see how obvious it was that he was suffering, I made a promise to myself to be more perspective with everyone. And when you actually look at them, they are quite obvious. Ibara couldn't help but laugh softly at that. Itsuka, for example, she tends to act as his consultant, someone to trust with his secrets, and I've seen firsthand how she looks at him. It was the same way she used to look at Tetsu when she had a crush on him, but with far more intensity. Pony, I definitely know likes him. She giggled a little more. She's very upfront on how she feels for him. Setsuna and Yui. They definitely used him more for their entertainment, but I know that it wasn't just that. They got carried away, but I know that they care about him. Reiko and Kinoko. They're very complicated, but I know at the very least that there's something there. Ibara laid back, staring up at the sky with a sad expression. We all have feelings for him. He has feelings for all of us. And there's no way that we aren't going to reach a conclusion for this without another fight. One that might be even worse than Friday. But now I'm scared that there's something else that may force us into a confrontation. Here. What is that? Well, like I said, I've been trying hard to pay attention to everyone's behaviors. And I know that there's some things that are still unsaid, and as the days go by, they're going to get worse and worse. Setsuna pretends to be all better, but I know that she's still hiding her guilt behind the smile, and it makes me very sad. Pony tries her hardest to be positive, but she's my best friend. I know that she's unsure if her efforts to redeem herself is working. Reiko and Kinoko have taken a break, and they act nice with each other, but there's something going on. When Eri was visiting us, they didn't interact with each other at all unless Eri asked them both something. Yui. She hasn't even talked to any of us. And then, she sighed, and then there's Midoriya. 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐲 studied the girl for a second, worry flooding her, before she imitated the girl and laid back, staring at the sky while she listened. I know there's something he's holding back on. He has told me that he has his own doubts about if this can work, us redeeming ourselves to him. But not because of something we've done, he believes that he's having a hard time seeing us as just friends. He has feelings for all of us, and he finds it hard to keep up his end of not forgiving us until we've made it up to him. And then there's the matter of his past. His past. I've noticed it a few times, whenever Setsuna or Itsuka brings it up, but he did mention he's been teased before. I assume that he's never told you about it. Well, not really, 𝐒𝐭𝐽𝐲 confessed, rubbing a thumb against the helm of her t-shirt. He pretty much only mentioned that his quirk developed late, and he got teased about it. I know Bakugo bullied him a little in the past, but he never got into it, and he and Bakugo are a whole other thing, so I have no idea how far it went. Ibara hummed, nodding. Well, I did notice that whenever his past was brought up, Midoriya does his best to shut it down. He's clearly uncomfortable with it, but I know that, despite us asking for everyone to be honest, he keeps holding things in. And I don't want that. I don't want a repeat of Friday, where he holds everything in until he explodes again. I want everyone to be honest about their feelings, and I want Midoriya to trust us. I want to be honest with him as well. I want to be honest about what I've been dreaming, just so I don't have to hold it in with him anymore, with everyone. But honestly, Uraraka, I'm afraid. Ibara felt some tears start to prickle at his eyes, quickly raising a hand to wipe them away. I'm afraid of what would happen if I just make everything worse. I know that we all pretend we're fine, and for the most part, we are, but if Setsuna's reaction on Thursday to what she and Midoriya talked about is any indication, this situation is incredibly fragile. I think that last Friday, my insulting him was what pushed the confrontation to happen. If I had just looked at it from another view, if he knew he had someone in his corner, maybe none of this wouldn't have happened, or he would have been calm enough to tell everyone how he felt. But I feel like I made it worse. So what happens if I bring this up and it makes our situation worse? If everything gets laid out in the open, and it makes everything we tried to build up be destroyed? I don't want to be responsible for the destruction of every relationship I hold dear. After her speech, Ibara fell into silence, staring up at the stars with tears dripping down her cheeks. Okiko felt her jaw hang open slightly, feeling a storm of conflicting emotions in her chest, before she closed her mouth and turned back to look at the stars as well. For a while, they both sat there in silence, Ibara unsure what to do and Okiko thinking up an answer. Finally, Okiko took a deep breath and spoke. I used to be in love with him, you know. Ibara stared up at the sky for a few seconds, not really registering what she said while she studied the stars. And then it hit her, causing her to blink hard, and then well on the brunette with wide eyes. Okiko, for her part, looked a bit sheepish, rubbing a hand through her hair and grinning, but she continued on. It's kinda obvious when you think about it, hair. Me, falling in love with my best friend. Well, I did. I fell in love with him, for all the reasons you probably have, for his kindness, his strength, for never giving up. I called him Deku because I thought it meant do your best, and the fact he uses that as his hero name. It always brings a warm feeling to my heart. She smiled softly, continuing to study the stars. When the feelings started to get in the way of my work, distracting me, I promised myself to put them away so I could become a hero. And I did. They were there, but I managed to make sure they didn't distract me while I worked to become a hero my parents could be proud of. Then the League of Villains was defeated, and 𝐒𝐠 asked me out. I was so taken aback I said yes, then our date was so magical I couldn't believe it. We went on more. I fell in love with 𝐒𝐠, and I felt so guilty for still having those thoughts for Deku. I thought telling him would risk destroying our friendship, but I knew if I didn't tell him, they might have destroyed my relationship with 𝐒𝐠 too. So I took a deep breath, brought him to some abandoned corner in the school, and I told him. I told Deku that I loved him, but now that I was dating 𝐒𝐠, I had to move on. I think I probably started crying the moment I told him, but I powered through. It was probably the most uncomfortable minute of my life, but I got through it and told him how I had felt. And Ibara gulped. How did he take it? Other than almost fainting over the fact that a girl liked him. Pretty well. Okiko laughed. Once he got control of himself, he told me that he had liked me too. God, can you imagine that? I know through 𝐒𝐠 that I can juggle romance and heroics. If I had just asked him out then I would have had nothing to worry about. We both had a good cry, realized that any chance of having a relationship between us was gone, and we were better off as friends. Then we hugged, and she couldn't help a happy tear welling in her eyes, and now we're closer than ever. I still love him, just not like before, and I think the same applies to him. I love 𝐒𝐠 with all my heart, and I want to spend the rest of my life with her, but I still need that idiot in my life, and I have a feeling he'd say the same about me. With this, Okiko finally turned to look at Ibara, seeing the tears in the Vine Girl's eyes, and gave her a warm smile. I think, she told her, that even if you're scared that it'll ruin things, you need to tell him, and everyone else, how you feel. Tell him about your dreams, tell him that you're scared you're holding it in. You're right, at some point, if he keeps holding this in, he might explode. And you're right that this might not make things any better. But, at this point, you have to take the risk. I know Deku, there's no chance that he'd just hate you guys, no matter how hard he tried. Just tell him what you're afraid of, tell him about your dreams about him, tell him that you're scared that this thing won't work, and then you can start working on how to improve yourselves. Ibara took a few moments to dry her face, taking a deep breath. 𝐭𝐼𝐳 let her calm down for a bit, waiting for a response, and then Ibara sighed and gave 𝐭𝐼𝐳 a smile. "All right," she nodded. I'll talk to him about what I'm afraid of. I'll talk to Itsuka, too, just so she knows what's going on." "Okay," 𝐭𝐼𝐳 smiled. They took a few minutes to smile at each other, before 𝐭𝐼𝐳's smile sharpened. "Of course, I still need to give you all the shovel talk. You hurt Deku, so I'm going to threaten the CRP out of all of you." "I understand," Ibara smiled, standing up, "but I imagine you'll want to do it to all of us at the same time, for maximum effect." "Definitely," 𝐭𝐼𝐳 smiled as well, accepting Ibara's empty water bottle and throwing it into the recycling bin outside their steps. "Good night, Shiozaki." "Good night, Uraraka." "And thank you so much." Ibara bowed to her, and then set off down the road towards her own house, walking with far more determination than she had come. 𝐭𝐼𝐳 smiled softly after her, still a bit skeptical of her, but she was comfortable knowing that this talk definitely helped with understanding at least one of their intentions. Yawning slightly, 𝐭𝐼𝐳 turned around on the steps, went up the stairs, and opened and shut the door, turning off the porch light and locking the door. She went back into her room, and was surprised to see 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐳 awake, stretching and yawning. The blue-haired beauty squinted open one eye, and smiled at her. "Hey! Where'd you go?" she asked, and 𝐭𝐼𝐳 merely chuckled. "Had to give some relationship advice," she explained, crawling into bed and cuddling up to her, planting a kiss on 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐳's throat. "Tell you in the morning." 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐳 hummed in satisfaction, and laid down, turning off the light at the side, and cuddled her girlfriend. After about a minute of silence, where the two spooned comfortably, 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐳 asked, "Hey, are you still awake?" "Yeah. Do you want to have sex again? I want to be sub this time." Why not?" "Okay," Izuku grunted as he knelt down, opening his notebook. "Here's the battle plan." It was Saturday, and he was currently kneeling in an open field on the campus, near the forest that students would use for exercise. Above him, Itsuka, Setsuna and Pony were looking down at the notebook, dressed up in their gym clothes, Itsuka in her cyan CRP top and shorts, Pony in her white tank top that she used to stuck Izuku. He was still having a hard time not looking up at her. At the very least she was wearing a BR this time, and Setsuna in a green t-shirt and gym shorts. All three of them had their hair tied back into ponytails, with Setsuna taking a chance to imitate Itsuka's hairstyle, ready for exercise as Izuku flipped through his hero notebook. The three girls knelt down as well, looking over the notebook as Izuku flipped to Itsuka's page, which had been detailed with a picture of her in her hero costume. "Okay, Itsuka," Izuku sighed as he pointed to one of the notes on his page. "When we first did up your page, you told me that you could only grow your hand to a specific size, either enlarged or normal-sized." "Yeah," Itsuka nodded in confirmation, using her quirk to enlarge her hand. "It's usually how it works, either go big or go home." In that case, Izuku leaned back on his knees, a hand to his lip while he thought, "I think what you want to practice doing is only growing your hand into one specific size. Let's say you can only go from 0 to 10 in terms of growing your hand. You want to concentrate on getting it to a 5, either that or only growing it up to a 1. 1 to 10, growing up to 5, Itsuka repeated, looking over her notes before nodding. "Got it." "Great. Now, Tsunatori," Pony gulped when she was addressed, seeing Izuku flip to her page and point at the picture of her horns. "Your ultimate move, Thunder Horn. You can send a barrage of horns at your enemies, right?" "Yepis." Pony nodded, balling her fists up in determination. "I leave 4 horns in standby in case I need to sneak attack someone, or just for support." "But you need to be stationary to do it," Izuku nodded, patting the note with his finger. "In that case, what I'd advise you to do is practice doing Thunder Horn while you run. Run around in a circle, summon all the horns you have, but make sure you're in motion while you do it. If you run into anything at the exam that keeps you moving, you'll need to practice activating your ultimate move if need be, so you have a card up your sleeve." "Gotcha," she confirmed, and stood up to hop on one hoof. She had a feeling she was going to be running for a while, so better to get her stretches in now. Izuku turned to Setsuna, who had already flipped to her page, and gave a cocky smile to the rather well-done illustration of herself. "Now, Setsuna, Izuku took a closer look at her page, tracing the notes with his finger. You said that you've pretty much mastered your quirk, so we don't need to train with that. No need to try to find a way to improve on something you're already confident in. But I've noticed that during our joint training lessons, especially during our first one, you've had some problems with improvisation. Yeah, Setsuna admitted, crossing her arms and pouting. In Bakugo and suddenly being a team player, my plan was so good too, and he tossed it down the thing drain. In that case, Izuku nodded to himself, shutting the notebook with a snap. What I think you need to do is learn on your toes. I noticed that during our exercises, you're more of a tracker and spy. So what I think we can do is spar. I'll attack you, and you have to improvise to get around my attacks. Oh, so Prez gets to grow her hands and Pony gets to go on a jog, and I get to have the snot beaten out of me, Setsuna teased, aiming a ped eyebrow at him. I get you, I get you. Izuku went a bit red, realizing that it was kinda like that, but Itsuka lightly smacked Setsuna's shoulder before he could start stuttering out an explanation. You say that now, Itsuka chuckled, but I imagine this is going to hurt, like, a lot. Plus, Pony's going to be exhausted once this is all done. I already want ice cream, Pony pouted, shaking her head a bit. After this, can we eat ice cream? Yeah, sure, honey, I got some French vanilla we can share, Setsuna sighed, standing up. Already, Parsley, guess there's no time like the present. Beat the SHT out of me. Izuku gulped, but nodded anyway, putting his notebook back into the backpack they were sharing along with their water bottles and stood up, turning on full cowling and jogging with Setsuna to a spot where they would practice. Pony, meanwhile, sighed from the heat but still started jogging, pushing out some of her horns so they could regenerate. Itsuka, meanwhile, sat down on the grass, took a deep breath, and began growing out her hands. It had been Izuku's idea to train today, taking this time to work on their quirks' weaknesses or flaws, so that they could improve on them. The exam to determine if they could do hero work on their own was coming up shortly, so Izuku had asked them if they wanted to train with him on their Saturday off, using the time to improve on their quirks. Only Itsuka, Setsuna, and Pony had accepted, having nothing to do and more than happy to train with him, Ibara being surprisingly too tired from staying up that night and needing to sleep in, Leiko needing to work on her math homework, Kinoko being strangely invasive with them, and Yui once again being MA. So they set off to work, Izuku kicking at Setsuna as she took her body apart, trying hard to improve her improvisation as he punched and kicked at her, Itsuka groaning slightly in pain as she worked to not grow her hand to full size, and Pony already breathing as she tried to use her ultimate move in motion. They all could already tell that this would be exhausting to get through, but the more time spent with each other, acting as friends, the better. Besides, the promises of ice cream kept Pony running, so they couldn't exactly let them down. So Setsuna grit her teeth and put up with every time Izuku would get a hit in, Itsuka breathing as she tried to control how large her hands grew, and Pony growling and breathing as she ran, feeling her horns pushing out the top of her head. They were all so busy running, fighting and growing, they didn't notice a small trio of girls round the corner, and begin to observe the training, the lead girl in front having her eyes immediately drawn to Izuku's frame. They lasted about 2 hours before they decided to call it, Itsuka waving her hands around wincing as she walked to grab some water from the tree they put the backpack. Setsuna was bruised and wobbling as she tried to put her body back together. And Pony was groaning and walking on shaky hooves, horns littering the ground everywhere. Izuku himself didn't feel all that sweaty and tired, having gotten used to such exercises when he had trained with All Might, but decided not to bring it up, letting the girls groan and complain as they gathered around the backpack, reaching in for the water bottles that they brought along with them. Oh, Itsuka hissed as she clenched a fist as she sat down, wincing at the pain. This is gonna bug me all day. Are you okay? Do you need to see Recovery Girl? Izuku asked, concerned, but Itsuka waved him off. I'm just whining, I'll be fine, she assured him, throwing a water bottle to Pony who just barely caught it, the top of the bottle smacking her in the forehead. Anyways, I think that I got the hang of it at the end. I grew it up to a 4, I think. Not too big, not too small. Awesome. Not so much for me, Pony sighed in defeat, opening her water bottle and splashing some against her forehead before lowering it to her lips. I couldn't really get it, I kept trying, but it wouldn't come to me. You'll get it eventually, Izuku told her kindly, which immediately brought her head back up, seeing him smile at her. I know I really didn't get my quirk when I started out, but I know that all it really takes is practice and patience. We can go at it later, if you want. Pony blinked, and then a wide smile burst onto her lips, and she nodded enthusiastically, throwing her head back to drain her water bottle in one go. Well, all we established was that you punch really freaking hard, man. Setsuna sighed after taking a long drink of water, smacking her lips and wincing at the bruises that littered her cheeks, checking her arm for a nasty purple bruise forming on her bicep while she tried to draw her other detached arm back from the spot they had been fighting. Honestly, Prez, how the hell did you land even one punch on him? He was too fast for me. We had a no quirks thing going on when we fought. Itsuka comforted her, patting the part of her back that wasn't bruised while shooting Izuku a smirk. Not that I would have needed it to kick his butt. Hey, Izuku chuckled good-naturedly, reaching into the backpack for his own drink. Don't tempt me, enhanced strength in your hands only takes you so far. Oh ho! You want a rematch? Right here, right now. As long as you do it over there. Setsuna pointed weakly to the field, sitting down under the tree and laying back, her green hair perfectly blending into the shaded grass, and we get a show. Well, maybe. Izuku trailed off, glancing into the backpack with a confused look. Here. I could have sworn that I had put a water bottle in here for me, too. Maybe you forgot it on the counter. Itsuka shrugged, about to reach over and offer him a drink. Here, use dash, how about you use this one? The group jumped a little as an unfamiliar voice suddenly spoke out right behind them, and Izuku turned to see a water bottle being offered to him. He looked up to see a girl about his age with long brown hair, squinted eyes, and a confident smile as she offered him the water bottle. She had on a pink sundress that clung to her body, making him go a bit red at the obvious cleavage shown to him, and a pair of bright red sneakers. Behind her were two other girls, one with rabbit hairs and a bowl cut, and the other with long, flaming hair, both of them giggling a bit at him. Well, are you gonna take it? The brown-haired girl offered, pushing the water bottle towards him. Izuku, shaken out of his brief spook, tried to give her a nice smile and accepted the water bottle. Thank you. No problem, she smiled, and stood back up. I saw you guys training, and decided to come over and say hi. You look like you were working pretty hard. Yeah, Izuku nodded weakly, opening the water bottle and taking a drink. He had his eyes closed, enjoying the cool water, so he didn't notice her eyes trail down to his neck, seeing it pulse up and down as he gulped down the drink, and a smirk graced her lips as she subtly liked her lips, the other two girls giggling at the sight. The smirk, however, was picked up on by Itsuka, Setsuna, and Pony, who had been taken aback by her sudden appearance, but didn't miss how she looked at him. Itsuka slowly put down her water bottle, eyes narrowing subtly, while Setsuna slowly sat back up from her comfortable position. Pony also glanced up at the girl's face, her own expression darkening somewhat. Whatever tiredness or pain they were going through suddenly disappeared as Izuku finally stopped drinking, letting out a tiny gasp of satisfaction, and not picking up on the girls leering at all. Thank you so much, Izuku thanked her, smiling until he faltered, realizing that he didn't know her name. Oh, where are my manners? She laughed, using a finger to twirl a lock of hair. My name's Mainu. And you're Izuku Midoriya. Dash. How do dash? Oh, everyone knows you, Midoriya, she smirked again, shifting her weight to one leg so she PP a hip, using the small dress to bring more attention to her body while smiling up at him while Itsuka, Setsuna, and Pony continued to subtly glare at her in suspicion. You had that awesome performance at the sports festival, you beat the CRP out of that Bakugo prick, all those rumors that you saved the cultural festival from that one YouTuber villain, and you even had an internship with Endeavor. You're quite the popular one, you know. What? Izuku now blushed, glancing away awkwardly. That can't be right. Oh, no, you really are. Mainu giggled, taking an awkwardly close step closer to him, smiling up at him as he blushed even deeper and the frowns deepened on Itsuka, Pony, and Setsuna's faces as they watched her. Trust me, everyone in 1C loves to talk about you. Plus, we've noticed that you aren't really that scrawny kid from first year. Oh. Yeah. now you've filled out a lot. I gotta say, you're pretty hot, Midoriya, Maynu giggled, stepping even closer so they were practically chest to chest. As Izuku began resembling a radish due to how close this girl was, Itsuka slowly stood up, feeling her heart hammer in her chest and her stomach clench painfully as she flicked her gaze between the two. Setsuna also seemed to forget how tired she was, eyes narrowing to slits as Maynu reached up and put a hand to Izuku's bicep, making him jump a bit at the touch as she squeezed down on his arm. Seriously, you're freaking muscular, man. Maynu batted her eyelashes at him, being sure to use her thumb to trace his muscle. I bet you could pick me up easily, wanna give it a try? 𝐻𝐸𝐽, the newcomers and Izuku jumped, and whirled around to see Setsuna addressing Maynu. You're making him uncomfortable. How about you give him some space? If Midoriya wants space, Maynu said dismissively, turning her gaze back to Izuku, he'll tell me, right, Midoriya? A dash doesn't sound like a no to me, Maynu giggled. Hey, you know what? I was thinking of grabbing something to eat. Do you wanna come with, Midoriya? Our teacher always says that we should try to get closer to the other departments in the school, and I think I know a pretty good place we can get. She leaned in very closely so they were face to face, still seeing Izuku freeze up. Much closer. Hey! Itsuka now took a step forward, wanting to enlarge her hands to separate the two but finding she couldn't due to the pain. Please step away from him. But he didn't say anything about her stepping back. One of Maynu's friends said from the back, giggling at the obvious jealousy on Itsuka's face. But he already said he's hanging with us today. Pony tried to interject, looking nervously up at the girl but still determined, so he can't hang out with you. I mean, if I'm going to honest, princess, I'm not sure why he'd want to hang with you guys. Maynu turned to look at the smaller girl, aiming a smirk at her. Maybe after you take a shower, he'd consider it. I can smell you from here. This snapped Izuku out of his brief stupor, looking down at the girl in shock and a bit of outrage. Princess. Pony repeated, her nervousness fading away as her eyes narrowed at the girl. One of her lackeys laughed. You heard her. The little Disney princess that probably sings to birds. Look at her, the other crony laughed, she looks so cute when she's angry. I wanna pat her on the head. Pony now looked like she had found the strength to practice her ultimate move on the three girls, her entire body trembling in anger as she glared at them. Itsuka glanced at her, feeling a bit worried, and put her hand on her shoulder, trying to help her calm down a little. Setsuna, meanwhile, finally took a step forward, her teeth bared. Still, she tried to hold back on a lot of her anger. She really had no place here telling other people not to make Izuku uncomfortable, but she saw how tongue-tied and awkward he looked when she invaded his personal space, and wanted to help. Look, she snapped, I'm sure Parsley's really grateful you find him so interesting, but you need to take a step back. He's obviously uncomfortable with you standing so close, just give him some space. And like I said, Maynu scoffed, aiming her smirk at her now. If Midoriya wants me to back up, he only needs to tell me. And I don't hear him protesting, right? In that case, shouldn't it be okay? This, of course, only made Itsuka, Pony, and Setsuna's frowns deeper, and Izuku felt a sudden pang in his heart at her words, feeling his blush fade and his mouth press into a thin line. I don't hear him protesting. In that case, shouldn't it be okay? Where had he heard that before? No, it's not okay. Setsuna tried to take a step forward, but winced. The sparring she and Izuku did made her feel like her body was made of lead. Look up at him, obviously he doesn't want you that close, so back the hell up. Midoriya, Maynu turned to him, not noticing his thin lips and batting her eyelashes at him. Do you want me to back up? Or do you want to come with me to have some fun? From what I could see all these girls did was make you help them out, and that's so boring, so why don't you come with me and I can show you an actual good time? For the last time, I said dash. Oh my god, one of the girls behind Maynu scoffed, the girl won't shut up. That single sentence froze Setsuna where she stood, whipping her gaze to the girl with wide eyes. Itsuka and Pony glanced at the girl with the bunny ears with confusion, and then looked back at Setsuna and saw how the color faded from her face, staring at the girls behind Maynu with a look of horror and shock on her face. Itsuka narrowed her eyes, concerned for her friend and the way she had frozen up, but then whipped her gaze around, nailing the girl with a glare. "Okay, you guys need to get out of here," she snapped. "You don't get to insult my friends and wait, aren't you the yaoi hands girl?" The other girl sniggered. "Yeah, she's the girl Natsuki fed." Itsuka's glare somehow intensified even more. "Okay. I'm done being polite," she growled. "F off. Now." "Whoa, no need to be so rude." Meinu laughed a bit. "Come on, Midoriya, are you really gonna let her talk to us like that? Do you really think hanging out with this I agree with her?" Meinu's lofty voice cut off short when Izuku finally spoke up. The girls looked over as Izuku firmly backed away from Meinu's clinging to him, a look of anger on his face. Meinu's confident smirk faded off her face as Izuku moved to stand beside Setsuna and Pony, the smaller girl looking up at Izuku as he glared at the trio. "If you had asked me nicely," he crossed his arms, "then maybe I'd have considered hanging out with you. I won't lie when I say that I do need to make more friends, but the fact you had to insult my friends is a step too far. So I agree with Itsuka and Setsuna, I'm not comfortable hanging out with you. Please leave us alone." For about 10 seconds, the two groups studied each other. Meinu's fake smile slid away, replaced by a cold look. "Whatever," she scoffed. "Come on, girls. Let's go find Bakugo or Todoroki. At least they look like they'd be fun to be around." "Phut, what an idiot," one of the girls said in an obvious stage whisper, not bothering to keep her voice down. "He isn't even that good looking," the other girl threw at them, and together, the trio stalked off, not even looking back. Izuku took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions down, and rubbed a hand against his face. He turned towards Setsuna, Itsuka, and Pony, the latter two still glaring at the trio of 1C girls with heated expressions. "Are you guys okay?" he asked, and the three jumped, as though suddenly remembering he was there. I'm sorry I didn't speak up sooner, she got really close and suddenly I couldn't think straight." "It's okay, Izuku," Itsuka sighed, rubbing a hand through her sweaty hair. "I think you got them to back off pretty well at the end there. I'm pretty sure I was 3 seconds away from throwing down." "I'm really surprised you told them to F off," Pony gushed to Itsuka, looking giddy. "I know you swear sometimes, but never to strangers." "They were being rude," Itsuka dismissed, crossing their arms. "No one insults my friends like that. Besides," she sighed, "I have no idea where they even got that yaoi hands thing, unless it was him." "Hey." Izuku blinked, looking at her, and then she realized she was speaking out loud, eyes widening, and quickly waved her hands. Oh, nothing," she said quickly, smiling weakly, and then turned to Pony, who was still staring off at the backs of the girls with a pout. "Pony, are you okay? They're gone now, you don't have to go after them. I know that they must have sessed you off with the princess thing." "Yeah, I know, it's just." Pony sighed, staring off to the side while rubbing her arm. "I don't like how they got under my skin like that. Usually I'm a little better at keeping my cool, but..." "Well, you did just train non-stop for like an hour, and you're tired," Itsuka said reasonably, rubbing her shoulder. "I don't blame you for losing it a little." She then turned to Setsuna, who was off to the side staring down at her feet, a troubled expression on her face. Setsuna?" Izuku asked timidly, a bit taken aback by how quiet she was. Normally, he knew she'd be a lot angrier about what had happened. Memories of being chased down while eating dino crackers came to mind, so this weird silence from her was throwing him off. "Are you okay? What did they mean when they called you Dash?" "Nothing," Setsuna suddenly yelled without warning, whipping around and throwing a heated glare at him and making him, Itsuka and Pony jump in surprise. The moment they did, however, a look of shock and remorse came over her face, and she quickly shook her head, covering her mouth. I'm sorry," she said in a muffled voice, unable to suddenly meet their eyes and quickly turning away. I'm going to go back to the house to shower. I'll see you guys there." Before any of them could say anything, Setsuna quickly turned on her heel and jogged away, not minding how painful every step was. Izuku, Itsuka, and Pony looked after her, seeing how her head was ducked and her body hunched, and Itsuka felt a pang in her heart at the sight of her friend running away. She only had to turn slightly to see a look of worry on Izuku's face as well, although, upon closer look, she saw something else in his eyes, something that took her aback. Something that looked like guilt. The three of them didn't stay in the field for long, deciding to head back to wrap up the assignment from ectoplasm that was due Monday. None of them spoke on the way back, content to just walk in silence. Izuku for once didn't mutter out loud, though Itsuka could tell the guy was thinking hard, and Pony didn't want to disturb the silence, her own head down. Itsuka herself was feeling pretty drained, but not just from the training. She was worried about how Setsuna had left them, and how Izuku looked so conflicted, which she had no idea was about, and that scared her for more reasons than one. When they got to the house, Izuku went upstairs to get started on his homework, and Pony left to get in the shower, disturbed by how sticky she was. Itsuka was about to follow her, thinking about jumping in for a cold shower to calm down her thoughts, when someone whispered, "Itsuka." The girl jumped, and twirled around to see Ibara standing at the stairs, quickly making her way down. She offered a weak wave to Izuku as he passed, the boy too wrapped up in his thoughts to notice her, but it didn't look like she minded as she went around to the orange-haired girl, who put down her water bottle on the counter of the kitchen. "Hey, Ibara," she said, smiling at her. "You feeling more awake now?" "Indeed," she sighed, but still pushed on. "I'm sorry to bother you, especially when you were about to take a shower. But I wanted to speak to you. Alone, preferably." 𝐒𝐿𝐽 let out a tired sigh as she wrote down the next equation, feeling a headache start up as she studying the various numbers and symbols. She had been working hard all day, but she didn't feel like she was getting any work done. She felt like she was slowly going in circles, trying to distract herself from one thing to another. She tried going running, showering, eating, internet surfing, anything, but it didn't distract her from the raging thoughts on her mind. Those thoughts, obviously, were about Kinoko. Her girlfriend, or ex-girlfriend, whichever she was now. 𝐒𝐿𝐽 let out a tiny sigh as she sat back and stared at her purple ceiling, a shot of guilt running through her. She was an idiot. She shouldn't have jumped the gun and told Izuku exactly what they had talked about. She should have waited for Kinoko to give the okay and then talked to him. But she was never the most socially intelligent girl, usually speaking her mind without a filter, and she made the foolish decision to tell Izuku without Kinoko there as well. Now, the mushroom girl was angry with her and avoiding her. They didn't talk at all at school yesterday, Kinoko quickly grabbing Setsuna to go for lunch, and then not addressing her at all when Eri came over to hang out. The worst part was that Kinoko's coldness was reserved for her only. She was pleasant to Eri, happy to play with her, and still talked to the other girls happily. It was just her and Izuku, although she didn't think Kinoko was angry at the boy himself. Rather, she seemed frustrated, and it was entirely her fault. And she had no idea how to fix it at all. There was a sudden knocking at the door, and 𝐒𝐽 looked up from her homework to look over at it. She had the fan on directly on her face, so her hair was a bit messy, but she didn't really care at the moment. Ectoplasm's homework was more than a little frustrating, so she didn't really care about appearances right now. "Come in." The door opened, and much to 𝐒𝐽's something, Kinoko walked in, no smile on her face as she held a binder in her hand. The girl was dressed in her gym clothes, which was so unlike her it took 𝐒𝐽 aback. Usually she loved dressing up in her dresses while in her home, but today it seemed like she was just content with a shirt and briefs. It was a weird thing to notice, but it was much better to look at her clothes than her face, which looked like she wanted to get out as quickly as she could, which hurt 𝐒𝐽's heart. "Came to give you back this. I finished copying your notes." Kinoko walked over, and put the binder down on the desk, not looking at her at all. "Thank you." "No problem." Kinoko nodded stiffly, so unlike her usual self, and turned to walk out of the room, not even looking 𝐒𝐽 in the eye. The ghost girl sighed, put down her pencil, and couldn't help the words coming out of her mouth. "If you're angry at me, you should just say it." Kinoko stopped at the door, still not looking around, and paused. Seeing her chance to continue, 𝐒𝐽 went on. "Kinoko, I know you're mad at me. You didn't talk to me at all yesterday during class or when Eri was visiting us, and you sat away from me at the movie. Please, I just want to talk to you. It's better than us just avoiding each other and the problem." It took a few seconds of Kinoko staring at the purple door, 𝐒𝐽 staring at her back, before she responded. I'm not sure you'd even listen. You didn't before. Kinoko, what dash? Midoriya, Kinoko spat, and Liko froze briefly, although she recovered quickly, at least she knew what this was about. We agreed to tell him the reason why we broke up together, later. I had to find out you spilled the beans through a text. Thanks for that, by the way, much appreciated. I'm sorry, Kinoko, Liko sighed, standing up to walk over, ignoring the pun as she walked up to her girlfriend. It was a stupid mistake. I shouldn't have said anything to him, not without you there. Oh, but you don't need to apologize. Or explain anything. I already know why you did it. What? Liko was briefly stupefied. What on earth was she talking about? Before she could respond to her, Kinoko quickly looked around, small tears in her visible eye as her lip trembled. We asked each other, she snapped, if it was a choice between us or him, who would you choose? I asked you that, and you flipped it around on me. At the time, I thought, hey, maybe she has a point. I couldn't answer, you couldn't answer, maybe we should take a break. But then I thought about it more, and I realized, you didn't even bother answering me, you just deflected the question. Do you know what that means? Liko was quick to get over her shock, surprised that rather than feel guilty or sad, she instead let out a tense breath and crossed her arms. What? What does that mean? It means that you do like him. You choose him over me. That is utterly absurd, Liko said in a deadpan voice, her eyes narrowing. I didn't answer you, Kinoko, because it was right after we used him as a real-life DLD. I was feeling guilty, and I was confused. Do not give me that. Kinoko was quick to fully WHP around and storm up to Liko, surprising the ghost girl by how aggressively she snapped at her as the mushroom girl got right into her face. I asked you, him or me. And you didn't answer. I agreed to take a break. I thought it was because you wanted some time to yourself, to get ready to tell him the reason, but then I find out that you went behind my back and told him anyway. You didn't care at all about my input. You don't have to pretend anymore, you'd rather get together with him. And what about you? Liko fired back, meeting her glare melons for tat. You talk about how I didn't answer you, but you never answered me. You know what, you can blame me for jumping the gun and telling Midoriya. I have no excuse for that. But you can't point your fingers at me telling me about how I'd leave you for him when you never answered the same question. I didn't answer you because I was scared. Scared? Wow. This is the first I'm hearing about this. Scared of what? For a few seconds, they glared a hole into each other, neither one looking away as they scanned each other's faces. Finally, Kinoko scoffed. Then answer the question. She said shortly, crossing her arms. Right now. Me or Midoriya, who would you choose? You Fing Morin. Liko snapped, her fists clenching. Do you think that I would leave the girl I'd been crushing on for a goddamn year for a guy that I've only known for a month? Kinda, yeah. Liko's eyes widened, before they narrowed back down to slits. And what about you? Me or Midoriya? You. Oh. Are you sure? She was sure to say that as sarcastically as she could. Yes. Kinoko shouted, her fists clenching. Obviously, you. I love you, I asked you out. I sat through all your horror movies even though I hate horror, because you liked them. I got into swords so we'd have something to talk about. I looked up so many spooky stories on the internet to send to you, because I knew you loved them. I lost sleep for that. How could you think I'd choose him over you? I've put way more into this relationship than you have. Don't give me that. Liko shot back, just as angrily. Don't you think I went out of my comfort zone to please you? You're so outgoing, and I hate being in a crowd. I got over that so we can go to the mall and get you clothes. I had to get over my mycophobia. I had to look up all the idols you like so I knew who you liked. And you think I'd leave you over Midoriya? Yes. Well, right back at you. The two took a few moments to take deep breaths, trying to steady their breaths. Finally, Kinoko found hers, and glared up at her girlfriend. Fine, she said shortly. Hypothetically, you'd choose me over him. Fine. I believe you. But answer me one more question. Fire away. Liko met her glare with her own. As long as you can answer it yourself. There was a few seconds of silence before Kinoko finally spoke. You don't feel anything for him, do you? I'm not talking about friendship or anything like that. Feelings. You don't have feelings for him. 𝐒𝐿 was about to answer, to tell her off for saying something so obviously stupid, but then she found the words caught in her throat. She tried again, but then she couldn't speak up, hesitating. Kinoko looked up at her, before turning away, tears building up in her eyes. It doesn't matter anyway, she muttered. I know more than anyone, people can have big crushes, and they can also have small crushes. But in the end, it doesn't matter if they are big or small, she muttered. Feelings are feelings. You have big ones for me, and you have small ones for him. For the first time, 𝐒𝐿 couldn't snap back at her, finding some tears swell up in her eyes. Then what's the point? Sure, I have small feelings for him, but I love you. It's just a stupid crush. Kinoko studied the ground, biting her lip. At the beginning of the year, I had small feelings for you, too. You knew that I had big feelings for 𝐭𝐻𝐻. But then the big feelings for him shrank, and the feelings for you grew. She finally walked to the door and opened it, her voice small. They grew really big. And your feelings for him. They can get bigger, too. And your feelings for me, they can shrink. With that, Kinoko stepped through the door, not looking back at her at all, and closed the door behind her. 𝐒𝐿 didn't have the heart to accuse her of not answering the same question of whether or not she had feelings for Izuku, because she had a feeling it would be the same answer. 𝐒𝐿 slowly walked over to her desk, taking a seat, and then put her face in her hands, taking a shuddering breath. Outside, Kinoko made her way to her room, sniffling softly, and went into her room, closing the door quietly. She didn't notice the two girls on the stairwell, staring worriedly into the hallway after what they heard muffled through the walls. It's as I said, Itsuka, Ibara sighed, blinking away her own tears. Everyone says they're okay. But they are not. Itsuka leaned against the wall, rubbing her eyes with two of her fingers. Kinoko and 𝐒𝐿 are arguing, she muttered. You think Pony's unsure if she's making a difference, 𝐻𝐻. She's not hanging out with us at all, and Setsuna's hiding behind a mask. She looked up at her friend, frowning. That, and you're suppressing yourself when it comes to him. And Izuku. He's having trouble seeing us platonically, and doesn't like that is kind of encouraging us to get frisky with him, whether he knows he's doing it or not. That, and he's holding something back but we don't know what. That's correct, Ibara sighed, folding her hands together. If this keeps going, we may have an argument akin to last Friday, but with a chance that nothing will be fixed this time. I don't want this to bubble up and then explode in our faces. Itsuka nodded slowly, crossing her arms. Okay. I don't like it, but I think I know what we have to do. The next day, Izuku sighed as he walked up the path to the house, taking a deep breath as he rubbed a hand against his sweaty forehead. He spent the day hanging out with Okiko, sitting under a tree talking about a large variety of topics with her. He had enjoyed it immensely. It had been a while since it was just the two of them, and they took advantage of the time to catch up on life in general, talking about pro-heroes, Okiko's relationship with Nejiya, the works. Time had flown by, so Izuku ended up running back to the house near 3 in the afternoon. He had wanted to get started on supper with Ibara soon. Sighing from the heat, Izuku unlocked the door and swung it open, sighing in relief as the air conditioning hit him, and looked into the living room, to see a sight that made him suddenly freeze up. 6 of the girls were seated in the living room, none of them talking or doing anything. Itsuka and Ibara were standing up, glancing over at him as he entered the house. 𝐒𝐿 and Kinoko were on separate couches, neither of them looking at one another with pouts and bitten lips. Setsuna was on the comfortable seat, glancing around with a frown on her face. And finally, Pony took up the seat beside Kinoko, glancing over at Izuku. None of them said anything, at first, but Izuku already knew that something was going on. The mood in the room was bleak, to say the least. Yui was nowhere to be found, but the way all of them suddenly looked to him sent a feeling of foreboding through him. Hey, guys, Izuku said, glancing around uncertainly. What's going on? Itsuka sighed, rubbing a hand through her hair, decided to get this over with. Sorry for the abruptness of this, Izuku, she said shortly, but we need to have another talk.